To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best, to be the best. Yeah, a legend in the making. History in the making.
We've got one last day before the grand reshuffle and a final chance for these teams to make an impact in the overall standings. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to iQOO BMPS 2024, where I'm going to be hosting Necro, John alongside with me on the panel. Once again, it will be Pain Fixes. How you doing, man? Another day, last day as well before the grand reshuffle.
You had to do that, right? The pain and the fixes. But yes, super excited because it's the final day of week one of round one. After this, we're going to have that huge shuffle. And today, it's the final chance for all these teams to make that long stretch so that they can have an easy time in week two.
Hey, speaking about the long stretch, and yesterday, Team Fatality was definitely stretching quite in a good fashion in the overall standings. Even Gujarat Tigers, they were taking some of the fights. Yes, some questionable moments were there. Yeah. But still, they were doing pretty good.
For Fatality, it was all about that one chicken dinner. Remainder of the two games, they kind of bottled it out. But for Gujarat Tigers, it was all about going aggressive. You could see especially KARUNADU individually. He was all over the place, given every single map. Weekendy, he was phenomenal. Miramar also, we could see him get the iQOO MVP for himself. Even in the game of Erangel, he did quite well.
Hey, things just don't end there. Even in the previous group, we witnessed Team Lolzzz. And over there, Mudit, this man was performing on maximum level. 8 eliminations in one single game. Now that's something.
But then again, when you look at the bigger picture, Necro, Team Lolzzz did not really have a great day in the office because the first two games were absolutely disastrous. And after that, they made a change. They in fact got Lolzzz into the roster, and then we could see in Sanhok they did a little bit of that recovery. But still, 3 more games to play. Who knows, Team Lolzzz might come out as swinging. Because heading on to today, yesterday, we had a couple of disappointments. I think the biggest names had to be in the forms of Team Limra and Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, Team Limra in the span of 3 games, just getting 3 points. 1 point per game, and that's an average you would never expect from a banner like Team Limra. I do understand just the day one, maybe facing the jitters, but still it's a team that's been in the grand finals of an official tournament and not too far ago as well.
Yeah, exactly. This is where the disappointment really came up. But we'll talk about disappointments a little bit later because now we've got some bigger things to talk about. The prize pool of the iQOO BMPS 24. It is massive. We are talking about the lion's share worth of 2 crore rupees, out of which the winner gets 75 lakhs.
Now that's a lot of money, but things just don't end over there. There's also some individual prizes given to the players as well. Of course, the MVP of the tournament getting 4 lakhs all to himself, and that is the biggest chunk of money just receiving by one single player. You move on towards the in-game leader getting 2 lakh rupees as well, emerging star getting 1 lakh, and you've got the fan favorite player receiving 50,000.
I have a slight inkling. I know who's going to get that. But we'll talk about that later as rounds keep on going. But who knows? I mean, there could be some underdog who emerges and suddenly wins everybody's hearts like Limra did last time. So we also have the Hero Extreme for the MVP of the finals, the Hero Extreme 160R and the Hero Extreme 125R for whoever survives the longest. And that is only for the grand finals. But now coming back to business, coming back to what we were talking about, Team Limra. Team Limra was definitely one of those teams that we expected to do really well, especially at least in the maps of Miramar. Because now when you look at this points distribution, it has been there for quite some time. It's not something new that teams need time to get acquainted to. Winner gets 10 points and it's in that descending order where for every single finish, you get that 1 point.
That's the exact point though. That's what I mentioned too. Just in the recent tournament, that too the official one in BGMI 2024, Team Limra is doing pretty good in the grand finals. In the land finale, this team has faced the top of the top fear for themselves, and now still they're not able to perform in the round 1 of a tournament. And that's a big sign of concern as a team that's currently the emerging star.
And nothing is lost yet for Team Limra. They can still pull off a glitch reborn like they did, come in today, get 2 chicken dinners, and who knows, they might climb inside the top 16. But the idea, the bars are definitely raised up high. But putting Team Limra aside, I think we need to again address another elephant in the room, that is Reckoning Esports. This is a roster that has always been in the radar and has always been in the limelight. But recently, considering how they've performed yesterday, I think we have to have some other thoughts thoughts about it.
Exactly my point too. On the last page of the overall standings and Reckoning Esports, none of us saw this coming. It's a team who's completely focused on firepower, but unfortunately last time when we saw them, Reckoning Esports were not really able to live up to the occasion. But let's just hope today's day is a complete different one. Let's move on and look at the overall standings just to have a bit of a clear picture on how the overall storyboard's looking like. CG still at the top for this entire Danger Red. You've also got Hydra, but Hydra's on the second with 68 points. You've got OG there too with 67. But look on the second page. You see Raw Officials with just 3 games, 41 points, and Team Insane with just 3 games, 38 points.
Raw Official and Insane had a ball last night. The way they played, and especially for Raw to come out there, win 2 consecutive chicken dinners, that was something special. But for Team Insane, it has always been about that day number 1 storyline for them. They perform extremely well, but today they have to look on carrying it forward. But as we move on ahead, RTGxIND, another team coming in from the BGIS 24, yesterday was quite phenomenal, getting that Miramar chicken dinner, and even the likes of Gujarat Tigers having no chicken dinners. But look at those finish points, 22 on the board. They certainly look quite dandy.
That's what I'm saying. Right now is the best stage for you to test the waters, and that's what clearly GT is doing. They're taking fights all across the board, and I'm loving to see that. It's an element of surprise that's being brought up inside of the playing field, and we all love to see an aggressive team on the playing board. As you move on towards the latter half of the board as well, you see KARUNADU Esports with just 20 points. Even TGL is right there with 19. You've got TCW with 19 too. 4 a.m. This was a big letdown, I'm not going to lie. In the span of 6 games, they only got 18 points to themselves.
Let's not forget about Carpediem. Another very high roster, another all-star squad, and coming into the iQOO BMPS, we thought they're going to have quite an easy time in round number 1. But suddenly, you could see them struggling. Suddenly, you could see them just playing like headless chickens, just going around taking as many fights as possible. If things weren't worse, take a look at this. This is where the real concern arises. NIY Esports, they've made some big changes in their roster. Team Limra at the 62nd position. Even for the likes of Team Empire, you've got 4 Dominators. So many of the returning names coming in from BGIS 24 haven't showed up.
Over here, hands down, the biggest upset was Team Limra.
Yeah.
Just 3 points in the span of 3 games. It's something we never saw coming. I was having a conversation with the Hindi Desk boys as well, and they mentioned we might just be a little bit too critical on them for now. Let's give them a little bit more of that leeway. But I would still say 3 games are done, and just 3 points from a banner like Team Limra, it's unacceptable.
Had this happened in the previous edition of BMPS or the BGS 24, this could have been still understandable. They still were one of those newer squads, the undergods perhaps. But now they are the seasoned veterans. Now they've been playing in the professional circuit for quite some time.
Exactly.
Hence all that critiques up there, all that question marks. But putting the conversation aside from Team Limra, let's talk about a few positives, especially about Raw Officials. They made a couple of changes, got Anuj to OP into the roster. Yashu went to Weds for Medical Esports, and they're looking quite strong.
Yeah, now it's working wonders. It feels like Raw Officials, they are like a well-oiled machine, and I just hope the same thing keeps on moving up as well. Because, teams usually do tend to dominate in the early phase of a tournament, but then later on, when the time keeps on passing by, that's when they start to choke. And I hope that's not going to be the same storyline with Raw Official, because it's been the same storyline in the past as well. I do not want to see the past repeat itself. But moving on towards another conversation, that's going to be AstroKids. They're looking so promising in their firefights.
Especially yesterday, that game of Erangel, even in the match of Vikendi where they took down Team Limra over there. 2 players have really won my heart, has to be one of them. Levi was one of those players who got, I think, 2 or 3 players of Gujarat Tigers. That was crazy going on. And even for the outliers, I really feel teams like Error Esports and even Elevate did quite well, especially Elevate getting that final chicken dinner. Johnny was all praises about them. And I hope he is predicted for Team Elevate as we take a quick look at what the casters have predicted. For me, it's going to be Team Limra because I believe they're going to stage a comeback. So, Johnny, this time has gone for Reckoning along with you, Necro. So, since you've had that Lady Luck kiss on your forehead, so do you feel like Reckoning, today's their day?
I think so. Reckoning Esports, realizing the fact that they've only got 3 last games left before the grand reshuffles, now it's time to tighten things up. And that's where Reckoning Esports will tend to perform. You move on towards you, Team Limra. You still have a lot of hope, huh?
I mean, I do have hope on Team Limra. I still feel like once Hesperos gets in a good run, it gets into good form, because it kind of takes you back to that final day of the grand finals of BGS 24. Remember Hesperos, then you had Gokul. He went bonkers. Would love to see Team Limra play like this, because even after this, we'll have that reshuffle. We still have 6 more matches to play, but still, considering you're one of the grand finalists, a lot of expectations are going to come in from your side.
Yeah.
But yeah, now let's talk about teams we haven't heard of more. This is where I really wanted to bring in Error Esports. Now, we saw them coming in from Group 4. All 3 games, I must say, they've been having a really good read of the circle.
Yeah, they're doing decent. They start things off on the map of Vikendi, where Error Esports was doing quite nice, taking the fights, coming out on top as well. In those fights, you move on towards the map of Miramar. Once again, a consistent finish for Error Esports, even in the last game of Erangel. Yeah, things were a little bit dandy, I'm not going to lie, but still, at least they managed to catch things back up in the overall standings. As long as they're there in a decent spot, that's all that matters. It's just 3 games done. They've got 3 more games to go. They can easily try and prove themselves that they're worthy to be in the top 64.
Let's hope so. I mean, for Rare Esports, would love to see them get a chicken dinner today. But let's take a quick look at the matchups, because we've talked about that, a little bit of that switcheroo in the schedules, right? We're going to start off with Group 4. So we've got Team Fatality, as you know, ex-Raven Esports. They've also come into play. Yesterday was still a decent day. Team Limra, they really need to redeem themselves. But AstroKids have had a good time. Team Ruthless, cannot say the same about them. But Team Bliss is one of those teams I really want to talk about, because this iQOO BMPS has also been a lot about those returning names, the players with a lot of legacy, the OGs coming back. And for Team Bliss, you know, all these members, Eggy, AJ, Turbo, we've seen them in past under various banners, Enigma Gaming, Gujarat Tigers, TWOB, and for them to reunite once again and have a pretty decent day in the office, I think I'm happy with how they've performed.
For Team Bliss, it's do or die, let's be honest, right? With the way things were going for them in the past, things haven't really been working out. Now it's do or die. If they do not perform in this tournament, there's a high chance we might see the separation for them as well. And if that does happen, I do want to see how things do pan out in the future. But let's speak of the present. Team Bliss is doing really good in the early stages, but I just hope they do not really end things choking up in the final few moments. And something that's never going to choke, that's going to be the device on the screen. That's iQOO Z9S series, which is starting all the way from 17,999. If you move on towards Google and search iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to rupees 50,000.
All you got to do is just partake in that small, easy competition where you have to give some easy answers about the device, the devices, the specifications of the phones, and most of which is flashing in front of your screen right now. So now coming back, we talked about few legacy players making their comeback. There's been another team, our Esports. We've got Regultos.
Oh man,
we've got iQOO into the mix, and yesterday's day is one that they would not like to remember.
It's a big sign of concern. It just feels like it's Team Limra 2.0 now with the way things went for our Esports. Now, let's just hope that they do buckle things up. I really do not want to be too critical on this entire banner because the past hasn't been looking that great for them. So let's just hope these 3 games that they're going to play, they're going to do good. Moving on the conversation towards New Version. It's another returning name. They have been making their presence felt over and over again in the official tournaments. Before New Version, yesterday's day was quite decent. They were getting those decent points, 5 to 6 per game.
I think when we talk about New Version, there's also Honored Rivals that we need to mention of. And they've also had a decent game. Yesterday's Erangel was quite remarkable, but it is time, Necro, that we head on inside of the Battlegrounds. It is going to be game number 1. It is going to be Erangel.
As the plane flight path starts all the way from Lipovka towards down south, and that's going to be Sosnovka military base. Once again, this plane flight path is going to be towards the extremity. If the teams do want to move in towards Georgiapol, Zarki, it will be a tough stretch. It's time to drop in towards the pit stop, get your hands on the basic weaponry, get your hands on the vehicle, and then move in towards their primary drop location.
This flight path trajectory, I must say, is quite decent considering how teams have been facing a lot of that struggle getting to their desired drop location. And I'm pretty sure we're not going to have those early collisions, at least in this matchup at least. But who knows? Because yesterday it was all about knowing the lay of the land. It was all about testing the waters. Now this is the second Erangel that this group is going to be playing up against each other. Yesterday's circle, however, was towards the southern side. And a lot might complain that maybe teams did not get tested. So today, I hope we get to see a defaulty one or maybe something happening around the north. But seems like we might have a little bit of a drop collision there. You can see AstroKids around Milta. They're up with the squad.
Even Bliss up against a few foes. Let's see how that one's going to pan out. All the way towards Lipovka. It's been a while since I've seen a collision towards Lipovka. It's quite an isolated drop location too. And of course, it's going to be the players of NON. They have been someone who's pulling off some weird shenanigans throughout the entire day, and this time Util's being tossed on towards Turbo. He's only got a double-barrel shotgun and a pistol to back him up. This fight seems next to impossible to be converted by Turbo, but you never know. He's a veteran. He has got an experience of being stuck in these type of scenarios over and over again in the past. He can't break through this deadlock. All it takes is the first initial knocker. And even his teammates backing him up. And you try and speak of the opposite fight that's happening between the players of 4 Dominators and AstroKids. And this time, it's Dominators getting dominated by the AstroKids. Considering they've already found the 2 openers. And now they're also looking to deliver the death blow to the 3rd player that's there in the front lines. Shotguns up close and personal. And I don't think so the man's going to be able to defend himself anymore. As even he gets taken out of the game.
An absolute lockdown being posed by the players of AstroKids, giving no space to breathe for 4 Dominators as they get dominated and clobbered down. And instantly out of the lobby for 4 Dominators. They've pretty much been on a spiral down. And for Team Bliss, now you could see a little bit of that assistance coming in from AJ. And now Turbo wants to fight back. He was really cornered. And this is where experience really came into play. Responding back, creating different angles. And now feels like Team Bliss, they have the upper advantage in this particular fight.
They pretty much do. The backup and the cavalry arrives in time, and that's why Turbo is now alive. NON being pushed back a little bit as the time keeps on passing by. Bliss is the one to clench their fists inside of the fight. And they're just looking to hand out the blow. A punch to the gut. That's what they need. Eggy at the top. He's trying to create an off angle. Spots a few players in the front, just waits for him to stand still. And Eggy, he's got the striking advantage, but he's still not striking onto Turban. Now he knows the man's there, but unfortunately, ADS's, when he moves away from the line of sight, it just blows for Eggy. That could have been a free knock.
It's all that information still relayed though. I think he's waiting for that perfect opener. Yeah, he could have certainly taken that shot, certainly could have opened things up. It's all about creating the ripples. We've talked about it, and now Turban does have a little bit of that cover fly to play around, but look at the other players of NON.
Oh no.
In that garage, and any moment, Eggy could really rain in all that death and destruction upon them, as now they decide to escape and elope, and there you go. One spray comes out, already one of the players down and out, and now it is chaos all over the place.
NON, they had no clue what's going on around the field. Presence of mind is lacking from this team. And Eggy perfectly strikes at the right instance. He gets the first knockout and the confirmation too, but look at Turban and what he's trying to pull off. Eggy's now getting pinned down, and it's not a good news at all, but it's completely fine. Still Team Bliss. They've got the man advantage inside of the fight, and it's a major 1-2. A 2-on-4, next to impossible to be converted by the players of NON, and Turban's trying to create that off angle, but Eggy's just playing with him.
Yeah, Eggy knows what needs to be done over here. Turban, he's long lost. Cut off from his pack at this point as Shub, his position pretty much compromised. Sam is going after him. You've got AJ providing that cover fire as Eggy, quite confident, all on his own. Still wants to take that individual fight. Sam coming out of cover, has spotted out one player, but AJ on his sidelines, he still has one of the players of Team Bliss, but Sam taking quite some amount of damage there. And how long can he hold on? That's the big ask as Eggy spots Turbo, and what? He does not take any shots on Turban. He finally does, but Turban, he is literally on the cusp of getting eliminated.
It's not looking too good for NON, but they still do strike back. Turbo gets sent back. Luckily enough, that's going to buy him a decent amount of time, but still not enough. The man's way too low, and hopefully he's got his hands on the meds too to try and patch himself up. Even AJ, he completely eliminates another standing man of NON, and now it's taken down to just Turban. For Bliss, they haven't taken any sort of damage upon themselves. Maybe a few knocks, but it's completely fine. They can recover themselves anytime they want. But look at Turban. Now the man's found the window, and he's just looking to back away from the fight. But I'm pretty sure it's Team Bliss we're speaking of. They're never going to let him back away like that. And Eggy, he's going for the revival on the fallen player. Now's the revival's there. He can try and make the pounce once again. Turban's already backed away way too much. And he just wants to play for the safety lines, but he's going to be denied because Team Bliss is on the hunt, and they're the bloodhounds in the game. They've found the blood trail.
They certainly are. At this point, nice decision coming in from Team Bliss to rather go for the revives than to aggress and maybe take chances and suffer a few casualties. But for Turban, he did manage to find that first hit though, but take a look at him. Barely has any helmet on him. Does have that level 3 armor, but still, against an entire squad, I don't think that's going to matter a lot.
Hey, you never know. We have seen a lot of these moments. A 1-on-4, I would be blessed to witness that. Especially from a team like NON, which is coming out of nowhere. Newer faces on the block, and this is a prime example of them. I would love to see some miraculous moments from these guys too. Turban's all the way in the back line, just playing behind this compound wall, while the opposition team still looking to find that blood trail. They're sniffing around the grass. And now I guess they finally find the player too. Few shots taken from Turban, and he finds the eject as well. What a big mess up that was from Team Bliss. They hand out the death blow to their own teammate. It's pretty much a big throw in the fight. And now look at Turban. He's still looking to fight back even more. Now pulls out the Thompson up close and personal. That's the SMG. That's going to value him a lot more in these fights. And Turban just moving around the compound wall is doing a decent amount of damage, but eventually it will be Bliss to come out on top.
Yeah, Team Bliss definitely win this fight, but with a cost. A cost that might prove quite costly towards the end, considering they almost had that final player, Turbo. In fact, Turban cornered, and yet had to sort of suffer that casualty. It was quite uncalled for, to be honest. What they could have really done was somehow had another player along with him, or they could have done n number of things.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that was an impressive spray though.
That indeed was, not gonna lie, and we were talking about the possibilities of clutch, but still, you know, in such situations, you would try to keep your numbers up, especially after how they opened things up against NON, and had a great start. This time, Erangel did spark a lot of those early fights, Necro. We saw 4 Dominators being taken down by Team AstroKids, and now, even for the players of Team Bliss, wiping out NON officials. That's going to be a good sign. And both these teams have had a fairly good day number 1 for themselves.
Yeah, pretty much. Even Fatality losing out on one individual man. It's not something I saw coming at all. But with the way things kicked off in this game, it was AstroKids facing off against 4 Dominators, where they were just getting dominated by the players of AstroKids. And I've noticed one thing, taking down AstroKids in a proper 4-on-4 fight, it's next to impossible as long as Levi is alive.
Levi and Light, lately, they've really stepped up. And Lavish this time, he gets 2 also. The best part about AstroKids in the previous fight was how they were moving in tandem with each other. Constantly getting those trades, even if one player gets taken down, they ensured that the other gets the returning knock. So that is something that AstroKids have been looking quite good with, considering their performance in the previous BGS 24 was quite dismal. I think, in fact, a performance worth forgetting. But taking a look at the circle, new version, they've got a really good position. Gujarat Tigers this time around. I would love to see with what intentions have they come inside the lobby. Do they want those chicken dinners? Or are they going to go their own merry ways, taking multiple fights, getting a lot of finishes to their names?
I think so. That's what GT will try to do. Just try and get as many elimination points as possible converted in your belt. That's one way to kick things off, right?
Mm-hmm.
For GT, aggression's been the name of the game for this entire banner. That's how it's been working. You try and compare all the rosters in the past as well. They have been playing super aggressive. And once again, this one too, pretty much doing the same thing. This lineup is completely oriented on firepower itself. But let's speak of our official smartphone partner. That's going to be the iQOO Z9S. And this series is starting from 17,999.
Especially when you're getting into competitive, you want to have a taste of that esports lobby. You need the right arsenal of weapons. Certainly, this phone is one of that. Best in the segment. Does offer you those features. If you want to play like Gujarat Tigers, you want to get aggressive right at the face of your opponents. Check out this phone. But coming back to matter at hand, we've got Gujarat Tigers still at a very good position. In fact, this time, they're playing around the center, Necro. So, my presumption over here is they might be playing for the chicken dinner this time around. But for Team Error, this has been a team that has been quite impressive, especially yesterday with how their zone reads were.
Hands down.
Getting a chicken dinner would literally be an icing on the top of the cake for this team. But Team Crore, this is one of those teams that we did not have enough time to talk about. But boy, oh boy, did they give us enough moments worth talking.
I mean, Team Crow, I'm not going to lie. We saw a lot of those mess-ups from them yesterday. And one of those I still remember towards that military bridge where they had the stands going on for themselves and the opposition team came through, utilized the smokes, cut off the entire crossfire, and isolated those duels perfectly against Team Crow. And Team Crow were melted in that duel.
And along with Team Crow, we also saw Team Remorseless. They were also quite struggling.
They were.
Especially one of those returning names. And yeah, they've been kind of under the radar because did not have a very long run in the previous official tournament. But seems like Sai officials, they want to contest Team Error for this piece of land. Matty does have a very good position along with Justy. They have that 2-2 split going in for themselves. And Sai officials, they realize this is a fight better avoided. So hence, they take another path. They go off towards the L building and take control over it. Now, this is one of those circles that has multiple iterations of rotation. And more often than not, we see it heading towards that dip of death, that western dip around that museum area. That is exactly where Gujarat Tigers are positioned at. So, if things go according to the plan, I'm pretty sure Gujarat Tigers, they won't have any troubles getting this chicken.
Interesting. Fatality is still looting up. And Yuva OP, this man does not have any sort of meds on the back. They've got the entire school control, looking pretty good, fluid so far. Probably just going to keep themselves pinned down over here in the same spot for a while. Esports with the prime positioning inside of the circle. You've also got a team like New Version who's constantly able to get those points as well. Not a lot per game, but still it's something that can keep you in the race for at least till the upcoming rounds. But if they do want to be there in the grand finals, they need to amp up the aggression, go for the firefights a bit more.
I really wanted to have this conversation with you. Fatality. We've seen them in the previous BGMI 24, the grand finals. They were known as Team Raven and certainly did win all our hearts. Had a very good positioning even in the grand finals in the top 8. But after that, they've made a small change in the roster. Getting in Yuva Jod, and this time they've replaced Hanzo. Do you think it really works out for them? Something that clicked for you in the previous official, making that big change, and yeah, you do have that chicken dinner. But Yuva OP, his inclusion into the roster, another legacy player though, another returning player into the scene. Do you think it's viable?
Once again, way too early to say anything about this, I would say. Still the early phase of a tournament. You cannot really know if this is the puzzle or the piece of the puzzle that they were missing inside of the entire roster. It might just be a perfect one, but Hanzo as well was doing pretty good. I don't really understand the main reason why they would want to replace Hanzo, but maybe something going on behind the scenes. We do not exactly know what goes on there, but for Team Fatality so far, the run's looking pretty good.
Do you think they're experimenting? Because
yes,
yesterday they had Reaper sitting it out. Today they've got Reaper back. And considering that early win, still somewhere their board is afloat. It's not like they're in some dire circumstances or in deep waters. So I think it's all about that experimentation game going on. Had a quick word with the boys from Orangutan as well. And they had the opinion that, you know what, we're just drawing chits right now. Who's going to be playing in the top 4? We're quite confident that this time we're going to make it inside the grand finals, ensuring that all 5 of our players have their hands hot. And this is the circle shift that we were really eyeing out for. That hard shift going towards that southwest inside, and Team Crow. Necro, now this looks promising for them. Now they can start dreaming for getting that chicken dinner.
Hey, but what you said a while ago, right, that exactly proves my point. In the early phase of a tournament, a lot of these teams do tend to struggle, but the only reason why they're struggling is because they're experimenting.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense, too. They're trying new stuff out. They do not exactly know how to execute that in a proper professional lobby, but they can still afford to take these type of risks, and they're taking those. Which makes a lot of sense, too, if you're a known team. You cannot really take the same type of risks in a scrim because teams are playing in much more of a different mindset. They're not taking that as serious as these type of lobbies. So now is the perfect time to try and experiment.
Of course, you have a lot to lose over here in the official events, and it's still round number 1 and a lot of games to go. So why not try and maybe experiment with a few things around. But for now, as things are, Team RAFN. Now, this is also one of those teams that hasn't really opened up, especially nothing worth remembering for them. They really need to move inside the circle, need to be really mobile. Like our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme 125R.
Yeah.
But Team Crore, look at them. How do you get out of that dip? Because you already are spotted out. The moment you tend to get out of there, you're gonna be shot from multiple directions.
Exactly my point too. Remember, iQOO Solo's holding the same dip, and they got absolutely obliterated in that game of Erangel. That's what's gonna happen with Team Crore too. The only way you can try and play that dip perfectly is by having a few high ground advantages where Ronnie was towards the house. But unfortunately for TC, they've got no one playing that angle. So for TC, there's a high chance they can be screwed when they try to move away. But let's see what the game plan's going to look like. If they do toss a lot of those smokes, that's going to help him make that easy escape. AstroKids peppering shots in the front against the players of PSY. And it's not really going to be doing a lot of things, but considering AstroKids, they already had 4 eliminations, that's going to give them a nice head start to this game. A lot of these teams looking to play it safe. You've still got the mid phase of a game as well, so teams are trying to readjust, understand how the heat of the lobby is going to look like, considering it is still the game 1 of the day.
And we've been loving this about AstroKids, especially if you talk about comparing their performance previous BGIS 24 and this time around. I think the graph has definitely gone up, especially in the kind of confidence that they're starting to exude. You could see them getting involved in all of those fights and those individuals really stepping up. Sheik also being an IGL. She knows how to hold her own grounds. They've been looking quite promising, and I really hope this time AstroKids make it to the further rounds of the iQOO BMPS. And also hopeful that they make it to the grand finals, because it would be a lovely storyline for them. A redemption arc is what they're on, and the same goes for Remorseless. We've seen them in the past, but the present isn't looking shiny.
We've got a lot of these returning names struggling once again. First 6 games done and dusted. But for some teams, they do have this meta going on where they tend to come back in the latter 6 games. We've seen that happen in BGI's The Grind.
Yeah.
So you never know. Maybe they're looking to pull off the similar type of shenanigans over here too. But this time I would say the competition's amped up a bit. It will be tough to pull that off. Comeback stories, yes, possible. But it will be really difficult. Fatality, they're playing towards that Pochinki area. Hulk is the only man towards that entire vicinity, by the way.
Yeah.
The rest of his 2 teammates are all the way back on the high ground on top of the hill. Just waiting for the next circle shift, and this time it's going to center on up. Luckily enough for TC, they do not really need to move right now, but the hilltop is uncontested.
Now, this is one of the circles that I vividly remember. This is exactly the circle in which, I think it was round number 3 where RTGxIND had to qualify. It was the final game. They got that chicken dinner and qualified in style. And for RTGxIND, now this is a squad we haven't talked about a lot, but they have been looking quite promising. But hold on, Team Limra finally under threat, and there you have it. A fight against Remorseless. Limba already picked off, and Team Limra certainly looking to redeem themselves as the cavalry arrive for Remorseless. A little bit of that response over there as Mikami showing no mercy. But where is the cavalry? Where is the backup for Team Limra? It does arrive, but a little too late. But Hesperos, he'll come in with the cleanup, but they have to take it at cost of one of their fallen comrades. That is going to be Dragon.
Nicely done by Team Limra. Solid stuff. Remorseless down and dusted outside of the game. But Team Limra, that's a great start. But as you mentioned, at the cost of 1 player, which is Dragon. And this is the exact start Team Limra needed too.
Yeah.
Now the fact that they've gotten a few points in their hands, this is going to be giving them such a big head start in the overall standings too. This one single game might just propel them at least a few spots. But let's see how it pans out. Team Bliss up against GT. 2 veteran teams facing off against each other. As AJ is there in the outskirts. And the man's just looking to find that angle. Turbo's taking a lot of that damage with the utilities upon himself. The man's pulled out the shotgun too, but unfortunately for Turbo, he moves right into that nade. And Hirsch finds the exact opener he was looking for. And now runs over the man too for Team GT. That's the ideal starter they wanted, and that's what they exactly got too. For Team Bliss, they are scattered across the board in this game. It doesn't feel like they're going to be able to get themselves back up.
Gujarat Tigers, they've gone back to their old ways. They're taking fights on multiple fronts. First it was against Team Bliss, now it is against Team Limra. as Gokul IGL is already down on his feet. Hesperos, he's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders and he crumbles. Poco, the one last man surviving inside that wooden shack, and Gujarat Tigers have snuffed him out of his cover and will put him 6 feet under. Team Limra again, after having that one good squad wipe, they instantly dissipate and instantly erase themselves from the lobby. And AstroKids from the far off fray, they've been getting a couple of knocks, and this time they want to initiate this fight against Psy officials.
GT was looking quite a formidable force, but now you move on towards AstroKids, and they pounce on top of the opportunity that's lining up in front of them. And this one is up against the players of PSY, and you blink it and you miss it. The team's already down and dusted. Team Fatality outside of the game.
What on earth is happening over here? It's so difficult to comprehend. AstroKids, they have got vengeance in their eyes. The amount of squads that they've already eliminated from over here as the circle takes another shift. This time, you've got Team Elevate. Johnny has been talking a lot about this team, and this team is also a serious bunch. We saw them getting that chicken dinner in Erangel, and certainly they are looking forward to replicate it. And look at this. Team RTGxIND making this push on Team Ruthless. I do not know how this is going to pan out. Arif comes out of his vehicle and shreds everybody apart.
Yeah, it's quite a weird push, but it still works out somehow. For RTGxIND, the firepower's on point, and the opponents, they don't stand a chance this time, but maybe GT can, because even they have arrived towards this entire field, and RTGxIND, they're looking to back away from this fight now. They know the alphas, they have stepped in the territory. It's better to just let them live for now. GT, even they do not really want to force things here. Just here to showcase their dominance. Just here to showcase that even they're one of the alphas in the lobby.
A battle between the alphas. Both these teams giving equal respect to each other. They know this is a fight outside the circle. Still a fight where you need to make sure that your backs are clear. And for RTGxIND, we saw both these teams collide even yesterday, but it was in the map of Miramar, where RTGxIND outsmarted Gujarat Tigers. Got the chicken dinner to themselves. Certainly a team that we cannot rule out as of now. But Gujarat Tigers still valuing their position as of now. They know RTGxIND, they have to make a move. Scapes having a different angle. They'd pepper down a couple of bullets, but not enough to get that knock.
Pretty much. Skips is tossing the utils constantly. Another util tossed in the front, and this time it's not going to find the mark. It's way too far away. For GT, it's all good in the hood. For the opposition too, which is RTGxIND, even for them, it's all good. When both these teams are doing really good, it's better to just play your own game, and that's what they're exactly doing. But RTGxIND, maybe they've got different plans. They do want to cross the players of Team GT. Tried to make the pounds, but then they realized it's going to be filled up with a lot of that danger. And maybe you just need to take things a little bit in a back step. RTGxIND is moving quite boldly, and I'm not a big fan of this. Arib is taking a lot of damage upon himself. His buggy is on the verge of blowing up too, and Arib now ejects outside of the buggy in the open. It's not a great stance at all for RTGxIND, on the verge of collapsing too. GT with the high ground, even the team on the opposite side, which is AK, even they've got the high ground. Even RAFN is right next to them, but RAFN, they've got their own troubles to deal with up against the players of Esports and Team Crore.
So many teams caught off guard in the middle of nowhere. This is where we have absolute chaos taking over the virtual map of Erangel as Team Error doing a quick work out of the players over there. And now Justy has been getting a lot of grenade knocks there. And Mr. Spray gets retaliated back. It is going to be Yatin who responds back in quick fashion. But even the players of RTGxIND pretty much in the middle of nowhere, caught between a rock and a hard place. But for Team Crore, that's such a big decision to sort of rotate and stay around the edges, ensure that you want to let Team Error and RAFN fight it out. Whilst from the sidelines, they are dishing out some hefty amount of damage.
Esports just want to play on the trade game because they know they've got the man advantage. The same thing can be said for Team Crore too. It's a three-man strong squad. For RAFN, just down to that one single pillar. I'm not sure what the game stance is going to look like for that team now. Better start playing it as safe as possible and just trying to accumulate as many placements. AstroKids still alive with all the 4 players, but once again focusing on this fight for Team Crow. Backs against the wall. It's time to book it to the safety lines as soon as possible. And Team Crow is constantly taking shots all across the board. But now it's time to send it. Wall of Death starting to move, and Team Crow, they've got no other option than to make it to the safety lines, and that's what they exactly do. And the same thing is also being replicated by the side of GT, but this time they face off against a formidable foe by the name of New Version. And New Version, their version is being completely targeted.
Yeah, they've done this even in the past. Just yesterday in that game of Vikendi, Gujarat Tigers obliterated the entirety of New Version. They know how to pick this fight, but now AstroKids, as they make a movement inside the circle, it is Sheik that stays between the lines, and now she'll also get dealt with. As with it, RTGxIND, I do not know how on earth is Arib even surviving. And there you have it, AstroKids, one after the other, just getting dismantled. You've also got Team Crow over there, and on the northern side, you've got Team Error now reuniting, regrouping as Yatin takes his shot, takes his chance against the players, but eventually forgot to check his 6, and Error make a good work out of him.
Oh no, Justy gets knocked out in the final instance, and now Esports is taken down to a 3-man squad. But it's still completely fine considering they're dominating the entire circle. They've got so much of that playing field, so much of the lay of the land. For Esports, the stars are now aligned. It's time for them to strike. GT's one single individual player can be the table turner too. And Maddie needs to watch out from that one single player. While New Version, they're still facing off against GT, and WindGod has been a big pain in the foot for them. He strikes down 2 players individually, and now it's time to focus on the Vortex. Another nade being tossed. Hopefully this one's going to find the marker, but Vortex, he repositions himself in the right nick of time. A few smokes blew him out, but it's completely useless considering WindGod from the back will stab him to death.
WindGod still out of ammunition. Just 18 bullets on his magazine, and that's all he has to play around with. The other weapon, the S12K, not really ideal in those mid-ranges. As Error still keeping their numbers intact, as WindGod down to his final bullet.
Oh, no.
There you go. Gets taken down, but still a very promising run going on for Gujarat Tigers as Mr. Spray just lines it up against Team Elevate. AstroKids still survive with Lovish, the final member alive, and this time does not have Sheik to play with. Psycho does eliminate him, and now Team Elevate en route to get a back-to-back chicken dinner in the map of Erangel.
They had the momentum from yesterday, and they want to carry it on forward towards today's day as well. Elevate Esports, while they try to make the run towards the safety, they lose out on 1 player. And Esports back up as a 3-man squad, and Mr. Spray, he wants to play a bit gutsy this time, as he's exposing himself quite a bit. Even Johnny from the right's moving up. It's now time to spread yourself out, create those flank angles. That's going to help you find the opener. The initial find is something that's going to turn the entire tide of the fight. For Elevate Esports, they're losing out on the HP, and that's a big concern, and that's what exactly happens. Mr. Spray's able to find the first tide in his hands, and now the string's looking pretty loose from the side of Elevate. All it takes is a few blows, and that string will instantly collapse, and that's what happens. Elevate Esports, this time, they're not going to be able to elevate themselves in a better spot of the standings, but what a game that was from the side of Error Esports.
It's still fine for Elevate, but for Error Esports, they have been meticulously, they've been trying a lot to somehow get those chicken dinners. They've gotten so close, but still, that one win was missing, that one feather was missing, and finally they have it home this time. I think there have been multiple games where we saw Error Esports literally have that smack center to themselves, but somehow always had those issues dealing with all that fight panning out in front of them. This time, however, they went back to the drawing board yesterday, realized what mistakes they were making, and worked upon it, because this is one of those circles that we don't get to see quite often. But yes, kudos to Error Esports. Elevate back-to-back consistent performance in the game of Erangel. Loving what these newer teams are starting to put up on the board.
But you got to feel bad for Team Bliss losing out on that individual man off the rip like that in the first fight where they had the complete advantage. It was a 1-on-4. Only if Team Bliss would have played with all the 4 players together, things would have been different. Team Bliss would have been there in the final few moments with all the 4 players. And who knows, maybe they could have came out on top in the fight where they got eliminated. Before GT, yes, they did get taken down a bit early in the final moments, but still they had so many eliminations to compensate.
For Gujarat Tigers and AstroKids, we were impressed with how they were playing, constantly forcing those fights, and all of that was happening. Yeah, towards the end, WindGod had no other option, but eventually he just fell down. But still, did manage to take a lot of finishes to his name. And again, when you talk about teams from yesterday, Gujarat Tigers, AstroKids, Elevate, Error, everybody having quite a good run. Even for Team Crore, I must say that it's been an improvement considering yesterday's performance. But let's talk about teams that did not improve coming in from day 1 to day 2. And I think we both know who it is.
Yeah, Team Limra.
Yeah, of
They
course.
just got one single squad wipe, and after that, once again, deactivated instantly. What's the exact problem going on with Team Limra? I guess they need to hand out some tips from the side of Elevate Esports because their rotations, they have been flawless, man.
And this time, even Team Limra, they did manage to win that one fight. Did come at a cost, though, but still goes on to say that right after that, they were pushed upon by the players of Gujarat Tigers. Now, drawing parallels, Gujarat Tigers was taking 2 or 3 different fights. They were dealing with AstroKids, they were also dealing with Team Bliss, they wiped them out, and then they came after Team Limra. And whilst all of that was happening, Team Limra just decided to stay passive. They decided to not answer back. They haven't been that aggressive bunch that we know of. They haven't been playing like there is no tomorrow. Now, when they were the underdogs, everybody thought that, yeah, this is just another team. So they had nothing to lose. Now, when all the eyes are fixated on them, that is where they're starting to make mistakes.
Exactly my point. Right now is the right time to strike. Team Limra is supposed to perform right now. This can be the peak of their careers.
Yeah.
If they do not perform over here, that's a big letdown for the fans too, which they have accumulated over the past months. And for Team Limra, if the same run keeps on going on, man, I'm not going to lie, it's going to be a big disappointment for this iQOO BMPS 2024 because this was one of those banners that we all were looking out for.
We certainly were. I think there's no second thoughts about it, especially, we have had this whole conversation around Team Limra, and to the point where I'm feeling that we might be getting a little too harsh, but,
it is
forgive
what it
us
is,
because
man.
it is what it is, right? It is the sports competitive scene. You always have to have your A game on top, but I think it's time we take a look at a couple of stats and figures. As we have the point standings in front of us, you've got Error Esports getting that chicken dinner, get that 20 points home. But AstroKids, look at this.
I know.
13 finish points, amounting to 18 points on the standings.
AstroKids was able to convert so many of those proper 4-on-4 fights. And that too, luckily enough for them, they were able to find those fights quite isolated. Luckily enough, there were no third parties too. So AstroKids, they came out on top in those fights in quite a miraculous manner. Even GT right there with decent amount of points. They've got the consistency flowing. But speak of the consistency not there from a few teams. And that's going to be NoN and Fatality.
Yeah, for NoN, they pretty much got picked off quite early on. But still did manage to take down one of the players of Team Bliss. I think it was Turban, the last player alive, and yeah, that little bit of that vehicle rotation. But still, look at that bigger picture. It was a proper 4v4 fight. And the way it started, NoN did have a very good advantage because they literally had Turbo cornered to that one corner. But still, they did not really initiate that push. They were second-guessing themselves, as a result of which, yeah, we saw how that fight really panned out. Literally were clueless about what was going on in their fight, and Team Bliss really capitalized on it. But yeah, considering the fact game number 1 is done and dusted, we still have Miramar to go. Really fingers crossed that Limra make a comeback.
Hesitating to push in that entire fight, NoN, that just costed them the entire moment. But moving on forward towards the conversation, still they've got 2 more games to go. You never know. The teams that are not doing too good, maybe Team Limra themselves can make a big bounce back in these leftover 2 games. They can get a back-to-back chicken dinner. With that being said, after the first game, now it's time for us to take a bit of a pause. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back within a moment.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better pass the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट।
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch.
I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार। क्या हो रहा है? कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा, तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
The final two matches remain for Group 4, and it is still quite indecisive to say who is going to be at the top, especially with Team Error getting the chicken dinner home. Elevate has been quite consistent as well. Welcome back, folks. You are watching the iQOO BMPS 24, and this time I have my man iSuper Johnny along with me on the desk. So, Johnny, the first game of Erangel, but nothing really changed. It was still that consistent run coming in from Error and Elevate, a team that you've been loving lately. They get a second position once again.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate is a bit of a surprise for me as well, because even yesterday, the one thing consistent about them was the fact that they would always be absolutely invisible in the early stages, show up out of nowhere during the late game stages and just dominate, just like you can dominate as well within your matches, ladies and gentlemen, with our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 17,999. It's a very budget, pocket-friendly option for you to begin your journey in BGMI. And of course, coming back to the conversation about Elevate Esports, as I was saying, show up at the last minute, get as many finishes as you want amongst the chaos, and then just be happy once you look at the overall ranking. But I have to say, Error Esports, one thing I've noticed, always somehow know what the prime spot is in every single circle.
Exactly. Even I'm starting to fathom how do they manage to do this every single time. And it's not just a fluke, right? This is the fourth time they have the circle read correct. And this time they hit the bullseye, get that chicken dinner.
Yeah.
But a quick look at the overall standings before we begin the map of Miramar. That is going to be fun. But now, as things stand, you've got RTGxIND also playing quite well. Gujarat Tigers, they've entered inside the top 10. They're sitting at 45 points. And AstroKids, bro, that previous game of Erangel, that was so good from AstroKids. Had 13 finishes to their name, started off with a drop clash, wiped the entire opposition, and then went on to dismantle the entire lobby.
Man, no one was believing me when I said that AstroKids might actually do well. And again, I mean, this team has been phenomenal. Last time they showed up, I think it was the lack of experience that was clearly visible in their performances. This time they've picked up the pace, are being more aggressive. I mean, we saw on the overall leaderboard just a single digit in terms of the placement points, and yet doing exceptionally well for themselves. With a few more matches to go, I think it's all about just keeping this momentum going, not stopping in their tracks, because if they slow down, then they might be in trouble. But look at this, everyone else, it seems like had just taken a drop. No one has moved forward, so we're going to head to the next page of the rankings. Even Team Fatality not really having a fun time in this match.
I think just barring that one Weekendy chicken dinner, Fatality, they've also been on a little bit of that decline as well. But if you talk about improvements, I feel like Team Crore, they've taken a bit of a high there. 17 points is where they're sitting at. Still 2 more matches to go. And the previous game of Erangel wasn't really that great, but it was still an improvement if you consider the performance yesterday, which was quite disappointing. And now this is where the real concern arises, because Team Limra, look at them, just 4 points accumulated out of this one. 57th rank is where they are. I mean, I cannot digest, and this is such a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, it is actually. I mean, considering, I mean, we were very impressed with how this team played in the recently conducted and concluded BGI's 2024. It seems like it's not the same team anymore. Even though the players are same, their play style has not changed, and it seems like they are just being constantly read like an open book by everyone else. Especially, I mean, what happened in this game, right? That first fight, the 4v4 that happened was perfect, right? But then as soon as something else happened, which was Gujarat Tigers finding that one knock, Limra, they just start scrambling all over the place, and there was no recovery for them. Gujarat Tigers, there were 2 players left standing in that fight. They could have recovered. There was so much smoke lobbed out. They had a soft cover to play around and try and manipulate and try and outmaneuver the players of Gujarat Tigers, but that did not happen. And again, I mean, it was just so much pressure upon them. They did not know what to do, got absolutely lost in that fight and lost their lives.
To be honest, to conclude, what I really feel about Team Limra right now is they're going through that rough patch, something that Orangutan used to have earlier. They tend to fight their own demons and eventually succumb. Because even when you talk about Team Limra, you cannot see that intent to show that fighting spirit, right? They're not initiating those fights. They more often than not, they've been the ones on the defensive side always. Even when they have that opportunities, they have failed to strike. So I really hope in the final 2 games, they go for a very big one, because one quick look at the matchup and Team Fatality, another team that we have to eye out for.
To simplify what you were saying about Limra, to put it in a few words, overcomplicating the simplest decisions. That is what has been happening. Shoot first, ask questions later. I think that should be the mentality moving forward, considering, as you mentioned, only 2 more games remain. And Fatality, I think, now I don't know. I mean, was Weekendy just a fluke?
At this point, we need to start thinking about that, because just barring that game of Weekendy, they have literally been struggling to sort of get those points for themselves. So Miramar, again, being one of Team Fatality's good maps. We have seen some decent performance come in the past, but seems like the past has been buried. And I don't feel like even Team Fatality for Team Limra, they're not showing that signs. They're not engaging in those early fights. To be honest, they aren't really playing like the grand finalist of the BGS 24.
Exactly, I completely agree with that. And I think it is going to be interesting to see how, in fact, they try to recover. Because then again, I mean, it could be the fact that maybe we are being too critical right now, right? It could be us as well. We were too hopeful.
Are we to be blamed, though?
I mean, maybe yes. I think our mouths are going to be shut if they show up in the second half of round 1 and just end up dominating. Because right now, I think what we need to look at is everyone just wants to qualify. Everyone just wants to land within that top 64 bracket. And somewhere along the lines, I think with how the games have been turning out, at least the average for that middle pack right now falls somewhere between the late 20s and the early 30s as of now. If we were to follow the same trend in the second half, I think the cutoff is going to fall between the 60s or maybe somewhere between the mid-70s as well. It can go up as high up as the mid-70s, I believe. If we take into account like 6 to 7 points should be the average for the middle pack. But even that seems like a lot right now with how the struggles are going for all of these teams. So, I mean, it is going to be interesting. Maybe there's going to be a door left open for them once they return. But before that, this. And when I say this, I mean the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be an interesting one for sure. And again, the big bird takes to the skies, and it is going to start the flight path starting from the northwestern quadrant on the map, and it is going to end towards the southeast. And so we have a default flight path that everyone loves and welcomes with open arms fixes. This is going to be a diagonal flight path from La Cobriera till the south of Los Leones.
Much breathable flight path, to be honest. And none of these teams are going to have any issues whatsoever getting down to their desired drop locations. But coming back to the conversation that we were having is again something that Necro and I, we both discussed, and we kind of agreed that these teams built up that expectations and heading on into the grand finals till that first stage, and to watch them struggle like this, it is quite difficult to believe. But when you talk also about the cutoff, Johnny, I think 45 to 50 point has been that sweet spot, because when you look at crossing over 60, that is where the upper echelon resides. We see the likes of 8-Bit, Silly, all the other teams that have performed so well, the likes of Carnival, they've crossed 80.
80s,
but you still have the I mean, they are a cut apart. Now, when you look at teams around that 5th to 10th marker out of the 128, majority of them are around that 50 to 60 marker. So still, when you look at the threshold, it still has to be around 45 to 50 is what I believe, looking at the state of the current overall standings. But who knows, if they push the bars high, we might get to see a higher cutoff. And this is again after which we'll have this massive reshuffle, then 6 more matches, and we do not know where all these teams would be grouped with and who they would be up against. But now, taking a look at this flight path trajectory, I don't see any team colliding against each other. Do you?
Yeah, man, this one. NON up against Era. And these aren't the only 2 squads, by the way. Yeah? They are surrounded by the players of Remorseless. There's Team Crow in the distance as well. And it seems like Mr. Spray found the weapon while his opponent found the vehicle.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of a cover fire as well coming in from the other side from the players of NON. And Well, Mr. Spray, he's taken some damage upon himself, looking to run back to that building for some concrete cover, so he will get that safe haven for himself. But look at this. Oh, no! This is just brutal. Remorseless. Well, they're going to have a lot of remorse after their journey comes to an end. Not really off to a good start. And now going up against 4 Dominators. But my goodness, I spoke a little too soon. Remorseless. They're finding those frags for themselves. And it is a squad wipe. What just happened? San City, 3 frags secured. And the floor wiped with 4 Dominators.
The final player surviving, Scorpio. I don't know if he has
gonna get
anything to say about this, because for 4 Dominators, previous game of Erangel, they also got clobbered down. Gets into the players of AstroKids, but Scorp, he responds back. Gets that knock onto with San City. The Danger Man still out of the picture now. And Scorp, he needs to somehow patch himself up, but does not have a first aid on him. Risley needs to provide that constant cover fire, needs to buy enough time for the cavalry to arrive back and for them to reinitiate in this fight.
And my apologies, it's Team Ruthless. And they are being ruthless in this fight, but Scorp, I mean, we expected him to secure that finish as quickly as possible. He hasn't succeeded, though. Too much pressure now. And look at that Team Ruthless. They are on their way to recover their fallen comrade as well. Isha clones in to build up that pressure and continue to build up that pressure on the last surviving player, Scorp YT. And I don't think he's going to be able to run anyway. She has 25 rounds in the magazine, 13 in the backpack. But that's not going to matter. Scorp is going to get spotted out. Just a few shots on his body. He might get finished off. Isha takes a lot of damage. Switches over to the DBS. Even if a pellet connects, he's done for. And there it is. That has to be one of the longest DBS frags we have seen.
Oh, they have lost it at this point. Especially the way they were showing that courage, the cojones there. But now, Esports, they somehow find themselves in a little bit of a pickle. One of their players already taken down. It seems like they do not want to be a part of it, but Remorseless. Now all these teams that haven't really performed that well, realizing that final 2 games remain, they want to show their true colors, play as if there is no tomorrow. Lemba cooks that grenade. Matty takes a little bit of that beating, but still far from getting knocked off. But he retreats, finds no cover though. Has his teammates on the backlines, but Team Remorseless, they still want to see the end of it.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way Esports, they make their way out of this. Remorseless, they've had the sweet time to just try and isolate Matty. One thing though, Limra, it seems like he has no information as to where exactly Matty went behind that ridge. He had that nade perfectly cooked, the distance was perfect. He just lobbed it a little towards the right. But look at this from the backlines. Here comes the backstab. New version closing in, and Vortex, he finds that knock. Limba, he's going to get finished off. And Remorseless, now they will feel a lot of remorse as I was talking about it. These aren't the only teams in this position. If you remember, when the game began, Esports, they had that soft little drop clash against the players of NON. Do not forget about them, because they will be there in the distance. And if they by any chance see all of this chaos or hear any of these sound cues, they will have the option of closing in on this position and looking down on those stragglers, looking to pick off those stragglers. But new version, they are going to look to clean up. Remorseless in a very awkward position. Esports as well. Both the teams have lost 2 players. And what was that out in the open? Switching seats on the vehicle. Johnny closes in on the ridge, whiffs the spray completely. And now he's just walking into the line of fire of new version. But Pixis, did you see at the radar a few moments ago? Or in fact, look at it right now. NON.
Yeah.
They are moving in.
They surely are, and would love to fancy their chances in this one, but Mr. Spray gets picked off. This is exactly what you were talking about. NON also realizing they lost Miramar in the first week, and they have to deliver. Turbin gets that knock and finish, but new version are literally all over the place.
Yeah.
Salvaging whatever remains, all the scraps here and there. Somebody needed to put a stop at them, and seems like Rush Boy, he has had enough.
Yeah, new version, they're just scrambling and running around for those finish points. They need to prioritize the teams with a man disadvantage, which right now are going to be Remorseless and the players from Esports. But NON, they're not going to allow new version to back off from this fight. Rush Boy, he had a brilliant flank to work with, did utilize it to find that frag, but King in the backlines can't shut him down, although Rush Boy dishes out enough damage to push him into the backlines. And now, NON, they're going to look to make this push All of the heads of the players are focused in this direction. They're going to get in those vehicles and move out of this position. But Rushboy, it seems like he does not want to re-engage into this fight all alone. Or maybe NON, they do not want to engage in at all. Yes, they are moving out in the opposite direction. Disengaging completely. They're going to be satisfied with that one finish that they have already. And why take unnecessary risk, right? I mean, they're already in the prime spot inside of the circle, quite close to the center, just a little bit towards the west. So no incentive to risk their lives, risk their survival inside of this game to go for those unnecessary early fights.
I think the idea over here by NON for just backing out of here is these are the early stages of the game. And when I saw at the loadouts, you could see those shotguns, but Vortex, quite careless, had no idea where Johnny went and hid himself, eventually coming down to this compound to loot and suddenly gets startled. And yeah, that is a little bit of a brunt that they have to deal with because new version had been going all out and did not know where to apply those breaks as this time, new version still enraged. King and Mikey, they come in after Johnny. A 1-on-2 situation for him. Already has started cooking off that grenade, but eventually blows himself up. I thought he would take that fight. Come on.
Johnny knows it's not the same tournament we are all thinking about, right?
Oh my god. Yeah.
Someone please update him about
format,
the rules. Yeah. No need to deny any sort of early points. No one gets anything extra. Well, who cares? New version, look at them. I love these guys, man. They do not care. He ends up wiping himself. They're like, all right, guys.
Give us your loot.
We still get the loot.
Because that is what I was wanting to express. Because all these teams, these are those fights happening where majority of them actually wanted to loot. And considering nobody had an abundance of it, and we could see so much breaking out. So I think a good thing for us nonetheless, and for all our viewers getting to see some early action. But you want to see AstroKids get into that early action as well. Considering this team has been so aggressive. The first game of Erangel, 13 finishes to themselves. And this circle shift, going a little down south. And now the questions arise. So many teams around that northern side. Gujarat Tigers and AstroKids coming in from that western angle. If they take control of the southern hills, that could be a good spot. But what would be even more lovely is both of them taking a fight early on. Proper 4v4.
Yeah, WindGod, I mean, I believe he was yesterday very upset with Sheik and what she did. Distracted him from that play towards the players of RTGxIND. And again, as we were talking about AstroKids, Levi, he was the iQOO MVP of that previous match. 5 eliminations, 38% finish contribution in the previous game. And yesterday, what an absolute throw from the players of Gujarat Tigers in the same map, the map of Miramar. But we'll come back to that in a bit. It seems like we have RAFN going up against the side of Sai Official. Delta Jord already knocked and finished, so he's not going to be a part of this fight. And before this fight even commences, before RAFN feel any real pressure, look in the distance, we have the players of Bliss already preparing for a third-party assault on both of these teams on the broken building. And the players of RAFN, Frankie is going to be knocked. And Sai Official, even they are taking a lot of damage upon themselves. Chandan knocked out as well as Dictator finds that knock for himself. But this is the green signal that the players from the side of Team Bliss were looking forward to. And now finally the Hunters move in for the prey. And Eggy is going to lead the charge. Here's the first one, looking for a few more before anything can happen. As soon as they push through the smoke, and absolute chaos on the first floor of this broken building. Crates come in, but they are still in the favor of the players of Bliss. And they find 2 extra knocks off of this. But all of this unnecessary action between Bliss and the players of Sai Official. Guess who gets the actual advantage of this? It is RAFN. They just held back, and now instead of running into a 4v3 or getting pushed upon into a 4v3, they get to take a much more even fight. A 3v3 situation against the players of Bliss. A duel comes in, Turbo goes down, the advantage swings in the favor of RAFN. Sam, he's going to be the last player left standing, and there it is. The cleanup comes in. 2 eliminations on the board, but at least they are still alive to survive for the rest of the match.
Yeah, they see the end of it for RAFN. Eventually, the ones being aggressed at. That was a nice decision to back off, and Team Bliss, they got again a little ahead of themselves, just initiating that fight. And being a little impatient over there, could have really let it simmer. Could have really let RAFN fight it out first. But eventually, they were also thwarted off. It was a frontal assault, and nothing lost for Team Bliss when you look at it. And you talk about amazing fights, RAFN really coming in, back into it in a good fashion, just like our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S. But as the dust settles, we've got another fight coming in front of us. It is going to be Fatality. Maybe intending to take a fight against New Version, the final 2 players remaining. And they've been cornered down inside this little compound. It's all about getting that first opener and then acting upon it. But look at that. Seems like they caught themselves in the middle of nowhere, because RTGxIND from the far off fray, they come in and deliver.
Yeah, and Team Fatality, they're the ones who might suffer the fatal wound in this one. As you mentioned, RTGxIND chiming in from the northern side. And they aren't the only ones who can be a big threat to the players of Fatality. There are a few teams in that cluster, NON being one of them. But RTGxIND, they move along their merry way, looking to move east. Oh, Yatin. Steve has heard the buggy on the other side, and Arif should be able to spot Yatin out as well. But as we were talking about NON, they run into the players of Remorseless for the 2nd time, I believe, in this match.
It would be lovely. Especially with Remorseless not having the best of numbers. And for NON, they were pretty much the ones who like to stay on that sidelines and get the third party done. This time, however, surrounding the players of Remorseless, Aluman, he needs to watch out. He has that arm to play around with. But 3 players just moving in like a pack of hyenas. Any given moment, the strike could be upon him. He prepares himself for the assault as the door opens up. Let's loose off those bullets, get one, but then you go see it. Instantly knocked out, traded off as Remorseless. That was all she wrote, and Mikami, courtesy to that grenade, gets finished off for NON. They have 3 finishes without any casualty. A really good start in the map of Miramar.
Yeah, that is an amazing start indeed, but before they can celebrate, the players from the side of Fatality show up. And Remorseless, at least they have all of their players to prepare themselves for this fight. A spray comes in. 2 players instantly hit the floor. Reaper from the backlines. He's going to try and provide at least some support for his teammate. But it's not going to be easy because Rush Boy, he's rushing forward. Another one hits the floor. And this might be the end of Fatality. And the jump shot from Turban. It's all over. 7 eliminations. NON, they are on fire in this game.
Turbinator performance coming in from Turban over there. Especially Fatality making some fatal mistakes in that particular fight. All of the players coming in from that one direction. And Turban having that flank angle over there. Just mows down to. And then, of course, Reaper did manage to fight back. But Hulk so much out in the open. The panic really ensued. And Fatality again. A very big fall. A fall very difficult to really live with, especially considering that you've been the grand finalist of the recently concluded BGIS 24. But hold on, Team Limra. They've got formidable foes in front of them. AstroKids, who are just trying to gauge the situation, scar the land, form a good angle, and then maybe strike.
I have to say, Fixes, though, and I need to say this.
Yeah.
Thank you to these teams. I thought I was going to have to wait 20 minutes to see another frag in this matchup, just like yesterday's Miramar. But it seems like today all of them are extremely pumped.
Yeah, I think, yesterday's Miramar was still one of their early games in the iQOO BMPS. Then this is one of those conversations Necro and I, we had a chat about. For all these teams, it's all about testing that water, so eventually that slow pace. But now, everybody just realizes where the opposition drops, but putting everything aside, it's all about, teams getting into that chuck it mentality.
Yeah.
It's like, let's go for as many finishes. Let's get as much points as we can gather. And I'm pretty sure, even the map following this, Sanhok, this would be also fun in those early stages. But now, the good thing is that the final circles will be much more breathable, especially for the ones that have been struggling. They've gotten a certain decent amount of points. And we've been talking about the cutoff being pushed off a little bit.
Yeah.
So this time, who knows? We might be looking at 50, 55 to 60 territory.
Yeah, I think late 50s, mid 60s. Worst case scenario, it pushes to the late 60s and goes into the early 70s. That's going to be the worst case scenario. I think Maisie was off of this opinion that maybe after the reshuffle, the teams at the bottom are going to go absolutely YOLO. But the problem with going YOLO is it's a high risk, high reward situation. And high risk, high reward always means there's a high risk as well. You do end up getting wiped out. Yeah. And if the teams at the bottom do play with that sort of mentality and then again and again keep getting wiped out, that means the cutoff can drop as well.
I mean, when you talk about the entire point of all these teams at the very bottom, but before we get into that conversation, a huge shout out to our official mobility partner, the Hero Extreme 160R, and thank you so much for being a part of this and making things better in the grand finals. Also, we'll see the MVP and the lone survivor and the sexy color. I love it. Now, coming back to that discussion that we were having. Yes, of course, these teams have realized that yesterday was not a good day in the office. Today, we have to go for that final push because next week you do not know what you're chartering into.
Yeah.
You will be matched up against unknown teams once again. You would still have that little bit of that read on where they tend to drop. That sample size is there. But the gravity of the lobby is going to be completely different as to how you're going to be group-like and who is up against you. Who knows that you might have a drop clash with one of the other teams. So might as well make all the mistakes in week 1 and then in the week 2 of round number 1, that is where you need to have that perfect game.
Yeah.
But this in the game of a battle royale, this is what happens, right? One team performs while the other team does not. But everybody is putting in those efforts as the circle has also shifted away. And this time, Gujarat Tigers find themselves in a really good spot. But the big question, Johnny, do you still believe that they're going to get a chicken dinner in this one?
I mean, it's going to be difficult, man.
Look at Elevate, though.
Yeah, they have to fight a huge cluster. Elevate has always just been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, Elevate, as of now, we haven't really seen them in any fights in this particular game, but I think they always wait for like stage 5, stage 6 to start using their weapons. And even in this matchup, look at what they are prioritizing right now. They're prioritizing that western high ground. But before they move in, I think a few individuals do come across the players or the remaining survivors from the set of AstroKids. AstroKids down to their last player. Levi running in. Corey, he finds that frag, and AstroKids, they're going to hit the floor. I think one last player from the set of AstroKids is left. It is Light, and he might be just hiding in the distance. There he is, up that hill. Can't really do much. But as we were talking about Elevate, they were trying to prioritize that western hill on the western edge of the circle. The one thing that stopped them is one of the players from Elevate just moving in, realizing that, all right, NON has already taken control of that mountain, and now we are stuck on that low ground. And they have to fight for the compound where the players of AstroKids were hiding. They've cleaned it up. But another trouble that waits for them on the other side is Gujarat Tigers. But hey, it might be revenge in the store. Dark Lord looking to lob that nade towards the players of RTGxIND. It goes out, dishes out no damage. Ralphie, Arib, and Radeon, they're just running around in circles right now, trying to confuse this man.
Because, of course, for Team Elevate, the confidence is surging through their veins. They know they've played really well, and this time really not shying away from those fights. That's really a good thing. And for AstroKids to fall down like that, maybe they did not see it coming. Maybe they did not have their teammates around them. Because just two of them and an entire squad just decides to charge in on them. And that is where the list of troubles did not end. Had they even won that fight, who knows? Gujarat Tigers could have just pounced on them. So that's a different story. We saw the players of RTGxIND also closing in on the players of GT as Harsh this time. The shots are connecting, but ooh, one last bullet onto its Lobster.
He still gets it though.
he has flattened out that buggy, that's for sure. But now still they're in muddy waters. For RTGxIND, they need to reposition themselves and find some covers. But who knows if GT are going to even give them a chance. But from the backlines, it's going to be Team Limra that decide to go for a strike. And Skips, he's down on his knees.
Limra, they found that opening, but putting pressure upon the players of Gujarat Tigers, it's not going to be as easy as they think. In the meanwhile, the circle shifting between the players of RTGxIND and Elevate. So even when they do not get a good position on the map, Elevate, they still get the next circle itself. I don't know if that was prediction or just pure luck favoring them. And complete control of that southern edge as well. Limra on the other side, they've made it to the top 10. Only one finish on the board. They're going to look to build some pressure on the players of RAFN, who are stuck outside the zone right now. And Limra, they're going to try and gatekeep this team as well. 3 players on this slope.
This is such a tricky circle. Especially just barring Team Elevate when you look at the terrain. So much out in the open. This is where you need to have your vehicles along with you. And Elevate at this point, they must be thanking their stars and also their players, the way they took that fight against AstroKids. Otherwise, it could have also been AstroKids' game, but still can't really rule out Light. He has been also a very good individual performer if it comes down to just taking those frags. But Gujarat Tigers, yesterday, they kind of messed that one up. It was a similar southern circle. Almost had the chicken dinner in their grasps, eventually just to let it go. But still, Gujarat Tigers, I think no complaints from my side. The way they've been playing have been quite aggressive. RTGxIND also quite decent. But Team Limra, this has to be the game. This has to be the game where they need to find a chicken dinner. And not just a chicken dinner, Johnny. They have to get a lot of finishes to justify and somehow redeem themselves back inside of this tournament.
I think they're playing decent. I have no complaints from the Tigers themselves.
I'm talking about Limra.
Yeah, Limra needs to do a lot. Limra has done absolutely nothing right now. I don't think this one game is going to do anything to for their redemption arc. In the meanwhile, Lobster, I love this no fear attitude, right?
Yeah.
He knows that there are more players in front of him and knows he's quite exposed from every single direction. Still, walk in the park, putting a first aid inside of the blue, does not seem to care. But Team Crow, they make a sprint for the zone. And well, this is going to be in the wrong direction because they find themselves caught between the crossfire.
Whoa.
RTGxIND Radeon, he's going to hit the floor. Yatin gets traded out, but Clutch got in the back lines. He should be able to take advantage of all of this chaos. The nade gets lobbed in.
Ralphie somehow did save the day over there.
What happened there?
It was Ralphie, you know, from the backlines. He cleared off the players of Team Crow, but eventually we know Clutch got. He did lob that grenade though, but no finishes coming in from his side. Yeah, just missed by a margin.
Did he lob a nade or a smoke?
I mean, I don't know. Was it all a ruse for him? He still has a couple of grenades. So, yeah. It was a little bit of a misclick maybe. But regardless, whatever the case is, Gujarat Tigers still this match under their control. They've got that higher grounds. They've got the players of Team Limra pinned out. And for Team Limra, it is going to be such a tough rotation inside the zone. You've got Team Elevate. Have that perfect 2-2 split going on. 2 players already inside the circle. And Light, oh my god. This is a deception right in front of their faces. But Dragon snuffs him out and Poco will see the end of it. Gets that final finish. But look at this. Team Elevate way out in the open. And Dragon, what is he doing on the road sleeping like that?
This is what I was talking about. Team Limra seems like they are a little lost inside of this match. Front line's absolutely compromised, and yet they just stay out into the open, thrown down in the middle of the road, looking for that crate. How greedy can you be? But Gujarat Tigers, they've kept their numbers in check, kept their numbers intact. All 4 players still in this matchup. Clutch got finally looking for those frags. NON on the other side, finally feeling the pressure from the players of Elevate Esports. Shub OG knocked out. Rush Boy and Ake in the back lines. looking to survive, but there's a lot of pressure upon them as well from the players of Team Ruthless, who did have a pretty big victory in a 4v4 in the early stages of the game and getting a squad wipe in their hands. They made it to the top 4 of this match as well. WindGod secures another finish for his team. Isha in the front lines on the other side of the ridge. Can't really do much. Once the DBS gets spammed inside of that smoke, you have to accept defeat, and she does. Team Ruthless, they're going to be wiped out from the game. We are in the top 3 of this matchup. Gujarat Tigers with the high ground advantage. They will look to do what they weren't able to do yesterday, and that is secure the winner-winner chicken dinner on this map of Miramar, with Elevate Esports also down in numbers and left bleeding. I don't think it's going to be too difficult for the players from the side of Gujarat Tigers to secure this chicken dinner.
For Gujarat Tigers, I think they've been quite meticulous about this. This time they know when to apply those breaks. But WindGod, this man is on a mission. He's on this war path to redeem himself. Every single game you see him being the IGL of the team, and yet he somehow manages to get the maximum amount of finishes. And really, really wants to open up his hands. But now Dragon spotting out Harsh in the far of fray. Gets that opener for GT. Instantly switches on towards Dark Lord. As Team Limra have somehow survived that hemorrhage. But Gujarat Tigers having that high ground, they will commit everything to try and save Harsh, as Dark Lord also comes in to provide that assistance, as Goku leading the charge on his backlines. He still has Poco to give that cover fire, but not anymore. Psycho strikes, and Team Limra suddenly in a whole world of trouble.
The saving grace for Gujarat Tigers isn't themselves, it is this man from the side of Elevate Esports. Psycho taking full advantage of the fact that Limra did not realize that he had a line of fire available to him. Takes down a few extra players, and Elevate, they are closing in on the players of GT as well, who are left with 2 players standing. So there is a possibility that Elevate can still equalize the numbers in their favor and look to secure this chicken dinner. The game is still not over. A scramble for control, a scramble for that high ground advantage. Gujarat Tigers, they're going for those revives, and they have gotten their teammates back on their feet. But Corey, hiding behind this tree, sees Dark Lord head towards him, dodges the buggy with the shotgun, finds the opening. Dark Lord instantly finished off. 3 players left on the side of Gujarat Tigers. The spray inside the smoke fails to connect, and Corey is still looking for a few extra frags before either Elevate secure this win or before they get wiped out. And Limra on the other side have just decided to back off completely.
Gujarat Tigers, I am still not really understanding why they want to do all of this. This was a chicken dinner that could have been easily secured, and suddenly Dark Lord decides to head in all by himself. We've seen them in the games of Miramar always have a good promising position, and yet somehow managed to just make things difficult for themselves. As the final 3 teams, you've got Elevate, you've got Team Limra, all on the sidelines. Gujarat Tigers still having that high ground for themselves, but they also need to descend from the hills over here. Corey and Psycho, they have played extremely well. 9 finishes already for Team Elevate. The consistent run still continues as WindGod. This time, this man has no fear once again. Gets the job done, but Scapes in turn has been knocked out. Team Limra, the floodgates for them have opened up. This is where they decide to strike, but now WindGod, look at that. He's still holding the fort, and now his Sparrows and Dragon do not have enough cover to play around.
Well, this is definitely the end of this match. Gujarat Tigers, they have a man advantage to work with. And Team Limra, alright, no utility on Hesperos to lob to the other side. Even his teammate not looking good over there, right next to him, Dragon OP. And Gujarat Tigers with this numbers advantage do find the opening frag. It's a 3v1 situation, and Limra, they again miss out on the win. But Gujarat Tigers, now this is a story of redemption, at least as far as the map of Miramar is considered. They absolutely threw the game yesterday, but the good thing is they learned from their mistakes and they pushed together this time, all of them.
Yeah, finally. I mean, up to a point when Dark Lord went in with that buggy, I thought, it's over. It's over. This team is going to crash out. But then the other players got back to their senses like, guys, we did that yesterday. Today, we need not replicate it. And this time, I think, again, WindGod, I think...
He stayed back today.
And he's not staying back, Johnny. He is the man with no fear on him.
Yesterday, he pushed.
He pushed. This time, he was like, Dark Lord, you go. Maybe we'll provide cover fans. Like... You got it. But today, I think in this game of Miramar, I think Team Limra, we wanted them to play well in Miramar. Not a chicken dinner, but still getting that second, second position on the list was quite commendable. A little bit of a comeback story from their side, but Team Elevate, who are these guys? Especially considering, you know, they have been having such good stellar runs. Yesterday's final game of Erangel Chicken Dinner, the previous one they got a second position. This game again securing a second position, and just not by surviving. They're also getting those finishes to back it up with.
Yeah, but their playstyle is very unique, and not just unique, I mean, it is very restricted to how they play, because their positional awareness, it seems like it is absolutely phenomenal. There is no beating that in terms of predicting the zones and moving in extremely late. This is like watching watching Gladiator Esports from the BGI's 2023. You remember the extreme late rotations. They would just stay on the edge, just wait for everyone to do their thing. Stage 5 is when we would see them in the fights, right? That is what Elevate has been doing. Again, look at this, right? They just stayed in a corner. They just observed, and then towards the late stages, they start picking up those loose stragglers, people who are unaware where Elevate Esports is. They just go for those punishes rather than making proactive plays. And it is very unique, and I don't think anyone else will be able to execute this as successfully as Elevate Esports have so far.
For a moment, it really felt like Team Limra had the better of the players of Gujarat Tigers, because they had a couple of knocks to their names. But right after, you could see the players of Team Elevate coming in, and suddenly Team Limra find themselves in that whole kerfuffle. And then you could see, of course, gave enough time for GT to recuperate themselves in that situation, then suddenly decide to send Dark Lord towards Elevate. So it was a little bit of that trifecta situation building up, each one hurting the other, and eventually GT having that King of the Hills position to themselves. I think towards the end, they picked their fights really nice. First, they go on, take down Elevate for good, and then whatever remained of Team Limra was also dealt with. So in order, they get a good chicken dinner this time, something that was missing. But for Gujarat Tigers, they've been having such a good run, at least in the round 1 of the iQOO BMPS 24. For Team Limra, nice recovery. This time we saw even the likes of Team Ruthless, who was struggling so much. They make a comeback. NON officials, in fact, Turban, the way he dealt with Team Fatality, the moment they decided to third party on them, I think that is also worth commending.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal fight, by the way, because NON, they just wiped out a 2-man surviving roster from on a different team, and from there, I think they did not expect someone to third party so instantly, and I think Fatality made the wrong assumption that maybe NON had taken a lot of damage, because NON, I don't think a single shot connected on any one of their players. So all 4 individuals from the side of NON were quite healthy. And as soon as Fatality moved in, assuming at least these players are going to be low, they were not greeted with kindness once they approached that church building.
Especially Turban with that spray just taking down 2 players in a single mag, and then to just follow it up, he was flying high. But Gujarat Tigers, this time, not a lot of finishes, but a chicken dinner is what they wanted, and they got it. But Elevate, the beacon of consistency, 14 points also in this game. Team Limra, finally that 11 points. I think I can say they're starting to stage their comeback. And you've been talking about Team Ruthless. Look at that. 7 finishes, a team that was absolutely struggling. Same goes for NON officials. For them to strike back like this, I think I'm happy about it. AstroKids, I think this is something which is fine. One bad game, it's okay. Esports also a little bit of a letdown in this one, considering how they were stuck in such a bad position. And even for Crore, the first game we saw them, they had such a good position, nice gameplay coming in from their side. But now again, that little bit of a letdown. Feels like it was all a fluke.
Yeah, but I mean, starting off with AstroKids and Esports, I think they have earned the luxury of missing a few matches. They have been consistent so far, right? This was the first bad game we noticed from both of these two teams. And AstroKids, to be very honest, I was still very impressed. They lost players in segments. Sheik was the first one to go, then that 2-man roster, unfortunate that they were met with the players of Elevate over there, and Elevate in a 2v4 situation, they picked them off. Light was the last survivor sitting in a car for some reason, out in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the road, and it took so long for the players of Team Limra to realize, hey, there's a man sitting on the front seat before they'd finished him off. But again, AstroKids, they were playing for survival as soon as their men numbers were down inside of the team. So that mindset of playing for points, no matter what cards you are dealt, I think I like that from them. But let's see how the next game is going to turn out for these guys after this very short break.
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really.
Hey, but have you all seen it?
Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024, and it has been an amazing start to the journey, and of course an amazing recovery from a lot of the teams from Group 4 of Set Red. But Necro, their last game of first half of round 1.
I know. You do understand you're saying that, yes, recovery from a side of the team Limra, but still, man, it's not exactly recovery, let's be honest. They do not really have a lot of those points accumulated.
That is what I wanted to tell Fixtures as well.
Exactly. It's not exactly a proper recovery. Team Limra just got one single decent game. Yes, in the top 2, getting 6 placement points, backed up with a few elimination points. That's not exactly recovery.
I think they have 15 points from the first 2 matches today, and they had 3 points at the end of yesterday, so they're sitting at like, what, 18, 19 points, and it's not really a comfortable position to be in. So Limra, again, still not recovered. I 100% agree with you. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing that every one of us agrees upon is that the iQOO Z9S series is just amazing. Especially because it starts at 17,999. And of course, if you go on to Google and Google the iQOO Z9S series, then you can stand a chance of winning prizes up to 50,000 rupees as well.
Exactly. And I'm not going to lie, I want to move on forward the conversation with Elevate Esports too.
Yes.
With the way they were able to rotate inside of the circles, finding those clear spots as well to play with. It's not the first time they're doing this. They're doing this back-to-back in every single game they're playing.
Exactly.
And it just makes me wonder, have they really cracked the code?
Remember how surprised we were when we saw them on WindGod yesterday?
Yeah, we were like, what is Elevate Esports doing? They were just eliminated out of nowhere. But then after WindGod, it was a complete big elevation all the way to the top.
Yeah, they're smarter than us, man. They've proven that. Because even on that game of WindGod, I think they walked away with like 7 or 8 points. So even that was a wonderful game. And they have been consistent so far. But we have to see how this last match is going to turn out for them. But before that, let's have a look at the overall rankings. Because Gujarat Tigers, their journey so far has been exactly what we expected, right? 62 points, sitting on the 5th position.
Exactly. I mean, GT's doing pretty nice. Nothing taken away from that. It is, once again, one of those known banners. You expect him to perform exact same way, and that's what they're doing. AK's right there on the 13th spot. Now, AK has been a wild card entry, and I'm loving the fact that AK is able to win a lot of those jewels as well in a great fashion. You've got Bliss, Esports, and Raw officials too in the final few moments. You move on towards the latter half of the board. You see Team Insane. You also do see a few more known names like ARZ right there, but you try and focus on teams like Fatality. In the past, getting 4K'd like that by one single man, that's going to be hurting them a lot, especially when it comes to that momentum.
Yeah, it's definitely going to make the team discussion after the match a little bit heated up, and I think this might impact their last match performance as well. But let's see, I mean, Fatality, it's always going to be a hit or a miss when you are being the aggressors in every single matchup. But moving on to this page, we do see that slight leap from the players of Team Limra. Yes, 18 points secured, but still on that 39th position. So unless they have an extremely big game on the map of Miramar, Sanhok, I think it is going to be difficult to say that yesterday was a story of redemption from the side of Team Limra.
It's absolutely not under recovery, in my opinion. Being on 18 points as well, that's really not a lot. You move the conversation on towards NoNx, though. That 4K from the side of Turban. Now, that was really impressive.
Yeah.
Shutting down the entirety of Team Fatality like that. I never saw this coming. Fatality is quite a known banner. They've possessed a lot of that firepower, too, and to shut them down like that in a proper fashion, it's really impressive. Last page of the overall standings on the screen, and you see a few results that we really expected to see it the opposite way. For example, RAFN is right there too. You see the players of RE2, even PSY on the latter half of the board. NIY is a prime example of that.
Yeah, NIY, again, I mean, not really the position that we expected them to be in, but hopefully once they recover, or once they return in the second half of round 1, they are going to be able to recover. Again, it's just the start of the journey for a lot of these teams, and a lot of them are still figuring out how this circuit is going to work out. And of course, I think, Necro, we just assume too much from everyone. It is the Pro Series after all. These are some of the best teams in the entire country.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of these rookie mistakes from some of these best teams, I'm not going to lie. And at this point in time, they need to start taking measures a little bit more seriously. I do understand early phase of a tournament, you can experiment around. GT is, for an example, they choked that final few moments. This could have been way worse for GT.
I don't think it's rookie mistakes. I think the level of competition is just so high that a small mistake is punished so beautifully that the opposing side just makes it look like, all right, that is a rookie error.
I mean, one way to look at things, right? That's one way to look at things and move forward. For RTGxIND too, they have been phenomenal so far. I do want to see a little bit more of them. They were there in the final few moments of the Miramar too, but unfortunately not able to withstand the wrath of the opponents. As I mentioned, GT making a few glitchy mistakes over here, I'm not going to lie, because I did not really expect that one single man to push on forward against the foes like that and then just get knocked out. But luckily enough, GT recovered.
Now, they did that. They tried that same play twice, right? They did it yesterday on Miramar, they did today on Miramar. Is that a mistake or some strategy that they're trying to make work?
Once again, for GT, as we know, it's a known banner. They can easily qualify on forward. They're just not playing it serious. That's what I think.
Could be.
Yeah, in the final few moments, the player's like, yeah, it's fine, guys. We've already got so many points in the overall standings. We can go for risks like that. One man was sent in the front to try and get something done. Yeah, he was not able to get anything done. Then the rest 3 players were like, all right, now it's time to play serious.
Yeah. Then they start moving in together. That is the one thing that they've changed since yesterday. Yesterday, they still went for those isolated fights. 2 players focusing on one side, one individual trying to recover against the same team that finished off WindGod. I'm talking about the Miramar finish from yesterday, and that was one of the reasons why Gujarat Tigers lost that particular match. Today, as you mentioned, they sent Dark Lord first, and as soon as he went down, instantly all 3 players just moved in towards the players of Elevate Esports to try and finish things off against them, and then focusing on the players of Limra. But we've seen the aggression pick up in terms of those early fights from this particular group. Everything was quiet in the matches they played yesterday up until Stage 2, Stage 3, even on the map of Miramar. We did not see any action for the first 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Necro, is going to be Sanhok.
I mean, the latter days always come in with a reality check, and these teams do understand now you do not really have a lot of games left over to place yourself in a better standing of the overalls. So you need to be a little bit aggressive, try and claim those elimination points as well at the side, and of course hand out those chicken dinners too.
But as I was saying, coming up next, it is going to be the map of Sanhok. Now, do we again expect them to bring in the same level of heat in this last game that they're going to play in the first half of round 1?
As the plane's going to hit the skies once again in the rainforest, starting all the way from Hathin towards down south, which will be not calm. This plane flat path is heavily tilted on the left side of the map, but it is the map of Sanhok. You're not really going to be having any sort of problems traversing towards your designated drop location. It's going to be all good in the hood. Smooth sailing. Fatality, they need to try and recover. It was a big setback in the previous game, but it's Fatality we're speaking of. They pack a lot of that punch. They have so much experience too. They can easily bounce back.
That is what we thought in the previous match as well, my man, but they were annihilated by the players of NON over there, especially Turban with that impressive spray. But again, I'm quite excited to witness this particular map from these teams. We haven't really seen them on Sanhok, and look at how things kick off. That Temple Hill drop clash. It is going to be AstroKids going up against 4 Dominators, and AstroKids, they are sent into space instantly, sent packing back to the lobby. The first squad wipe of the game within a matter of seconds.
This is the first time I'm seeing 4 Dominators actually living up to their name and dominating a fight, because they were the one to get dominate every single time, and that too up against a team like AstroKids.
Yeah.
Now that can be a major booster in the confidence that you need. This is something that 4 Dominators should look at as a positive thing and keep on moving forward. Before 4 Dominators, it's not done just there. You've also got a team like TR. It's another team that's on the struggling phase. If 4DTR wants, they can move and challenge a fight.
Let's see, though. That's not going to be easy because that run down the hill is quite open. But over here, in the city of Painan, we have Fatality going up against the players of Gujarat Tigers. Dark Lord knocked out, so Fatality open up quite nicely. Can they convert into a few extra finishes? Skip's taken down as well.
Oh, it's not a good start at all for GT. Losing out on 2 players off the rip like that for Fatality. Hulk was the man who was taken down low, but it's completely fine. For GT, though, losing out on Skips. Now, that's a big ace, not in the game anymore. Taken down to a 3-man squad, and we're still speaking of GT here. We know what these guys are capable of. A team that is known for their aggression and firepower, but they're also facing off against a team that has been super consistent in the past officials. So you never know. Both of them, they have the same capability of hitting back. But unfortunately for GT, they start things off with just a 3-man squad in this game. So that's going to be the advantage. The right one the opponents need. Raven Esports, or not exactly Raven Esports, it's Fatality now. They've got the advantage in the hands, Johnny.
Yeah, they have the advantage in their hands, but it will be very difficult for them to push this forward. Gujarat Tigers, they are running in the backlines, and seems like Fatality haven't read their play. It's going to be extremely tricky, though. Because while this fight is taking place in the city of Painan, look at the finish feed. Team Crore against the players of Remorseless. It's happening on the hill just north of this position. So as soon as this fight wraps up, they can look down that slope across the river, see the players of Gujarat Tigers moving in as well. And Team Crore, they found an opening against the players of Remorseless, but looking for a few extra frags. It's not going to be easy. And how awkward this game of Sanhok is going to be. Bootcamp is completely empty this early.
I know, right? No one's really contesting that. And finally, we see someone moving towards that area.
Yeah.
So you got Team Crore back in their vicinity. They're going to be hopping around from places to places. Hopefully, they're not going to be sent flying back to the lobby.
Look at Gujarat Tigers, though. They moved quite close to the players of Remorseless.
It's a big trifecta of death that's proven up. You've got Fatality, Remorseless, GT right next to each other. And let's see who's going to be the one to pop through first. There's a lot of that pressure on top of the players of GT, that's for sure. If Remorseless do spot out the players of GT, it's all done and dusted for them. GT should be a little bit more careful. Try and move in towards the isolated compounds. That's the best possible outcome. But I'm not sure what GT's trying to pull off here. Hirsch is there all the way in the back lines, and maybe Dark Lord and his teammate, they just want to provide the cover to Hirsch. But look at what's going on the screen. Remorseless is one single man is towards the compound, and GT, they're showing their backs towards it. Still, there are at least one man who's still looking on towards those compounds, which is Dark Lord. And his role will be super crucial to try and provide the cover to his team. And GT, they think this compound is entirely cleared, but still they're being cautious.
Yeah, they have to be extremely cautious. They made the same mistake when they were pushing against the players of Fatality, and they have suffered a casualty over there. Mikami in the back lines closing in. Slowly and steadily just crawling towards that slope. But with how Gujarat Tigers are moving, Necro, I have a feeling they might have spotted out one individual from the side of Remorseless. And maybe that is why they are being so cautious about how they want to circle and how they want to take control of these shacks.
Yeah. I mean, GT is definitely sketchy about this entire compound.
Yeah.
Maybe they saw a door open or something like that.
Something has happened.
They have this itch of the fact that there might just be someone lingering around this entire vicinity. And I guess Divine's going to be safe for now. There's one man from GT, which is Dark Lord. And the buggy comes back once again to pick up Dark Lord. GT, all the cards. They're quite scattered. They do not know how to exactly place them at the right spot. But here we go, GT. Looking to ignite this fire in the fight. But if you try and take a look at the iQOO MVP of the previous game, it was KlutchGod with 5 finishes and 71% of that finished contribution. GT's always been doing really good when it comes to the elimination factor, and KlutchGod recently, he's been a big prime factor for that.
Yeah, he's definitely been consistent with how he has been securing points for his team. But look at this, new version up against the players of Gujarat Tigers. Although that interaction between the two sides did not last long at all.
Yeah, Zoro is just firing blind. He wasn't even ADSing, my friend.
Yeah.
He was just firing blind. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to give you some cover fire, some suppressive fire.
Go
Make
away!
the opponents panic.
Maybe that is what he was telling the players of Gujarat Tigers.
I guess. For new version, though, everything's on the line. Once again, returning banner. They have been making their presence known in the official tournaments over and over again. It's not the first time. We have been seeing this team all the way back in 2023.
Yeah.
And now over here in 2024, expectations are way too much from them. But can they really perform or crack under it?
I think only time will tell if you see them move to the later stages or the later rounds of this iQOO BMPS 2024. In the meanwhile, the circle takes a shift. And this time it's going to be centered between Query and Bhan. Gujarat Tigers again smack center of the zone, but we all know in Sanhok it's not that easy to survive unless they, as you mentioned, find those small isolated compounds, those shacks for cover, and just stay and keep their heads inside. Limra on our screens, they're going to be quite comfortable from that. Playing from that southeastern edge of the circle. Absolutely no one there to bother them. But again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge shout out to our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 17,999.
A device that's packed with a lot of features. And pocket-friendly, too. That's the best part about it.
Oh, yeah.
Fixes keeps on mentioning about having a beginner-friendly device, and this can be yours. Team IND around the Camp Bravo. There might just be a clash coming through for IND up against the players of Bliss. And this will be a clash of the Titans. As you've got NV still just pinned in that same angle. Team Crow's in the front, and this can be a great pounce too for Team Crow. If NV keeps their position anonymous, Team Crow will straight up walk into a death trap.
Yeah, and I think NV has sensed the presence. They've heard at least a few sound cues. Parth White, he just stayed hidden inside of that cross. And even Team Crow, look at that, not taking any risk. They're checking those compounds right in front of their eyes. Parth, from his position in particular, he might be able to see at least one of the individuals from the side of New Version moving around. And the moment they do, they will be made aware of the threat waiting for them on the other side. And I think they finally have been. Might have seen Vortex move out from behind that wall.
Fatality. This is quite a fatal blow handed out to them. As Reaper's knocked out in the open towards that bridge area. And Fatality themselves know, getting the recovery back on the fallen player is next to impossible. But as soon as I try to say that, there's also Aimgrod who goes down. Fatality in a fatal trouble. How can they back away from this? And it seems like it's going to be next to impossible considering the opposition is constantly punishing them. And this time it's Turban once again. He's already found a two-piece against the players of Fatality. And now he's looking to continue this wrath against them once again. Reaper is still trying to crawl back to safety, but Turban wants to deny that.
And things not working out for both these returning undergod names, right? Fatality not really looking good today. And in fact, even in the matches that we saw from them yesterday, same goes from Limra. But NON on the other side, and Turban in particular, Necro, today has been his day. The previous game looked absolutely beautiful, and even now kicks things off in a very nice manner. 2 frags to start off the early stages of this map of Sanhok, at least.
Oh, not a big fan of this. The bell's now starting to ring. And RTGxIND might just be on the verge of wiping out the entirety of Team Bliss. And that's what is currently happening. 2 players, they already hit the deck. And now 2 more to go. Sam is right there too around the fray. It's also Eggy who wants to provide the cover. He wants to get the revival on the fallen player. But RTGxIND, if they want, they can make the push too. Lobster in the back. He did his part. Now his teammates, they need to chime inside of the action as well. For Team Bliss, the fallen players are back up on their feet. Eggy's done his part once again. Now it's time to back away to safety. Revival's there. Even the patch-up's going to be there instantly. For Team IND, they do want to go for the finishing blows, but it seemed like it's going to be next to impossible. They have closed on up, but a little bit too late, and the util was tossed in just teeny tiny bit early. Only if the util would have been tossed a little bit later, a few seconds later, it could have been a re-knock in the water itself. That could have given the advantage once again in the hand of IND. But now Team Bliss back in full force.
Well, but look at the map. It seems like one of the players from the side of RTGIND is looking to surround them and block the exit options for the players of Team Bliss. And in the meanwhile, majority of the cluster of teams forming towards that western side. The fight breaking out, it seems like. New version under fire. They've lost 2 players already in this match. Bliss, they're going to try to escape and evade the players of RTGIND. But as I said, the trap was laid out. It's not going to work out for the players of RTG.
Uh-oh.
Sam, he's going to hit the floor. Eggy in the back lines. A lot of damage shot in the back.
For Team Bliss, they're in a big deadlock. It's a trap that's came into fruition. This is what you call a spring trap. You step into it, and it just keeps them getting worse. For RTGxIND, they instantly swing themselves back to life. Striking down 1 player from Bliss. Now the firepower's taken down quite low for Team Bliss. Still, can they withstand the wrath against them? As AJ is right there around the fray. And what a knock that was from Lobster. He knew exactly where to find the player.
Man, that was the politest arrival I've seen in this game ever. He just slowed down right in his face and just took him down.
Yeah, it was like, hey, what's up, dog? And he just pops out, gets that knockout. Instant elimination too.
Hello, sir. Is that my Uber? Nope.
It's a fake one. But Lobster, this man is constantly doing a lot of damage. Eggy in the back. This man still on towards the edge. His position was noticed a while ago, and now Iggy's taking a lot of shots against the foes. He deals a bit more of that damage, but unfortunately for Eggy, the man's running thin on first aids. He's got no meds too. What can Iggy do? Outside of the zone, constantly taking the damage upon himself. He does not even have a lot of HP to back himself up. And RTGxIND, they constantly want to punish the player too. But even for RTGxIND, there's one man who's knocked out. They need to provide the cover too, and as soon as possible. And Eggy is trying to delay this. But eventually, he gets sent back to the lobby.
And that is the end of that story. Bliss eliminated from the game as well. And RTGIND somehow, but barely, they recover. But over here, we have the players from Remorseless taking on the lads from the side of Team Crore. Fight happening all the way towards Quarry. Towards the western edge of Quarry as well. Considering the circle has taken an eastern shift, Necro. Doesn't matter who survives, crossing the position of Quarry is not going to be easy for either of these 2 sides. They need to think about the future. Need to bring things to an end. in this collision as quickly as possible. There's just 20 seconds remaining before the blue zone starts to move.
Yeah, look at NON on the edge. They're doing okay. Oh, the util barrage, the classic dump that we see every single time. It's happening once again, Team Pro. Now it's time to fly in the sky, but unfortunately the wings are clipped by the players of Remorseless. As long as they're there on the opposite side, not a lot can be done by the Crows themselves. They do want to feed on the prey, but hunting down is not something Crows do. But right now, they need to switch the gears. They need to start hunting themselves. But Team Pro, sticking to their name, looking to back away from the fight.
I do not know if that was good or bad.
Well, I would say that's what Crows do, right? They usually don't really hunt.
Yeah.
They just go for...
Scavengers. Scavengers, yeah.
Just scavenge. They find something on the ground. They instantly eat it. But hey, something that's going to help you scavenge is our official mobility partner. That's Hero Extreme 125R.
Yeah,
with that quick speed, you can scavenge pretty nicely.
Just don't eat whatever you find.
Yeah.
Don't be like Crows.
Yeah. Maybe go to a nice restaurant.
But be like Necro.
Interesting.
Do you not want people to look up to you, Necro?
So what are you trying to say? I eat whatever I see on the ground?
I never said it, man. You said it yourself. It wasn't me.
Oh, PSY, though. Hold on to that thought. Remorseless. I'm not sure what these guys are doing. Once again, moving out in the open like that. Rookie mistakes after rookie mistakes, and that's why Remorseless's performance has been pretty bad so far. PSY, this is the exact strike they wanted, and now it's the opportunity that has been opened up in front of them. Chandan is already closing on up, but he's driving way too slow, and I'm not a big fan of this. Aluman is right there around the fray too, and Chandan gets knocked out. This is exactly what was going to happen if you drive so slow. You're pretty much giving the opposition an invitation to knock you out.
I do not know what happened over there. What was going on? All of a sudden, it seems like he just took his foot off the pedal, just was crawling towards that rock, and Remorseless now. I believe they're down to the last man, but he's not going to survive with NON closing in from the rear. And Gujarat Tigers as well with that high ground vantage on top of that hill. Remorseless. They're going to be filled with remorse, Rush Boy.
A lot of regrets with that one single play, and now for NON, it's all falling into the right piece, and it's Turpin as well to collect that. This man, at this point, is a Grim Reaper. He's just collecting souls left, right, and center. Already getting 4 eliminations so far. Now it's time to switch your target against the players of GT. Even Team Crow has been wiped out entirely by the entire team that was there in the front. RAFN.
Darklord was spotted out as soon as Turpin stopped that buggy behind the rock, peeked around the corner. Darklord was spotted out, but a split-second delay in decision, a delay in reaction. Darklord escapes the line of fire. He's going to look to find some cover along with his teammates, and Gujarat Tigers. Again, 3 players surviving. They hear the commotion. They hear the buggies heading towards them, and they are going to prepare themselves for the push coming in from the players of NON.
Luckily enough for GT, they've got the solid cover to play with, and that compound's looking pretty nice in the smack center too, and that's the only good position available in that entire zone.
Yeah.
So GT right now, they can also be the center of focus, because they've got the best spot to play with. Being the center of attraction, it's not something GT would like to have, but still, they do thrive in chaos. It's just going to be inviting them to perform even better. RTGxIND as well, they're constantly going off against the players of Team Limra. These two teams do collide. But NON, for them, Turpin's lost out, and that's not a good news. That's the star fragger not in the game anymore. Turpin needs to be back up on his feet for NON to perform. And look at Elevate. They're catching too much hurt upon themselves. Rushbar's constantly tossing out the utils to try and save Turpin, but this time he gets denied by Elevate.
Oh, Rush Boy takes some damage from the nade, and this should put some pressure on the players of NON. But as you mentioned, Necro, Elevate Esports, again, a big surprise entry to the late stages of the zone, and they are finally looking for those fights, finally looking for the loose stragglers. 5 eliminations already secured by this team. And they're not going to slow down now. The entirety of that northern edge in their control. And NON They're going to look to back off, but there's no safe haven left. Rush Boy, the slam fails, and he hits the floor.
NON, that's not a great news at all. It's a domino effect. As soon as the first man falls down, which was Turban, instantly, like a house of cards, the entire team collapses. And now for Team Limra, this can be another big sigh of relief, considering they're going to have a decent game in their hands once again. They're having the consistent finishes every single time. But Team Limra, they're also getting shot at from the back. And what a good retaliation that was from the remaining man of Team Limra, which was Dragon. But he's still got a lot to worry about. One single glimmer of hope alive from Team Limra in this game. And there's still a lot of that left to accomplish.
Oh man, but we have to praise the consistency brought on display by the players of Error Esports and Elevate at the same time. These two teams, their zone control has been absolutely phenomenal. Elevate, they've lost one man, two players, extremely low in terms of HP, and Error Esports, they're going to look to move in. One more knock secured. All the players from the side of Error Esports, they're moving in together in tandem. If one nade falls between them, they're going to get two of themselves knocked out, but it's not going to matter. Mr. Spray finds the opening, and Elevate Esports are going to get eliminated from this game. We're down to the top three, and Necro, Team Limra, they're still in it for the win. Two players from the side of Limra still surviving, and as Dragon looks to take on the challenge from the players of Gujarat Tigers, his teammate Hesperos, he needs to be careful in the backlines because he can fall down to the players of Error Esports from that flank.
Yeah, for Team Error, they've got a lot of that room for error right now. They can make those if they want.
Yeah.
And they can try and pull off some GT shenanigans.
Don't call it GT shenanigans.
That's what they keep on doing, man. Send one single man in the front to try and deal with every single thing that's there. And then they end up losing that player. But hopefully this is not going to be happening with Team Error Esports. Their name is Error, but they do not make any errors.
Yeah. And luckily for GT, they are only down to 3 players in this game, so they can't really afford to send anyone. Oh, no.
Dragon, he's the man inside of the zone. He needs to stay alive. But luckily enough, he does make it. But as soon as I say so, his head was on the swivel, and he gets executed. That's a public execution right there. GT. Clutch God. With 2 eliminations so far. And GT's been so consistent.
Yeah.
It's a quick shift in the pace, too, from these guys, right? But the next zone shift is going to be favoring the players of Error Esports. GT, they need to leave that compound.
They definitely do, but the problem is that Error Esports right now, they're going to mark those exits. Hesperos in the back lines going for a heal battle. 2 first hits remaining. M4 and the DBS, the players of Error Esports right in front of their eyes. Hesperos is going to ruin the day. This is the most evil moment you can experience inside the game, and well, 3, 2, 1, there we go. The first knock secures the finish, tries to at least, but opens the door for the players of Gujarat Tigers. And now we are in the end game, but a knock from Maddie comes in. Clutch God goes down instantly. Necro, it's the same mistake we always talk about from the side of Gujarat Tigers. And Harsh, he's the last man left standing, fighting for his life, fighting for the chicken dinner. HP down, it's down to a 1v1, and it is against Johnny. And finally, Harsh fall. Gujarat Tigers, they go extinct. And Error Esports, what an impressive win for this team now.
Yeah, the Tigers this time, they wanted to be the Prowlers, but unfortunately getting denied with that one single opening frag by Error Esports. And you gotta love the play from the side of Error Esports too.
Yeah.
Not making any sort of errors, playing it to the perfection, playing to the patience as well.
But man, what do we do about this strategy from Gujarat Tigers? I thought they weren't going to send anyone forward, right? Considering they had already lost 1 player, they were down to a 3-man roster, 3 players surviving, and yet Clutch God still just charges towards them in the buggy.
I mean, you do not really have a lot of options when the circle is way too small like that. So Clutch God was like, yes, I'm going to be the one to cause the distraction. You guys go on foot and try and get those knockouts. But unfortunately for Clutch God, there was a DBS right onto his face, which connected perfectly. And that's why he got knocked out with an instance.
Can't really do much when you have a DBS at point blank range, right? And of course, Team Limra as well. Now we can say at least some form of consistency has been attained. Top 3 finish in this game as well.
Yeah, for GT, for teams like Error Esports, even Elevate Esports, they have been super consistent. Even Team Limra, as you mentioned, now they're looking pretty nice too. But still, the points they have accumulated, they're not enough. In the span of 6 games, they're going to have somewhere around 25.
24, 25,
yeah. It's not enough, in my opinion.
And I mean, it could have been one extra point. Hesperos over there did try to go for that extra frag, but unfortunately wasn't able to find it. And it was a risky play towards the end with last two players surviving. They had left Hesperos in the back lines a while ago, to be honest. And Dragon was the only one who was inside the circle fighting for his life. And as soon as he went down, Hesperos, he was going for that heal battle. But let's have a look at the winner-winner chicken dinner moment once again. And it was an intense one this time.
I mean, luckily enough for GT, they realized the fact that, yes, one man from the blue has strike down a player from Error Esports. This was the exact advantage they were looking for.
Yeah.
The fight was taken down to a 3-on-3, and that's where ClutchGod made the push, but this was a big blunder. ClutchGod never expected the player to connect that shot so perfectly. For Error Esports, not cracking under that pressure was the biggest thing. They were calm, cool, and collected.
Exactly, and Harsh as well. I mean, I have to say, it was a valiant effort towards the end, fighting over there just with a tree for cover. He tried his level best, couldn't really do much. I think the play, the call that was taken from Gujarat Tigers, it could have worked out had Dark Lord also not gotten knocked out within a split second of ClutchGod going down, because he was also quite exposed as we saw in that replay. But then again, who cares? Last match for the first half of round 1 from Gujarat Tigers, and they were already in the top 5 before this game in the overall ranking, right?
Yeah, if you notice, those two players from Error Esports did the majority of the damage against GT, because there was a revival coming through all the way behind that rock. So it was just 2 players in contention against the 3 players of GT, but those 2 players from Error Esports did so much damage that in the final few moments, even the man who was knocked out was back up on his feet, and the man who was giving the revival was also there. So not a lot could have been done by just one single man from GT, and even he cracked under that pressure. Moving the conversation on towards a few letdowns of this entire group. Remorseless, it's a returning banner, still making those rookie mistakes. I'm not sure what's going to stop him.
And AstroKids, I mean, can't really do much about it. I mean, that early drop clash fight, especially towards that Temple Hill, is all about luck, but this time they were extremely unlucky. That was the first team to go down.
I would still say for AstroKids, the entire run has been pretty good. So it's completely fine, right? They're on the second spot, or on the second page in the overall standings. So it's really good for AstroKids. They're in the top 16 of this entire danger raid.
And I love the fact that they're not afraid of anything. In any situation, they are willing to charge forward, willing to take those fights. And this level of confidence will definitely take them quite deep inside of the tournament. I have a feeling this might be one of the best runs we have seen from AstroKids in any officials.
In these latter 3 games, a team that was the most confident in this group was NON.
Oh, yeah.
The way they were taking the fights was insane to me. I mean, some of the fights that a normal sane team would not even take, NON was charging on forward towards those fights. And luckily enough, Turban was the man who was able to put up a lot of those numbers. He was the big executor in that entire lobby. But moving towards the point standings, you've got Error Esports with 19 points, RTGxIND with 12. You've also got GT with 10. You've got Team Limra with 10 points too. That's a decent outing for Team Limra.
I mean, it was a decent outing, and again, Team Limra, they have recovered, I think, 28 points on the overall leaderboard, so it is a decent position for them to be in. And as you were talking about NON, Necro, 9 eliminations in this match, 10 points secured by NON as well. But as we move forward to the next page of the ranking, Fatality, today was not their day.
Yeah, Fatality struggling, just 1 single point, even in the last game, even in the previous game, was a big letdown, getting 4K'd by Turban like that. You move on towards Bliss 2 all the way at the bottom with just 0 points in total. You've also got AK right there with 0. But as I mentioned, for Bliss and AK, they were there in the top 16 of the overall standings. 1 single game let down or 2 single games left out. It's really not going to be doing any damage to them.
Yeah, it should not change a lot, right? For them, they also have the second half of the journey remaining. So maybe once they show up after the reshuffle, they can move forward and try and pick up the pace as they had once the journey of this first half began. And it's going to be interesting to see if they make any changes to their playstyle, considering they will have a lot more information to work with. At least this time they went in a little bit blind, so it could be that the element of surprise worked out in their favor and they're going to actually have to do the homework once they show up for the second half of round 1.
Now, Error Esports and Bliss, of course, these guys have been quite in the forefront of the firepower, I would like to say. For Team Bliss, yes, in the final few moments, they did crack under that, but it's completely fine. We know it's a pack of veterans. They're doing pretty good in the overall standings. They do not even care about the latter 3 games because the first 3 games were pretty much flawless. Now, the real conversation over here is going to be around Elevate Esports. I'm not going to lie, the rotations that I'm seeing from these guys are flawless. Even some of the known names are not able to pull off rotations like that. I would love to have a conversation with the players.
Exactly. I agree with that. I mean, Elevate Esports has been absolutely phenomenal. And not just in a single game, but in every single match that we have seen from them. I think this is the most consistent team in Group 4 from set where no one comes close to Elevate Esports apart from, I think, maybe Gujarat Tigers. And again, Gujarat Tigers, this is a team that has years and years of experience, and we are seeing Elevate Esports for the first time.
That's the exact point that I want to show too. I mean, the only game that was left out was Weekendy. After that, all the 5 games that they played, they were there in a really good standing off the match.
Even on Weekendy, they had 8 points.
Oh,
yeah.
So there we go. Even on Weekendy, they did quite nice. But still a few questionable rotations because they were moving all the way down south. And when they did try to make it inside of the zone, Elevate Esports, they were pretty much in shambles because they did not know what was going on inside of the circle. But then after that, with the way they picked up that pace, it was beautiful. Let's move on to a short break for now. We'll be right back.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Definitely know they go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है 1 मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Definitely know they go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से?
Take 63. Ouch.
I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
बस अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that short commercial break. And now, Fixes, we're going to have a new set of teams joining alongside. Not exactly new. We saw them in action yesterday. And a few known names. Once again, even over here, we're not able to perform.
Yeah, I think the biggest name would be Team Reckoning Esports.
Yeah.
I think eyes will be on them as to how they perform. Considering what we saw in Group 4, it was Team Limra and them staging a little bit of that comeback. I would still say, considering how day number 1 went, day number 2, definitely a huge sigh of relief. But for Reckoning Esports, they've got their work cut out. I hope they deliver this time.
But on the opposite side of the spectrum, it was Raw officials. The most impressive we've seen them so far with the way they were playing. Every single player just felt like they were able to make those calls perfectly on the fly too. It was just all in the right piece.
It certainly was. And we'll get back to that conversation because we've got somebody from the community with a question. And it is from Jason OP. Huge shout out to you, my brother. In today's meta, what's the role of an IGL and support player? You want to go first?
I would like to say, yes, there is a support player, but more sort of like the aggressive one, because at this point in time, the new point structure, it keeps on favoring the aggression. If you try and look at some of the known lineups, Global Esports for an example, there's the IGL, and then the rest 3 players are the assaulter. You pretty much copy that same thing on forward towards GT, a team that's doing really good so far. Even the same sort of a playstyle is approached by them as well. So there's usually this one single man who's the IGL, and the rest 3 are the assaulter. Even Versatile Esports is a prime example.
Yeah, a lot of teams have really kind of gotten themselves under that skin that you need to have those assaulters in your team.
Yeah.
And for now, the way things have changed, especially when you said about the current meta, things are getting very dynamic. Now, everybody needs to know how to hit. And same goes for the IGL. I think one good example would be WindGod. Just a couple of matches ago, we've seen him, all guns blazing. And even for a support player, I think nowadays we do not have any set defined roles. It's about every single player knowing to do whatever needs to be done as the situation arises. But still, I think those were those good old days where you had those set roles. But like you said, the points structure was quite different. Somebody had to, I think this goes towards those international lobbies, which I do not want to dive in over here right now. But yeah, I think all these players, in fact the IGL, the support, they need to stick to their role. That is primary. But on the other's hand, they also need to be very well versed when it comes down to taking those fights. But we'll get back to a lot of those conversations. But let's take a quick look at the overall standings. When you look at Group 4, Carnival Gaming definitely on top. This is for set red though. After match number 6, GT, they have made quite a leap there. 72 points secured. I think that is phenomenal.
But look at the eliminations and the placement points. GT, 42 eliminations and just 30 placement points. And that's going to put them in the top 2. You've also got Hyderabad Hydras in the top 3 right there with 68 points. OG's there as well with 67. TWOB too. Quite a phenomenal performance that was. But latter half on the board. And as you do see, Team Insane, with just 3 games, they have managed to acquire 38 points in total.
And now they're going to come into play. Yeah, but Aero Esports really impressed with how they find themselves quite comfortable at that 6th position. But today also will be eyeing out for the other outliers. I think WindGod Esports, another team, did manage to get the chicken dinner yesterday in that final game. But hopefully that we get to see a little bit of that consistency come in from their side. But as we move on ahead, I think Honored RIVALZ also one of those teams that was quite decent, to be honest. If you look at their overall performance, Team Lolzzz, who was initially struggling in the first 2 games, did manage to redeem themselves, especially Mudit. Now, a little bit of a backstory on Team Lolzzz. I was wondering, we've seen these players somewhere, then I went on, did some research, found out they've also attended a couple of official lands, that is Team MICI.
Ooh, MICI Esports. They like to play things a little bit safe. I do remember they used to go for the med strat, especially on the map of Vikendi, and that's how MICI like to play. But this time, Mudit, he has definitely switched things up by a mile. 8 eliminations were secured all by himself in one single map, and that is super impressive. You turn the page, you see a few known names over here too. REMORSELESS, you also do see LMX, NIY, and you also do see Bolt Rushers, a team that was not able to perform at all. But you're also going to see Team Empire back in the action. I've got a lot of expectations from Team Empire.
Of course we do. But for Team Empire, considering how their run has been so far in the iQOO BMPS 24, nothing much to really cheer about. Today has to be their redemption arc. But when you talk about this particular group, we've got some big hitters, right? We've got Carpediem, we've got Reckoning Esports. Even yesterday, Raw officials, they were flying high. Along with them, Team Insane. Now, considering this is going to be that game of Weekendy, I really want Reckoning or Carpediem to get this one home and somehow start redeeming themselves.
Fixes, you know what? I want to touch upon that X question that we saw a while ago too once again.
All right.
And the only reason why we also saw that shuffle into Mogo Esports as well is because the same thing that I was mentioning. You see one IGL, which is of course going to be Destro, and the rest 3 players, they pack a lot of that punch. S-Power brings in so much aggression, so much firepower. Now Mogo Esports, they're looking so good. You saw them perform a few days back in Mogo Esports. This was not the same team that we saw a couple of days ago, because back in the time, they like to play things a little bit safe.
I think to answer this, I would say to each their own. Because when you look at Mogo Esports and what is in their DNA, they do not like to play from the center of the circle.
Exactly.
This is a team that loves taking those fights and loves to kind of play around the edges. Now, when you're around the edges, you need those assaulters who are fearless, who would not think twice before committing in for a fight. And getting in S-Power made a lot of sense. But then there are a couple of the other teams. If you talk about the likes of maybe Team Tamilas or even for Insane, they like to play around the center. So maybe having a support player or, understanding what role needs to be played, I think it really is highly coming down to what the teams want in their roster. But yeah, times have changed. I think having a support player who's a really good assaulter is pretty much an icing on top of the cake.
But here's the point though. Even the OG players, they have now stepped up big in the fragging department. They have definitely switched their roles, and you can clearly see that coming through. Even Carpediem is a prime example. You see Pukar and Gumla Boy. These two guys, they've got so much firepower that they're unleashing in this new roster, because in the past they were not able to do so.
That is the need of the hour, because when you take a look at the matchup also, Team Cosmic, this is one of those teams that we were talking about, Noob Party being over there, but still, I think they haven't collected even a single point. They've been struggling massively. Coming back to that discussion, yes, Gamla Boy was one of those players who used to be on those bank lines, but today you've seen how he has evolved his game. He still is there in the midst of the fights, but always maintains a different angle from his squad. I think yesterday we saw that fight in Erangel where Carpediem went for a head-on push, and suddenly Gamla Boy had a different angle, instantly just dismantled 2 or 3 players over there. So I think times have changed, and in terms of the roles, you've started becoming more flexible, and I think whichever team has a support player who can also frag, I think that is literally the best you could ask for.
Yeah, I think so. That's a better way to put it. Just be flexible. Be the flex one for your team, and that's what these guys are doing. Even the same thing can be said for Team Tumblers. The players, they have definitely switched up the role a little bit, being a little bit more flexible this time in the playing field, getting those fights as well underneath their belts. Sometimes, yes, they do lose out on those, and that's where the placement games comes into play for them. And that's why Team Tumblers, they are known as one of the most consistent teams in the entire, you can say, the top 16 that we've been seeing so far. But moving the conversation forward towards some of the known names, or maybe you can also say the returning names, NIY Esports, yesterday's day wasn't too great. Now they've got 3 more games to go. What do you think? Can they pull off?
Ever since NIY let go of Scorpion and Dagger Devil, you could not see that performance coming in anymore. That also happened during the semi-finals. You could see them struggling massively. And after the shuffles, after the changes, the confidence is clearly missing. But who knows, anything could change in this game of Weekendy as we charter in through the skies.
The icy land of Weekendy on the screen right now as the plane flight path begins all the way from Winery towards Peshkova. And once again, this plane flight path is heavily tilted on the right side of the map, or maybe you can say on the southern right. This plane flight path is starting all the way from Winery towards Peshkova, and if the teams do want to move in towards Dobromesto, Goroka, even Mount Kresny, sometimes it can be a tough stretch.
It can be, but we have to look at the storylines. We have to look at the teams that have been struggling. And number 1 is going to be Reckoning Esports. Huge hopes from them. Same goes with KARUNADU. But yesterday, KARUNADU, we saw them indulging in a lot of those early fights. And sometimes they come out swinging, and it's like a hit or a miss moment for them. WindGod, they were also struggling in the first 2 games. Decent one in Miramar though, but eventually found that success in Sanhok. Still high expectations from their side, and Honored Rivals. Definitely one of the teams that you've been talking a lot about, but the Circle betraying every single team, barring WindGod and Raw Officials.
That's fine, but KARUNADU colliding against Carpediem, and that's going to be an interesting collision.
Oh yeah.
They're dropping right next to each other. And I would like to see this come into fruition as well. Team Cosmic underneath the players of Team Empire, and both these teams are struggling way too much in the overall standings. You've got another drop collision towards Podvosto. You've got TGL up against another team. That's probably going to be Seven Oceans, but Team Insane this time, they collide against a formidable foe. And Team Insane, they've already lost out on 2 players. Spy and Evil not in the game anymore. The boys are knocked out for now. iQOO with a lot of the burden left on his shoulder. Reckoning Esports, they're making sure that Team Insane will be hurt through and through. And for Team Insane, I'm not sure what can be done at this point in time. The fallen players will be recovered easily. But Reckoning Esports, with a bit of that backstep, Shadow, the man's constantly taking damage upon himself, and Reckoning Esports, they just want to back away from this fight. But one man is still stuck over there, Hunters.
He's done for good. I don't see a world where Hunters get picked off by his teammate, because for now Immortal really wants to commit for it, and they know how much of an important piece to the puzzle Hunters is, and seems like Team Insane, they're going to give that a little bit of the breather. And for Reckoning, they started off really well, took down 2 players of Insane, but the conviction was missing. They could not be clinical there, could not get those finishes, and now Reckoning down to their final 3. But this is where even Team Insane, they did not have a lot of that loot going in, did not have those armor and helmets, as a result of which they did not also want to initiate that push, and also were oblivious of the whereabouts of the remainder of the players. I think it was all a fight for this one vehicle, and we could see Reckoning again dropping the ball.
Yeah, for Team Insane, it's probably going to be an easy way out. For Reckoning Esports, a casualty on the board. And it's going to constantly haunt them for this entire map as well. We want to see a bit of a recovery from Reckoning Esports in the overall standings, but is that really possible? That's my question. Vipers, there's a man right next to the players of Team Insane. And Insane, luckily enough, they just back away. For Viper, this could have been a nightmare.
A nightmare that has been avoided. And when you talk about Viper as an individual, we remember of the accolades in the previous BGIS. I think it was round 2, where he set a record, 18 finishes in 1 game. And ever since the conclusion of BGIS, Viper has been nowhere to be found. We haven't seen him replicating that similar performance, or even near close to it. They made those changes in the roster. They had Shikari Jord in the previous iteration. This time, however, coming in with Immortal, he's been quite dependable. Same goes with Dionysus, the latest addition, coming in from Team Aru. But Reckoning have pretty much been on a dip down. And for them to redeem themselves, already having taken that early loss, Necro, I really hope they still make it to the top 3.
They've still got 3 players standing, so
yeah,
should be tough for a banner like Reckoning Esports to make it to the top 3. Before Team Insane, I'm not sure what the game plan is right now. They're just clearing out the angles, clearing the houses one by one. They're still on a hunt, by the way. Team Insane do want to get the revenge up against the players of Reckoning Esports, but Reckoning, luckily enough, they have escaped the claws. Carpediem, quite a slow and peaceful start. I thought that we might just see a collision against the players of KARUNADU Esports, but so far that's not the case. Carpediem, they find an easy rotate out of this spot. Raw Official against the players of Team Empire. And Storm, I for a second thought he's stepping in the trap, but luckily enough, he moves away.
But look at this. We've got Honored Rivals taking down the players of Assam Titans. Talking about Team Raw Officials, they are brimming with confidence. Having such a good day in the office, the first 2 games, back-to-back chicken dinner. And then we saw them kind of mess things up in Sanhok. Yeah, it was against Team Insane, but a very commendable performance nonetheless coming in. But looking at matters at hand, especially this particular circle, Necro, WindGod find themselves smack center of the circle around Goroka. But still early on to say where the circle really takes that hard shift.
Yeah.
We've seen it go around that Mount Kresnich, sometimes around the Villa. Yesterday, I think it was somewhere around that Villa area.
Yeah, it was.
But that was a different group whatsoever. But now, a little bit of a standstill. Not a lot of those teams making those movements.
For the first 4 stages, nothing's going to be happening.
Yeah.
And then as soon as the stage 5 hits, that's where it will be just chaos all across the board. Random fights, random actions will be happening too, so it's really tough to fathom and understand what exactly is going on the screen. The elimination feed will be dancing. Assam Titans yesterday, they made their debut. And with the way things kicked off for them, not exactly the idealistic way. They're supposed to be the Titans, the Mammoth.
I've been taking a lot of pressure is what I believe for Assam Titans. Because if you look at how they played yesterday, they did get those early knocks. That was against, I think, TR, I guess. But then, when we saw them get inside the circle, that is where the real trouble arose for them. And even in the game of Miramar, I vividly remember that fight against WindGod. They almost gave them a run for their money, but Team Insane, oh my god, the struggles do continue. One of their players already knocked out. Demon out in the open, goes for a drop shot, and he connects.
I'm not sure what exactly the man in the front was trying to do. Before Team Insane, it's a big blunder. They faced off against Reckoning off the rip, and now they're facing off against Seven Oceans. But this time, Seven Oceans, they're going to make sure Team Insane will be punished for every single mistake they make. Team Insane on the run. Before Seven Oceans, they really wanted to capitalize. Another knock can almost come through as well. But Team Insane losing out on 2 players in this individual fight. It's a really bad news.
And we go back to that same old conversation. And you know what I'm talking about. Team Insane always having that good day number 1. And suddenly cometh day 2.
You see, that's why I didn't predict them this time.
Oh, you're playing smart. What are you getting for winning though?
Nothing. Maybe just to show off and flex that, yeah.
I mean, you could just flex and I'd still hug you, Necro. It's fine.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, you're my brother. So why do you have to flex in front of your own family?
Interesting.
Yeah, but we have to talk about the iQOO MVP. Lobster from RTGxIND, certainly one of those teams that has been quite impressive, especially when you take a look at Group 4. And now moving ahead. Having this conversation about Team Insane, they somehow survived that Reckoning Wrath, eventually just to get caught off during mid-rotation. Still a little questionable, still maybe were complacent of Seven Ocean, considering they've been a rather newer team on the block, did not know they would be meeting paths, especially when you talk about those off-maps. We saw these teams fight it out in Sanhok yesterday, and Vikendi was still one shot in the dark, but for Team Empire. Now, this is one team that we need to talk about, Necro, because Team Empire, we've seen these lads even in the previous official tournaments. Empire has been also a part of teams where you've got the likes of Rockstar, Jadoo and all of them. This time again going for a rebuild, and surely Team Empire, they have been lagging.
They indeed have been. For Team Empire, things have been quite vulnerable. In the overall standings, Empire's performance has been dropping down as the days keep on passing by.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what they can do to try and recover. It is a newly formed roster too, so I really do not want to comment anything. Because we're just not really seeing a lot of them. They haven't really been the limelight. And that's a problem. Reckoning Esports with a 3-man squad in one single vehicle. You know I'm not a big fan of this. It's a surprise package waiting to be delivered, and that too in Azima.
Yeah. That just makes it worse, doesn't it? Reckoning Esports.
Hold on, it's not 3 players in one.
Whatever the case is, I do not like people rotating in Azima. It gives you that pace, but 2 players shooting at you and 1 magazine is sufficient to just blow that vehicle up. Quite a delicate darling. But right beside Reckoning, we saw the players of KARUNADU try and take a good position inside the circle. It's all about that waiting game for all these teams.
Pretty much.
To the point where they might just fall asleep I just hope they somehow manage to keep their hands warm.
And speaking of KARUNADU, right?
Yeah.
Looking at how they ended things in the previous BGIS and now looking at how they started things in this BMPS 2024, I expected some improvement, but that's not the case so far. KARUNADU is still left out in that performance. And for them, this can be the first game that they can try and establish that recovery that's desperately needed now on the board. They were almost quite in the closer turf of the opponents, but luckily enough, they pull back in the nick of time. NIY facing off against Carpediem, where one man's already found, but this time by the players of NIY. And this fight's going all the way back inside of the blue. Carpediem, they're constantly taking that damage upon themselves, while NIY systematically dismantling the team. And now Max is there in the back too for Carpediem. Nothing's working out the way they planned. Fierce and Max, the last two players standing. Pukar is knocked out in the front. Another util being tossed. Even that chips away damage. Max needs to patch himself up in this duel. While Yuki and his teammate looking to push together. Looking to push in tandem. NIY, this is the first knockout that's being handed to them. But Carpediem is choking heavily in this fight. And Fierce was way too low as he gets knocked out and dealt with by the play zone itself.
A huge blow for Carpediem. Were quite unprepared in this fight, and NIY, when the questions arose, this time they decide to answer back. A clean elimination, perhaps.
Flawless.
3 finishes secured, and now this goes on to pose a lot of questions. Gamla Boy had that Molotov out in that fight, and eventually just decided to burn him out. And of course, the pressure was there. He did not intend on doing so, but that's the kind of risk you take with that weapon, and we really thought that maybe Carpediem is going to notch things down a little bit, try and avoid those early fights, but that was not the case.
Hey, I don't want them to notch things down at all. I want them to move on forward and be aggressive even more.
Be a little bit more sturdy.
Yeah, pretty much. And speaking of that, you've also got the official smartphone partner.
Yeah.
iQOO Z9S series starting from 17,999 rupees. And not just that, if you move on towards Google and search iQOO Z9S series, you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to rupees 50,000.
Alright, so one conversation I really need to have with you is about KARUNADU. We were just talking about them.
Yep.
And we both share the same opinion that in the early stages, KARUNADU really tend to flourish. But then as the tournament goes ahead, don't you feel like they give you those Jux vibes? Where even Jux in the previous BGIS grind, they were pretty amazing. And in the latter stages, they kind of tend to struggle a lot.
It's not just this team. There's so many teams, the same storyline has been going on for them, man. Even RTGxIND is a prime example of that. In the early stage, they do tend to dominate. Luckily enough for this BGS 2024, they were there till quite the later phases, till the semifinals itself. But then later on, they got kicked out. But moving on forward towards this conversation, yes, KARUNADU Esports, they do end up choking things in the final few moments. It's because of the lack of experience. But now they have placed themselves so many times in the official tournament. I really do want to see them in the LAN finale at least.
We all would love to, especially considering how they've been playing so far.
Yeah.
The early stages, I think they've been quite promising, engaging themselves in those fights, and more often than not, coming out winning. A little bit unlucky, courtesy to all those third parties, but that's also something that they need to prepare for.
And you also brought up a point about Jux, right?
Yeah.
For Jux, Amazing's the main man to perform pretty nicely. If Amazing is stepped down, the entirety of Jux, they just come clashing down. And even Raven Esports could have been on the same boat too, if you remember in BGS 2024. Reaper was the man who was striking hard in the first few stages, but then later on, it was AimGod to step things up. So luckily enough for Raven Esports, they had those two winning factors. But for a lot of these teams, it's just that one individual man performing. Just like that in the past group, it was Turban for that entire team.
I think for Fatality or Raven Esports, whatever you might call them, I think so far, their journey in round number 1 has been quite disappointing. Just barring that one Vikendi game. And truth be told, yesterday they had Reaper sitting out. This time they got him back. So you could not see the difference in the roster. I get what you're trying to say. You know, certain teams relying on those individual players to pop off.
Yeah.
But when time comes, you would want the entire team to be really understanding what they want to achieve, what they want to accomplish, the others also to step up. And yeah, I think for Raven, that could be the case. But this time, I do not know what the intentions were. Trying to make those changes in your playing for, getting you Vajod. That clearly hasn't worked out.
I'm always two ways about this, right? Knowing the fact that they've got 6 more games to go, they can easily qualify. Fatality, they've got decent amount of points in the overall standings. All they need is to keep up that same pace going even in the latter 6 games that are left over, and they can easily move on to the upcoming rounds. It's not an issue at all for Fatality. So you can say it's all good in the hood as long as you're having somewhere around, or at least more than 25 points in the overall standings in these 6 games.
But then this point really comes in. A lot of the teams have breached that 60-plus mark.
Yeah.
And the second week for them would all be about, going all aggressive, trying to take so many of those fights. And that is where the pressure really starts to creep in. I hope Fatality can somehow just thrive under it and get a couple of points. But here onwards, we have another fight. Bring in front of us Lucifer. He's been quite good so far, taking down another player of Assam Titans. And on RIVALZ yesterday, had a very good game number 1, hoping that this time they go right till the end, get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, just look to replicate the same thing. A huge shout out to our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme 160R4V. A bike which packs a lot of performance and looks too.
Oh, this team. Legacy Esports. All right.
Missed out on them, huh?
He certainly did. As if they literally weren't playing. But again, haven't really given us those moments this time around. I think the only things that you remember about Legacy Esports was that game of Miramar where they went in for a third party, were looking quite promising. That's pretty much it. Now we're talking about this lineup. The exact 4 players playing from Vasista Esports in the BGMI 24 and had one of the cleanest runs in that tournament, and the way they've been performing right now, still relying on those third parties, still not making their own movements, that has been a huge cause of concern.
Pretty much has been. For Legacy, I would still say the first day wasn't too bad. They've gotten decent points in the first span of 3 games. It's completely okay for them. But now the zone moves away, and this time it's going to be a drastic one. Shifting up north, right on top of Gorka, Reckoning Esports with the biggest advantage. Now they should try and prioritize the high ground. Get yourself so much intel to play with that the other teams, when they try and close on up, you are just in a better stance. You are miles better for them.
The good thing about Reckoning Esports is they still have Viper and Hunters alive. So that's pretty much like a saving grace, losing out on Gravity IGL. As long as you get a good position, as long as you still have your hitters, I think should be a good one. And for that to happen, the circle also needs to shift once more on Reckoning. Because when you take a look at that southern cluster, you've got the likes of WindGod, even RE is present over there, TE, you've got TC, you've got KARUNADU, 7 Ocean, so many of those teams down there. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens once the circle shifts away. But we've got another question from the community. Shout out to Punya Ravi. Can team #iQOO dominate this season of BMPS like they did in BMPS Season 1? They were lacking in 4v4 fights after the farewell of S-Power from the team, but after the addition of NinjaDot, they are looking strong. Your opinions?
I wouldn't really say they were lacking in 4-on-4 fights after losing S-Power. They still had an ace up their sleeve, which was Joker. The only reason why they were lacking in 4-on-4 fights is because they were testing the waters. And I'm pretty sure he's referring to a third-party event that just happened a couple of days ago. Yeah. And I do understand why this concern is being raised by the fans, but you know Salme, which was more newer face on the block. He was still trying to get adjusted to this entire iQOO team. So that's why maybe they were lacking in those 4-on-4 fights. But once they got Joker back into playing 4, you saw iQOO smooth as butter.
Smooth as butter, just like Legacy Esports got deleted from the server. But yeah, my hot take on this would be iQOO will still be the favorites of this edition of the iQOO BMPS. Because honestly, getting in NinjaDot, you've got a more stable roster. You've got a player who's been tried and tested. We've seen him play exceptionally well, but so far in round number 1, I've still felt like they were hiding a lot of the strategies. They weren't really that serious, if you talk about it. And despite that, they still managed to get a lot of points for themselves. So I think for iQOO, a lot yet to be discovered as the tournament keeps on going to the latter stages. But when you talk about S-Power's departure from this squad and Ninja's addition, I still feel like it's fine, right?
Yeah, it's not that big of a change in my opinion, right? As Power is someone who's equally as good as Ninja, and he has been proven that time and time again as Power in the past, especially in BMPS 2023. This guy was on his top form. But it's just about difference of mentalities, right? Testing new things out. iQOO was playing with Same for such a long time in the playing four in the third-party event that we just witnessed, which they ended up winning, by the way. So yeah, as soon as they got Joker back in the playing four, everything was smooth as butter.
It certainly was. But when you talk about that question, I think it was the Season 1 BMPS, the one that iQOO did win. But that was an entirely different lineup. It had involved the likes of Carnival Gaming's players, but we'll get back to that. Because now we've got the players of Team Lolzzz engaging in a fight against Seven Ocean. And down and out, almost Sanchit not having the best of HPs as Lolzzz, the last player surviving. As he does get that final finish. But that has come with a lot of an expense. Team Lolzzz, especially after performing so well in the map of Sanhok. Almost down to the final two. And Sanchit, I think he's also a goner.
Yeah, for TGL, Lolzzz is now also taking that constant damage from the blue. I'm not sure what they can try and do at this point. Backs against the wall, even foes in the front. For TGL, they do not really have the vehicles as well to play around with. They're in a big trap, and it's also a spring trap. It just keeps on getting worse. Reckoning Esports towards that Gorka area. They found themselves quite a comfort zone, just waiting for the next few zones to pop up right on top of them. You've also got Assam Titans just playing on the edges. For Team Insane, Spy was the only man standing, considering there was a big mishap from them. And now look at TC up against the players of KARUNADU. For KARUNADU, this fight means a lot. They need to be the one to come out on top. And the same thing can be pretty much set for TC as well. Crimson tossing in the util, and no damage is being found. Unfortunately, not cooking the nade to perfection. But this time, it might just find the knocker that's needed. And it does as well. But the opponent's quite quick on his feet too, as he instantly gets the knockout return. That's even Steven trades on the board for now.
Our Esports, they also chime in inside this particular fight, picking off whatever remains as Team Cosmic. Yesterday we saw them struggling quite a lot to the point where they just could get nothing in terms of points secured. But now they're showing that intent to fight, and a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a standstill in this fight, all thanks to our Esports. Otherwise, KARUNADU would not have really hesitated. Had a couple of players down, and now they went in for that revive, got their players back alive as GyroGod. He strikes once again, and this time he finds Crimson.
Yeah, Crimson's found. Covers blown for TC. They're constantly losing out a man number as another player falls down. KARUNADU Esports, what a recovery that was in this fight. For TC, they were the one to find the opener. But then look at this. Once again, they reply back in a great fashion. As Zod OP, he finds a two-piece with this one single util that he tossed. And now Bad OP, what can he even do? He's getting aggressed on from different angles. There's so many bullets sailing in towards his own direction. And Zod OP's utility utilization has been super precise. For Team C, this is exactly what they want. And he tosses another util in that same direction. And he finds a three-piece instantly. That's going to be it for the opponents. KARUNADU Esports, a repositioning was needed from them.
It certainly was, but credit where credit is due. Zod OP does save the day. And finally opens up the account for the players of Team Cosmic. But for now, as discussed, Reckoning Esports, they had a little bit of that circle to themselves, but not now. Shifted away from them. They've got the players of Honored Rivals. Lucifer has been in a stellar form. They take down two players of Assam Titans early on in this game, and now he has his eyes set on the players of Reckoning. And he's not just doing that, he's also trying to dismantle their vehicles, but he gets an added bonus. That is going to be that knock on Hunters.
Saw this coming a miles away. Knew exactly what Lucifer was cooking. HRZ, with that find, they might just look to try and invade the territory. All the three players of Reckoning Esports in one single compound, in one single house. While now you try and look at the players of WindGod Esports too. Even they want to be a part of this fight. They want to third party them. Rex is in the back, his position's compromised, but Bichlu, there's utils tossed upon him, and he instantly repositions himself in the back. Bigelou's also got a decent amount of meds to play with, so he can try and go for the fights if he does want to. But Immortal this time gets strike down. And that's not a great news at all for Reckoning Esports. It's SRG from the right. It's also WindGod from the left. What can Reckoning Esports do? They're in a big pinch. And even the Wall of Death moving from the back, Reckoning Esports, they've got no other option than to move on forward. And Viper is now going to be the last glimmer of hope standing. Another nade sails in, and Viper is barely surviving with a sliver of HP. He's still prone underneath, and now he goes for the strike as he strikes down one man from WindGod. And this time it will be simple as WindGod, they take the fight against the players of HRZ. Phoenix was found, but then Bigelou from the back, he instantly hands out the recovery.
It's such a rough fight going on right now. Both these teams not understanding who they really want to go after. It's just bodies in front of them and they want to take these fights. But now look at this standstill. Dreams just buying some time as Bigelou. He was inside that vehicle, eventually to be snuffed out. And now WindGod taking the wins of the sails of their opponents. And now for Raw officials maintaining this consistency. This time they found their foes in the form of Team Empire as a grenade sails in. Superman already down on his knees as Empire might want to find the other one. Instantly switches over. Anuj 2OP yet to be dealt with. Raw officials, they've taken quite some casualties, and I'm loving how Team Empire is fighting back.
Yeah, sniffing out the individual blows. That's what Team Empire's doing, especially Empire himself. He's doing a lot inside of this fight for his team. Raw officials up against. And now he cannot crack under that pressure. He wanted to get the confirmation too in the back, and he actually does so as well. And what is going on? They're just playing Ringa Ringa Rosie, and Empire this time replies back. But Anish 2OP is there to save the day for Raw officials.
But this comes with a heavy cost. Team Raw officials have lost out on two of their players, and now the circle is also starting to move in. Anush 2OP also realizes that he needs to find the vehicle and make a run inside the circle as WindGod being ever so consistent. Have the best position inside the circle, still have a lot of players. But now you also have Team Insane. Look at Spy OP, one with the nature, hiding underneath that bush. Assam Titans, after that huge debacle early on into the game, they lost out on a lot of those players. But Jax somehow carrying the baton forward. But does he strike or does he wait? That's the big question.
Jax lying prone. There's nade tossed in that direction too. And what can Jax do? Team Insane Spy still alive, by the way, and that's really impressive. For Reckoning Esports, once again, another letdown considering they got wiped out by WindGod and HRZ. They contributed equally. And Reckoning Esports was in the smack center. Just getting pinned, getting sandwiched. WindGod now, considering they've got a lot of that land in their hands, they can keep on moving around. They've also got the intel to play with. They've got a rough lay of the land, knowing exactly where the foes might be. For Raw official, the smoke gives away their cover. Shots were taken, but nothing found.
Still taken aback as to how Raw official still made it inside the circle and now have the zone's favor to them. They've been blessed, but look at Spy OP. All sorts of shenanigans on his head. Did toss that grenade as Jax did receive some amount of damage, but was that projectile seen by the players of WindGod? Maybe they're unaware of his position, or are they? Are they just letting this fight simmer? Because for now, WindGod, they have to be the ones who need to traverse inside the circle. Dreams having taken massive amount of damage. This is where Ravi needs to provide some cover fire, needs to draw some attention. As Raw officials, they pretty much just don't care at this point.
Yeah. They've already got a Herculean lead in the overall standings in this entire group, so this does not even hold a lot of that value. But WindGod, they do reply back nicely. Daljit now left over all by himself. And he's also looking to hand out a nade. If this nade's going to be placed to perfection, that's going to seal the deal, but no, it's going to be the answer. Avi patches himself back up. WindGod's looking in top form once again. But as soon as I say that, Jax peeks up from the back, and this time, it's the Icy Snake to strike him down. Spy OP from Team Insane being the one with the nature. And Jax as well from Assam Titans as he peeks out. He's taking too much damage. He's taking too much hurt. And it will be on his 2OP to strike him down to death. Now you've got a final standoff. 2 men from the side of R4W and 1 man from the side of Team Insane.
And they know where he is. That one bush in the middle of nowhere. I'm pretty sure Daljit, he's done his due diligence and now they're going to go for a run over. Just scouring out, maybe ensuring that...
no, they do not know.
Yeah, but still, I felt like he lobbed a grenade. Maybe they wanted to check it out, but still, I think Raw officials have kept their calm, kept their cool, because at this point, they're not giving them that opening.
Yeah. They've got no clue where the last man is. They've got the man advantage too, and they do not even want to drive around because they know all it takes is one single knock to swing the fight back in the opponent's favor. Spy OP being as quiet as possible for Team Insane. They have been the consistent bunch. They started things off on a pretty bad note. Team Insane choked up pretty hard. But then the recovery from this one single man has been pretty incredible. And Spy this time strikes down. He already finds the first man and now pulls out the DBS up close and personal. And he clutches that. A 1v2 to end the day. And Team Insane, they secure the chicken dinner.
Lovely stuff coming in from this young lad, especially in those final few moments. He waited, patience was the key, and he showed what he can do if the situation is right. I mean, for Raw officials, they were still so careful, so cautious, but it was all about Spy just dodging Daljit's movement right onto him. He did not move a muscle, and when Anuj 2OP was in the open, that is where he struck and caught Daljit with his pants down. But whatever the case is, the day has changed, but the result hasn't. Raw officials, Team Insane, still make it inside the top 2.
Listen, the target priority in that end moment was initially really nice. Yeah. Knowing who to strike, when to strike, he found the perfect timing, strike down the first man, knew now the other man is way too close to me, switches on over towards the DBS and strikes him down.
And this Weekendy was pretty weird, considering so many of those final players surviving had those early casualties in their teams. You talk about Insane, they were trying to rotate around, they had one loss, but still it came down to Spy. I do not know how he was in the middle of nowhere. Even for Assam Titans, that final player surviving Jax over there, we really felt like... I think he could have been a goner, but still in those final moments, he did a lot. He got a lot of finishes for his team. Raw officials also surviving the wrath of Team Empire, still getting inside the circle. I think this was a game of Weekendy that was beyond our comprehension. Yeah. But it was all about the hunger, and it is visible.
Quite a scrappy game, let's be honest, right? With the way the action was happening, individual blows are being handed out. We weren't really seeing a proper squad wipe. But this is how the action really kicked off in the final stages. Jax was the one to hand out a bit of that discomfort to the opponents. WindGod, they could have stood a big chance as well to win the entire game, considering they had the man advantage in the final few moments. But unfortunately, WindGod was struck down by the players of R4W, and that's where R4W, they messed up big when they faced off against Spy OP. They checked every single corner in the zone other than that bush that was there in front of them. They should have realized, I'm not going to lie, as a pro player, they should realize that fact.
You know, just before this fight came into fruition, we saw Daljit actually throwing a piece of utility. And
yeah, he threw that towards the Zima to clear that angle.
And he thought that maybe that area is clear. Because ideally, otherwise, even when he was driving his vehicle around, he would have checked that angle. But he was a little too confident that there might be nobody, somebody might also be heal battling.
Oh, yeah.
That could have also been a case. But whatever it was, Anuj 2OP was way too out in that particular situation, especially opening that floodgates for Spy. He knew this was the time to strike. Instantly took down Anuj 2OP, no response. He could not even react. And just when that happens, Daljit is like, oh shoot, I've got an enemy behind me and I did not know of it. That is where that element of surprise really kicks in. And, you know, Spy having all the information in the world, all he had to do was just click and connect those shots and get that chicken dinner. Beautiful stuff.
Easy. Way too easy in the end was made for Spy. But moving the conversation towards Carpediem when they faced off against NIY. It was a proper 4-on-4 collision outside of the zone. And Carpediem, they missed a big in that entire moment. They were losing out on those players single-handedly over and over again. Utilities were being tossed to perfection from NIY, while the same was not happening from Carpediem.
For Carpediem, even yesterday and today, nothing has really changed.
Yeah.
They've been showing signs of intent of engaging in those fights, but you could see the players are not working with each other. It's always been about those individuals coming out, trying to, just maybe show off. I do not know what it is, because you're not seeing them in angles where they can provide cover fire to each other. Even for how that entire fight really panned out, Gamla Boy knew that there were certain players in front of him, and he started cooking up that Molotov. But before he could throw, he was taken down. He burnt himself down. And then you could see the other players also walking in like headless chickens. They also get traded down. And suddenly it was reduced to a 2v4 situation.
Yeah.
Fierce still found some trade there, but not enough when you're going up against 4 men. So that was really where Carpediem fell off. But for WindGod Esports, nonetheless, I think still quite a decent game. I think that was quite an intense fight where you had Reckoning, you had Honored Rivals and WindGod. They came out of that and 11 points, 15 points, quite good.
Yeah, for WindGod, 15 points at the start. That's a great way to kick things off.
Yeah.
You move on towards Team Insane, 13 points. Once again, Team Insane being super consistent. Raw officials being consistent as well. For Assam Titans, a game that they needed. But you turn the page and you see a few upsets. That's going to be Carpediem, Reckoning Esports. You also do see HRZ and R Esports and LG.
For R Esports, it's the same chapter over and over again. And for LG, expected a little bit of a comeback from their side. For Honored Rivals, I think the idea was right to take that fight against the players of Reckoning. But what they did not anticipate was Team WindGod also chiming in, because they literally had the players cornered from Reckoning. And if WindGod had not third-partied in that situation, I think they would not even have suffered any casualties. But WindGod were also smart in that situation. But yeah, of course, we broke down that fight, but we have to talk about Legacy Esports. Such a nice team, but yet that performance has been missing.
Yeah, Legacy Esports definitely choked up big in that previous game, because we had a lot of those expectations, as you mentioned, in the past, known as Vasista Esports. They made it till the LAN finale too, and in the final few moments of that entire LAN finale, they performed quite nice.
Yeah.
Was a little bit too late to wake up to the occasion, but still, we know what they're capable of. Unfortunately, the same capability is now visible over here in these rounds. Let's move on to a short break for now to fix this. We'll be right back in a moment.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Well, game number 4 done and dusted for Group 3. But to be honest, Johnny, nothing has really changed. Because the results quite similar. It is either Raw Officials or Insane Esports. What on earth is happening? Are the other teams uninterested to play?
I don't think it's about the amount of interest they have in winning or playing the matches. I think these two teams just stored up with a different kind of fire in their hearts and a different will, just empowering them to secure the win. I mean, talk about how Insane was able to secure that win, right?
That was cheeky. That was very cheeky from SpyOP.
Yeah.
And we've always been but praises about this young lad. I think he's what, barely 17 or 18, and that trigger discipline over there, knowing when to shoot, really came into play. And if you want to play like Spy, you have to begin somewhere. You need to get yourself a very good weapon of choice, and that is where we suggest the iQOO Z9S, who are apparently our official smartphone partner for the iQOO BMPS. And coming back to this entire discussion, Legacy Esports. This was one of those conversations I was having with Necro. I would love to know your take on it, because Legacy Esports, considering their run in the BGIS 24, seems like they're starting from the scratch, but not the work in the right direction.
I mean, yesterday was a decent day, so I think they did earn themselves that little bit of a safety cushion to work with. So I think Legacy Esports should be okay if they can bounce back in the next 2 matches. That is what they need to do. They need that one big game to bring themselves back into that middle pack in the overall rankings. And as long as that one good game happens today, it's all going to be okay for Legacy Esports. Who I'm actually surprised with is Carpediem out of nowhere. I think, again, Fixes, are we still on about when do they actually secure their first placement point?
I mean, I was actually expecting for you or Necro to come in and say they still have 6 more matches to play after the first half. So, who knows, they might get a comeback, but still they're not serious. That's for sure. They're not playing to win. They better wake up, or maybe nothing remains in that second week for them. As we take a quick look at the overall standings, there you can see Raw officials, insane, really hitting the hard notes over there, 53 points and 51, and loving how these two teams have been so consistent. Look at those position points, literally the same.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams have been consistent. They are focusing on the bigger picture. WindGod as well. Huge praise for WindGod for this match. They had a nice game that we were hoping for. But as we move down in the overall leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, it is, again, another surprising team from this particular group. Honored Rivals, HRZ, we see them on that 38th position now. They have also brought themselves a little bit high up into the ranking. But look at that, 28 points, right? It's going to take a big game for them to bounce inside of that top 16, because top 16 is in that mid-40s. And Honored Rivals, yes, the start was good, but the momentum is slipping out of their hands. So they need to recover as quickly as possible. And as we were talking about it, there it is on the 42nd. Carpediem, 18 finishes, no placement points as of now. And they still have 2 matches. All I hope is, yes, guys, I understand you are aggressive. I understand you do not care about those placement points. But please outperform 4 aggressive man at least.
At least do better in the remainder 2 matches that you have. But this sort of brings me back to another conversation. Well, Carpediem were never the BGI's Grand Finals. I'll tell you who were. Reckoning Esports. And they're doing even worse.
Carpediem wasn't even formed back then.
Yeah, but still, the players could not make it to the finals.
Yeah, that is very true. That is true. None of them were there. Probably why Carpediem was formed, I assume. But yeah, as you were talking about Reckoning Esports, right? They were there and they had a phenomenal run during the finale. Of course, we were very impressed by how these players were able to perform. The hype was there from the moment I think Viper broke the record of finishes by an individual in a single game during the league stages of BGIS 2024. And since then, everyone was keeping an eye on Reckoning Esports. They lived up to all of that hype in the finals. But now, I mean, all of that magic, all of that charm, it seems like it has faded away. And that raises a lot of questions, like, what was that and what is this?
I do have very critical opinions, but I don't know if I can really share it on this broadcast. But, you know, that would get very spicy. Maybe someday on another podcast.
You got to text Fixes for that.
Do hit us up. But for now, I think, you know, looking at how things are, 2 teams that we have to focus on. In fact, 3 also Carpediem. We've talked enough about them. Legacy Esports, they have been struggling. Reckoning Esports and Carpediem, 3 big names. They haven't been swinging. They have to make a comeback in this map of
Can I add one more name to this list?
Yeah, go on.
Team Empire.
Yeah, Team Empire is still fine because not really in that category yet, at least for me. I mean, you still have your own personal opinions. But quick look at the matchup, because when you look at this, when you talk about improvements, WindGod, they have definitely improved.
Yeah.
Insane, I think they're just doing what they did in the previous BGS 24, also one of the grand finalists. But then again, here you have got Carpediem struggling. Even for Team Cosmic, finally we get to see a clutch. Finally we get to see some points on the board. But again, when you look at our esports, now this is also one of those lineups where there was a lot of that storyline going on. Regeltos, Akshu making a comeback, but where's the comeback?
I mean, they made a comeback to the competitive circuit, but I understand what you're saying, right? And this is a conversation I was having with Necro yesterday, that once you are outside of the competitive circuit, you sometimes forget about how pressure feels like inside of a lobby like this, right? You have lived that moment. You have lived those days. And I might not have shared a stage with any of these legends, but there was a time when I was just like trying to understand what the mindset is like. I got myself a team. We were playing those scrims. And every single time you go for a peek, every single time you pick a fight, every single shot that goes around you, it feels like it's the final moments of a finale, right? There's so much mental pressure, and it feels like once you're outside of that circuit, once you leave that environment, you forget what that moment was like. And for iQOO and Regaltos, I think both of them stepping back in, I think it was an important factor of how they dealt with it. For Regaltos especially, used to be renowned as one of the best mechanical players of his era, has gotten out of practice, I guess, and it is going to take a little while for him to get warmed up, because it feels like, yeah, the moments of brilliance are there. You see those glimpses every now and then, but they are just glimpses. We aren't seeing the full picture.
We certainly aren't. And hope that we see something happen in this game of Miramar, because the voice in my head says, we are ready. Johnny, are you ready?
I am ready, but also you are going insane listening to voices.
Reminds me of Edge, one of the wrestlers that I've been following a lot, and you know how his entry song went, right?
Yes.
And for his comeback, especially even when he made his comeback in to the wrestling arena.
I think you're talking about someone else.
No, it was Edge.
I hear voices in my head.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a different wrestler.
Who was it? It was still Edge.
I think it was Mr. Orton. Anyways, I mean, we're going to talk about Miramar, man. We're not watching wrestling over here.
My bad.
It's the map of Miramar on our screens, and it's going to be an interesting one for sure. It starts from Impala and goes all the way towards the northwestern quadrant, ending between La Cobriera and Ruins. And it is going to put the entire southwestern quadrant of the map a little bit off limits for a lot of these teams. But you know what I loved about this group and their performance on Miramar yesterday? At least we got to see a few early drop clashes. And one of those which I'm looking forward to, it's going to be towards El Pozo. Do Carpediem find their revenge? But before that, we have TR going up against the players of TC. Who won this fight yesterday? I remember, if I'm not wrong, I think it was
Sai officials. Yeah.
It was Sai officials, yeah.
They did come out swinging, but this time, it's a different Team Cosmic. We saw Zord OP in that game of Vikendi. He was quite good, especially with all that grenades. And this time, I think Team Cosmic, they've learned from their mistakes. They've done their homework, but certainly somebody hasn't. And it is Gravity IGL getting picked off. The players of Team Legacy, Sanchit, being the one taking him down. And game 1, Vikendi gets picked off right from minute 1. Game 2, Miramar. The fate still remains the same.
Yeah, and of course on the finish feed as well, we noticed Reckoning Esports also not off to a great start. Yeah. So again, all of that criticism that you have been throwing at them, Fixes, I feel like it's getting to the players now. Start of the game, not really looking good. Lose out on one man as soon as the game begins. And of course, the other 3 lads as well are going to be put under a little bit more pressure from the team that is surrounding them. Although, let's see. Reckoning Esports, they do manage to evade and move towards Porto Pracio after that early loss. Miko from the side of TR. Cyrulus, that is, still holding on to that rooftop, hoping to gain some vision of the opposing side, Team Cosmic, but apart from that damage trade-off, nothing comes to shove. Nemo, are they aware of the man on the ground floor? No love. Because he will definitely show no love to them.
Given the situation arise, he is definitely going to not do that. But, you know, I wanted to get back to our old conversation about our esports and the legacy players making a return. Because you're always under the spotlight when you are also a big content creator, especially when you're Regaltos. Everybody was so elated when he finally announced his comeback. And it was just not Regaltos, it was also Snacks.
Yeah.
But from a different team. But when you keep both of them on the same pedestal, I think Snacks has performed really well for VST.
Yeah.
If not as a team, as an individual, he still has those numbers. And I want to see that happening from Regaltos also. Because, to be honest, Regaltos was one of the best players, like you said. when he was at his peak. And the fans would also expect nothing less. But we do have some movements in this particular fight. Miko, she's been spotted out, and two players of Team Cosmic are already making a mad dash at her. But even for Team Cosmic, I feel a little bit of a distraught in the formations, and Miko will capitalize, get that knock over there, as Team Cosmic still get the trade, and now have the numbers advantage once again.
Because we were talking about our esports, look at the radar for a second, because from the hills in the back,
yeah,
these hills, they have eyes, and the eyes are of the players of our esports. Akshu is the first man to close in, and the remaining players, they're going to try and take the roadways to move in and pick off any loose stragglers from both of these sides. But now differences being settled between the players of Rulers and Team Cosmic. Nemo shut down by Crimson. And Akshu, M4 equipped with the 4X, definitely enough to take down anyone he spots from this distance.
I like this. Our esports finally showing that intent.
There's one more team moving in now. Reckoning Esports, they're looking for revenge.
And we love this. We love those early fights. And for now, Team Cosmic especially, they need to know how to somehow get back the pieces, especially now Love being cut off from his squad, and Crimson having to take this 1v2 duel all on his own. And it's going to be such a tedious task. Reklitos, he's finally enraged as Crimson. This is lovely stuff. Taking down Manus already in the process. And now Reklitos, he's feeling all that heat, does not have the best of covers, not has the best of HPs. Eventually, it's going to be Zod from the sidelines as Team Cosmic, they are fighting back.
Yeah, I think our esports are a little too relaxed to be of any value to this fight. Look at that, one more man knocked out, and it's going to be an instant squad wipe handed to the players of our esports. A beat down in a 2 versus 4. And they run into a trap. Team Crimson, although they are going to be extremely ecstatic with their win and their start of this match fixes. Within the first 5 minutes of this game, Team Crimson has 7 eliminations on the board.
Lovely stuff. Would love to see them get around 10 plus at this given moment. They are brimming with confidence. But Viper, he's all coiled up, ready to strike. But now, look at this. Going after the last player, surviving from Rulers will have no trouble. Zod OP. This man is on fire. But before Team Crimson, or in fact Team Cosmic, could really celebrate, it was Viper striking them down once again. One player knocked out, and TC suddenly find themselves in a whole world of trouble once again.
Yeah, Cosmic. My apologies. And of course, I think good revenge for what happened to them yesterday. Yesterday, it was the exact opposite. Cosmic were the ones who were wiped down by the players of Rulers.
Yeah.
And there were no third parties on this fight yesterday. I mean, so out of nowhere, this is quite surprising that our esports, they show up. And Reckoning Esports as well. But Viper, after that initial frag, I think has decided to back off. Oh no. Oh no, Reckoning Esports. I think they were setting up a trap because Immortal up front, and look at the radar hunters in the back. The moment the players of Team Cosmic stop, they're going to be sent back to the galaxies. But no, Immortal, he gets shut down. Zod OP, I think just like in the movie Superman, this man is also running around just saying, kneel before Zod.
Like you said, straight out of a movie, this moment, but hold on. Just calm down, Bash. You have been phenomenal enough. Because look at Team Cosmic.
Yeah.
Did you even imagine in your wildest of your dreams that they would be out here with 9 finishes already, still 3 players surviving? This squad is just built different right now. Especially considering the fact that they had hit rock bottom yesterday.
Yes.
Let's talk facts, Johnny. They secured 0 points. And today, almost, having a really good start in that game of Vikendi, following it up with Miramar, they surely are on a warpath.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's quite surprising. I 100% agree with you on that. I mean, yesterday was not this.
I like this.
Yeah, and I like this as well. Although Legacy Esports all the way in Campo Militar, they will have to pace themselves. They're going to take a lot of damage from this initial blue zone. And I love this circle as well, all the way towards the western edge of the map. In the meanwhile, HRZ has also been very consistent in their overall journey. They're not doing too bad. Quite decent start to their journey of the 2024 iQOO BMPS.
If you remember, it's one of those squads not really, anywhere you could say that they're a new team. We've seen them play under multiple banners. Yeah, first half, then Skulls. Young squad and has a lot of promises. And this is a squad that does not care about those position points. Always eyeing out for those fights. And we have seen that also happen in this rendition of the iQOO BMPS 24 as insane. They have been nothing but insane. Very calm, very collected, finally getting that chicken dinner. And as of now, Miramar has always been one of their strong suits, even Erangel, more than that. And it's one of the conversations I was having with Mr. Robin from Mogo Esports. He said that, we've been scrimming a lot against them. And these boys, they're improving every single day.
And of course, from what Spy OP did in the previous match, we might as well call him James Bond. Because that was something else. It was just an impossible feat for him to pull off, especially considering how the game began for the players of Team Insane.
What I liked about that particular moment was his composure.
Yeah.
Because more often than not, we've seen so many of those experienced players also fumble the ball there. When it matters the most, they do not know when to strike and when not to. And he executed that clutch with such ease. We were all taken aback considering his age. He's what, barely 17 now? And still having that maturity of when to strike and whom to strike. That is what sets him apart.
Oh, well, look at this. We do have the players of WindGod on our screens. And talking about WindGod, the iQOO MVP of the previous match, Dreams from the side of WindGod Esports. 7 finishes, 64% finish contribution. And this is what I wanted to talk about. Because WindGod, they were moving up north from Chumasera. And there's already a cluster building just south of El Pozo towards Monte Nuevo. This is KARUNADU Esports, HRZ 7 Ocean closing in from the north. And WindGod, they might end up running into a trap, but Honored Rivals, Phoenix knocked out. Man, he should be able to secure that finish. There it is. Kaboom. Point in the bag, and that's the opening they needed. But no real opportunity for them to actually force the fight even further. There is an isolated man from the side of Honored Rivals, quite close to the players of KARUNADU Esports, but the real threat is on top of that hills.
Oh, look at Manny Jod. Is he just really not happy with his teammate? But whatever the case is, folks, as we've got a little bit of a breather in this match, do check out our official smartphone partner, iQOO, and their new launch, the iQOO Z9S. Starting at just ₹17.99. And when you talk about, you also have to add an extra 9. It's $17.999. My apologies. But coming back to what conversation we were having about WindGod, I really want to create this dialogue and want to have it as well. Because for WindGod, I felt like the weekendy chicken dinner could have been theirs. But needless to say, I think considering how their first 2 games went yesterday and how they've been performing today, there has still been that drastic improvement.
Yeah.
Getting that chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok and somehow continuing that consistent run. Because taking a fight against 2 squads that really got sketchy towards the end. Where Honored Rivals, they were looking on taking down the players of Reckoning with ease. They come out of nowhere and wipe both of them down. Out of which, Dreams gets so many finishes to his name.
I mean, well, all of that is true fixes, right? I mean, you talked about the improvement. You talked about how that previous game went for them. I mean, you look at the players, right? Avi, Rex, Dreams. Are we satisfied with this? I mean, these lads have legacies behind them. They've left just pathways of destruction in the past. And now struggles on day 1. Second day they show up. Yeah, they have recovered. But I want to see the same old Avi that we used to have in the past.
See, times have really changed because Avi used to flourish in different point structures when you had 15 points for a chicken dinner, when actually getting the center of the circle really was quite an advantage. And then again, still not having Savitar in their roster, at least coming in for the playing four with Simple coming in. That was still pretty decent, considering if you look at just the recent runs of WindGod, they also have that choker stack. Because I remember for WindGod, and the same goes for Gujarat Tigers. It was round number 3. They were having such a good position. All they needed was like, what, 5 to 6 points, and they would have made it to round 4, where you had that little bit of a breather. But they could not make it.
Although, a question for you, do you think Savitar's absence is the reason that their performance is being hampered right now?
See, honestly, right now, I cannot give you a conclusive statement because we haven't seen Savitar play. But when Savitar comes into play, we know that he adds that extra oomph to the roster. He's one of those very young assaulters. We've seen him, you know, under Avi's guidance. He's been playing really well. And he's stuck on to Avi for quite some time.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing, at least for Savitar, because he was quite infamous for switching a lot of bots. And it's almost been, what, 1.5, 2 years he's with Avi, and they've delivered. But again, if you now say that WindGod is going par with the other big names, they surely have been missing out. And this is literally Avi's redemption arc, because I think even the organization itself, WindGod, have shown a lot of trust to Avi, and he needs to start proving that. But look at this standoff. NIY were literally having that rat trap laid down for Team Insane. The moment they come striking in, players are firing shots from multiple angles. Already a casualty for Team Insane.
1 man down, 3 more to go. But Insane, they somehow managed to escape with their lives. Well, at least the 3 survivors do. But NIY now, is the hunt, is the chase going to be initiated by their end? I don't think so. The players are going to look to regroup, and we have a very awkward shift now. This changes everything. Fixtures the circle moving between El Pozo, Crater Fields, Power Grid, and north of Monte Nuevo. Every single one of them thought, majority of the teams in fact thought that zone was going to take them towards La Driela, but no. An absolute bonkers hard shift comes in, and it takes us towards the northeastern quadrant of the circle. Prior to this, everyone is on the move. But you know who actually gains the massive, massive advantage? Just because they are still all the way towards Los Leones. It is Team Cosmic. They have absolutely no incentive to chime in into any of these fights, because they have 9 eliminations already secured from that fiasco that happened in the city of Impala.
And they have an abundance of options.
Yeah.
They can choose which direction to infiltrate from. And considering they've gotten so many points already on the board, I think surely would not even mind if they get taken down right now. But Carpediem, they find themselves in the midst of a fight, have this time been the ones who open things up. And all these teams have been quite mobile, just like our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme 125. Carpediem having that high ground advantage on it. And Fierce starting to unleash himself. But for Team Lolzzz, Modit and Sanchit, these 2 players, we've also seen them gracing the land stage. Team MICI, does it ring a bell?
Yeah, it does. And MICI, I mean, it was a surprising team. I mean, we all remember that. I think it was that iconic game of Vikendi where we saw them clutch it out for the win. Right now, Fierce with that massive high ground advantage to work with. He's definitely pinned down the players of EGL, but Raw Official in the distance. Few shots were fired towards Superman, although I did not see any one of them connecting, so he's definitely quite safe. Sticking to that southwestern edge now. This is a massive, massive cluster point. Look at that. Raw Official under fire from KARUNADU Esports. And Assam Titans as well. They found a little bit of a safe haven to work with, but it's not going to be easy to move a single step further from here. Considering you have Legacy Esports to go up against NIY, their trap is still open. Waiting to clinch on anyone who makes the mistake of moving a little too close to them.
For NIY, they've gone in so down below that the same storyline goes for them as it goes for Team Cosmic. Considering they've hit that rock bottom, the only way is up for them. And same goes for Assam Titans. And it's a good thing that both these teams are showing signs of recovery, because in the previous game we also saw Jax. He was quite phenomenal as well.
Yeah.
Despite losing out on numbers early on, still making it into the final phases of the game. That's an improvement, and that's something that we appreciated. But for Legacy Esports, I mean, you've been saying they just have 14 points. But let's not forget, after this, they will be just at one game. And we have been talking about being at that sweet spot area of around 50 plus points. And 14 and 50, that's a lot of difference, my friend. And for Legacy, they can still overcome that. For that, they really need to get back to their senses and need to start hitting as Team Empire spotting out the players of Honored Rivals. This is the sort of benefit that you get when you have that King of the Hill situation. Even if you are knocked out, you've got a vehicle and if you've got a teammate, nothing will really stop you.
Oh man, it's going to be a dive from top of that hill, but Storm can just spray down on that vehicle, take it out of commission. That's going to pin down the players from the opposing side up above. But again, another hard shift of the circle comes in. HRZ, they should be able to control themselves on top of that mountain. And Seven Ocean, they need to find some cover for themselves as quickly as possible. WindGod moving in from that northeastern edge, while the players from the side of Team Cosmic are going to try and chase them down. But as we were talking about a Team Empire, the team that is up there towards the northern side, pinning down the players of HRZ. They're going to not let them move any further from here. R2 and Bitslu. Not an easy task for these two lads to move out. But here we have it. Team Lolzzz. First pick secured. Avi from WindGod goes down, but Lolzzz, they've lost out on Mudit and WindGod. They're going to go in for the revenge fight. Sanchit, HP brought back in. Helmet has taken a lot of damage, and now as WindGod, they try to retaliate. A little bit of damage taken up by Kunal. He tanks the nade. Repositions himself to try and stay within the line of fire of his own teammate, but Simple and Dreams building up the pressure on Mudit and Sanchit with the DBS and the AK. They're going to look to move in. Another trade knock has been secured, and while the players of WindGod might have lost their IGL as they try to move in, even Rex goes down. A big blunder coming in. Dreams, a delay in reaction, and he falls. Simple, he's going to be the last man left standing with the M4. Can't really take on those shotguns. And Team Lolzzz, 5 points secured in this game already.
A comedy of errors nonetheless from WindGod, especially after losing out on Avi and then committing to the fight like that. But we have one more. This time it is going to be Carpediem taking on Team Insane. As Fierce, he was surrounded by foes from multiple angles. And now Team Insane making a quick work of them. Again, making a very good entry inside the circle. Now last player surviving, it's going to be Max against SpyOP, the young lad, as he keeps on spraying down the shots. Tapping and everything just seems to connect. But Team Insane, they're not out of the woods yet. You could see SpyOP being taken down by the players of KARUNADU Esports as everybody is scrambling for a good position inside the circle. And Team Insane, they're well aware of that. Do they cut on their losses, make a run? Because we've got fights happening left, right and center. And now it is KARUNADU taking on Seven Ocean Esports.
Yeah, they abandoned that hill and they moved out. And Manny Jot finds the opening. Seven Ocean Demon, he's going to be the first man to go down. But a preemptive nade from his side. Gyro God was knocked out because of that. But no, what is this? Big blunder coming in. KARUNADU Esports, the player does get finished up, but Seven Ocean, they aren't playing this perfectly either, as even Reflex is going to get knocked and finished. He tried to charge towards the players of KARUNADU Esports inside of that house, and he got punished for that. A nade from Remember. Manny gets traded out. We're down to a 2v2 between these two sides, but Team Insane, they chime in for the third party, or at least looking for one. It's not going to be easy for them to survive either. Probot from the side of Seven Ocean, he's playing the barn houses in the back lines, and he's going to try and see if he can survive or at least deny an opportunity to anyone from the surrounding to take control of one of these high priority positions towards the northwestern quadrant of the circle. But things do calm down. KARUNADU Esports, they've been given a little bit of breathing room to work with. The revive comes in. But look at the finish speed. It seems like Fix's Team Lolzzz, they aren't done. They catch the players of Team Cosmic off guard.
So much happening at this particular point. Look at this, Seven Ocean. You've got KARUNADU on from the backlines. You still have the players of Legacy. Very much spread apart. And let's not forget Raw Officials was somewhere around that southwestern edges. They're waiting for a fight to brew, and they want a third party this one. But finally, Team Lolzzz just breaking down in that moment. It was quite an intense fight, but now coming back, to what is at hand, right? You need to look at how the circle is built. For Honored Rivals, it's going to be such a tough run, especially that descent coming in from the hills. Lucifer, he's got to make a run for it. And he's still got Team Empire to watch out for. And on the backlines, I think even if they tend to do that, Lucknow Giants can strike in any given moment.
All of that is correct, but I don't care about that fixes. Cosmic is sitting at 12 eliminations already in this game.
Yeah. I mean, they've been pretty much very good, right? Nothing really taken away, and all they want to do is just recover as many points as possible. Little bit of that replay where Team Lolzzz pretty much dismantled the players of WindGod, and this is where Raw officials took that very crucial fight against NIY, still keeping their numbers intact, and for Reckoning, things haven't been working well. Have made it inside the top 10, but have lost out on Immortal and Gravity IGL. Down to these two promising assaulters to really deliver a good blow. But for Honored Rivals, it's all about getting inside the circle. And now look at this, Assam Titans, they hit the deck against Karunadu, but from the sidelines they're also being fired at. Fights happening left, right and center once again as Legacy Esports. They also decide to come inside the circle, but now these smokes are somehow keeping them alive.
In a moment of desperation, a huge blunder comes in and Assam Titans, they're about to be wiped from this match. KARUNADU Esports barely surviving on the edge as well. But Legacy, as we were talking about them, the one luxury they have is they can utilize the cover of the ridge and the distraction from the opposing side, avoid any conflict against the players of KARUNADU Esports and move further inside of the circle of the zone. But KARUNADU Esports, they still have the numbers to work with over here. 7 Ocean, one more player taken down. Raw official eliminated from this match as well, as we go down to 9 teams, 20 players still alive. And Legacy Esports, one of the few names that is there with all 4 players still alive and fighting and willing to take a fight inside of this game. We were talking about how it has just been a mediocre performance from their own standards. This might be that one big game that they're hoping for. But before I finish that sentence, knock comes in from Stone BGMI as KARUNADU Esports find the opening. Not even going to matter. A return nade from the players of Legacy, and KARUNADU Esports find themselves under heavy fire. And here comes the charge. Legacy Esports, they're looking for those frags. A nade to wrap up the finish points. MJ knocked out. Who cares? They still have the numbers advantage to work with. 5 eliminations already secured by the players of Legacy Esports. And now is when Sue realizes that, hey, one of our players is knocked up on that hill. Might as well go for a revive.
No time to smile, because for now, even Legacy Esports, they have to get inside the circle. Circle shifting out in the open in a no man's land position. But look at this, Jax again takes that stride when it matters the most. Legacy Esports, they really kept him unchecked, and he delivers that death blow. And now Legacy Esports, they have 1 man down. And for now, Assam Titans, especially Jax in the previous game, he was also the hero for his team and has to do it once again. Rinse and repeat. But 7 Ocean Esports, they've also gone quite deep into this game. But MJ having that high ground, he's going to get a couple of knocks. Sue also having spotted out Pro Bot over there, as Afu and Insane ever so consistent. But this is where Team Cosmic and their cavalry arrives. They have been exceptional in this game of Miramar. Would love to see them get the chicken dinner as MJ spotting out the players of Team Empire, instantly ripping them apart.
It's definitely going to be quite difficult for Cosmic to secure this when they're 2 out in the open, but they wipe the floor with the players of Reckoning Esports. And now I think, Fixes, even I'm going to be a believer in Team Cosmic. A phenomenal performance, 14 eliminations already on the board, and Zord OP is screaming at the top of his lungs that they need to kneel before Zord. But it seems like someone found the kryptonite, and Zord is going to get finished off. So Team Cosmic, they're down to their last 2 players, and the game is also between them and the players of Legacy Esports. A 3 versus 2 situation develops. All of those smokes are going to draw the attention of the players of Legacy, so it is important for the man on the flank, NoLove, to show some love to his own teammate and try and save him. But nade too close to Pasha. He survives with a pixel of HP, barely avoids getting knocked out, has a first aid to recover as well, and he does recover some HP upon himself. But as I said, NoLove, the real pressure is on that man. He needs to deny the players of Legacy Esports and punish MJ, because even MJ is too much out into the open now.
For Pash especially, he's being battered, he's been bruised. Constant barrage of all that utility, those gunshots, everything Be committed for him. This is what I was talking about. No love. Needed to thread that needed to find that opening in which he fails. And at this point, for Pash, the difficulty keeps on rising, keeps on increasing. As now Su out in the open, he had his eyes set on No Love. This crossfire really working wonders. Just playing around the smoke, and now RageGod, he needs to heal. Whilst MJ is the healthiest, but now No Love still alive. Still trying to drive the vehicle by, but everything just goes awry as MJ gets that knock, and No Love pretty much out in the open. And Legacy Esports, this time, they do not make those mistakes. This time they strike, and a big one at that. A chicken dinner at a very important moment. This is definitely going to propel them up the standings.
Yeah, they ignore that right flank where MJ was. No smoke slobbed off. I think they were out of the smokes by that point. And yeah, that's the one mistake they made in this entire game. Other than that, Team Cosmic, that was a Cosmic performance. Yeah. Absolutely phenomenal.
Loved every bit of Team Cosmic, because for Legacy Esports, they started the day with 14 points. But Team Cosmic had 0. And let's be honest, in this one match, they got at least 14 plus finishes, if I'm not wrong. So that is how good they were. They all they started off was a really good game of Vikendi, where Zod OP, I think he's been the anchor for this team. He's been the one, he's been doing so much that the others really have their morals pretty much boosted. And for Team Cosmic, still one more game remains. I would love to see them end their run in the first half. Yeah. Getting a chicken dinner.
I mean, it was a phenomenal performance, right? Started all the way from Impala and then moved in towards Monte Nuevo to try and take those fights. And along the way, they got so many finishes. We did not see this yesterday. So, again, the momentum from this game, they held on to it, held on for the day lives, and just went along with the flow. And Team Empire as well. Empire started all the way from Campo Militar, man. Yeah. Both these teams that started their way from the extremities of the eastern edges of the map ended up winning a game which had the zone start towards the west. And that is the one thing that I'm very impressed about, not just from the players of Team Cosmic, but Team Empire as well. And it is something that I think we were hoping for, but Empire, the players from Legacy Esports. Right. But as I was talking about Empire, I think Empire also tried their level best, but weren't really able to survive. This is the winner-winner chicken dinner moment. Pash securing that knock onto Su, phenomenal. I think No Love, the only way I can make sense of that was I think they thought they for sure knew that both the players were going to stick towards the left-hand side, but again, MJ, he's the smarter of the bunch, I think, decided to move out in the open, and I think just caught them by surprise.
I think I have no complaints for Team Cosmic, really, because they had to get inside the circle and still getting that one knock. Even for No Love, he had to, draw that attention. Yeah. I think what did not work out was Pash getting, heavily pummeled down over there. And for No Love, nothing really remained towards the end. But despite that, a very good performance from their side, even for Legacy Esports to make a comeback in this one. This was even a chicken dinner coming with a lot of good finishes. But the disappointment still to continue for Carpediem, for the likes of even Reckoning Esports, because this time also having taken those early losses and considering how cleaner their rounds were in the previous official tournaments, they have been looking really disappointing.
But at least we had different names in the top 3 other than Raw Official and Team Insane.
Insane still could have been there, but again, another player that has also drawn our attention has to be Jax from Assam Titans, because again, he is one of those last players surviving, and he delivered one of those death blows to Legacy Esports. I think one of their players instantly picked off over there in that situation. So for Assam Titans, that is also an improvement considering how yesterday went. But for Sai Rulers, they have been on a little bit of a dip down, and then you got so many of the other squads also struggling. Even for Honored Rivals, expected a little bit more from their side.
Yeah, Honored Rivals, it seems like all of a sudden just completely vanished from the game. But here we have it, the rankings of the previous match. Legacy Esports finish up with 22 points. Team Cosmic with 21, all thanks to those 15 eliminations they had on the board. Insane. They finish in on the 3rd position with 12 points. You have Assam Titans finishing with 6 points. Team Empire, as I was talking about them, yeah, I mean, we saw that aggressive position, but then they just completely were taken out. Just 6 points secured. Reckoning Esports, 5 points from this match. And as you were talking about Honored Rivals, 3 points coming in for this game. But yeah, big disappointments or big slumps coming in for WindGod. Just 1 point. Carpediem, no points from this match.
And even for our Esports. Now, they came in with an intent to show some third party there. Whilst we had got the players of, I think, Cyrulez and Team Cosmic fighting out amongst each other. And then it was an instant bashing back given to them. They were just smacked down right on the floor. So for our esports also, I think we haven't seen that improvement coming in from their side. I think a little bit of a letdown also from WindGod Esports in this particular game, considering they were really good in the map of Vikendi, but this time engaging in that fight against Team Lolzzz. And after even Avi got taken down, could see no purpose. Of course, they were outside the circle. Of course, they wanted a good position, but they could have done the fight better.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was the priority fight. It would have given them control of that southwestern edge. And, I mean, again, WindGod, with how they have been playing, I think we just assumed that they would come out on top, but unfortunately that did not happen. And even Team Lolzzz, right? I expected, like, all right, winning that 4v4 would give them at least some confidence boost, but then all of a sudden you notice they just absolutely get destroyed by the players of Team Cosmic. That wasn't expected as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, in a few short moments, we're going to head towards the last match. But before that, this short little break.
Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega task. Carefully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move around with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 ouch I'm not doing this 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. And finally, the moment has arrived. It is the last match of the first half of round 1 before we head towards that big reshuffle. This is Super Johnny and Necro has finally joined me back.
Exactly, and as you mentioned about the big reshuffle, I don't know what just happened with Team Cosmic. This team now, out of nowhere, is propelling themselves back in a good spot in the overall standings. But this is the exact thing that was needed desperately from the teams that are known, or pretty much just returning back in the fray once again. For Team Cosmic, they're pulling off a GlitchX Reborn.
I mean, for sure. I mean, that was a big performance coming in, right? Like the top 2 finish with the 15 eliminations on the board, and it will definitely propel them quite high up in the ranking. That is what, like 21 points secured for just a single match. They still have that map of Erangel to go.
I mean, there's a lot of these teams who managed to acquire 21 points in the span of 6 games, and they got those 21 points in just one single game. So that holds a lot of value. Still got one more game to go on Team Cosmic. You never know. They might just pull it back-to-back.
And exactly, you know what health is going to be a value for money? It is this iQOO Z9S series, ladies and gentlemen, starting at only 17,999. And of course, we keep telling you guys, go on to Google, search the iQOO Z9S series, and you can stand a chance to win prizes up to 50,000 rupees. And of course, an amazing device, 5500 mAh battery, 80 watts of flash charger, segment's fastest phone with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, and of course, a 2000 hertz of touch sampling rate. Necro, that can keep up with your reflexes.
And all of that is just starting from 17,999 rupees.
Yeah.
That's super pocket friendly. Let's move on and look at the overall standings though. That previous game, it feels like it must put a major dent in the overall standings because teams like some of the teams that we expected, I'm speaking of HRZ, they choked things up in the end moments. I really wanted to see them in a better spot. And the overall standings on the screen, still the top 8, nothing really changing. You just see Team Insane stepping into it.
Yeah, man, it seems like as soon as you cross 80 points, you become absolutely, that is a big feat.
Untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, we have Silly Gaming sitting with the highest points they were able to secure in the 6 games. Then we have 8-Bit and Carnival Gaming. And now Insane from this particular group did quite well for themselves, by the way.
Yeah.
WindGod as well, they've chimed in or crossed the barrier, made their way inside of the top 16. Legacy Esports, they do bounce back. Just a smidge, 37 points secured from this match. 37 points secured in the 5 games that they played so far, sitting on that 20th position. And as we were talking about it, or as you were talking about it, HRZ Necro, they move up just a smidge, 31 points on the board, and 1 more game to go.
Hey, at least Legacy Esports is now there, too, on the second page, right? On 20th spot, they've gotten 37 points in total. They're doing pretty decent. Even day 1 was quite nice. Now, day 2 as well is panning out pretty decent.
Look on the 40th position. Team Cosmic, 24 points. They have 21 from the previous game. They had 3 points in the first 4 games.
What just happened to them in this one single game? They were dropping the ball in every single game that they played in the past, and then just coming out of nowhere, they perform in this one single game and propel all the way to the 40th spot to themselves.
I think that was the best performance we've seen today.
Yeah, pretty much, hands down.
In
Team
both
Cosmic.
the groups, yeah.
Yeah, and also building up that suspense in the overall standing, so you really got to give it to the storyline. On the last page, you see some of the teams like our Esports. Even there's going to be a few more names. Like, you also see Genesis right there, which did play in the past couple of groups. And I'm not going to lie, a lot of these known names on the last page makes me concerned because we know after this is going to be the reshuffle. And imagine if some of the known names, if all of those are in one single group.
Oh, man.
I mean, the possibilities of that happening are pretty less, but let's see if that does happen. It will be super interesting.
It will be interesting. It will be intense as well, as you mentioned. Known names on the last page, NIY Esports, they were there as well. This is one last opportunity for NIY Esports to gain a little bit of extra booster before we head towards that reshuffle, because as you mentioned, you would not know who's going to end up in your group, right? Even the side of Asla Esports, that was also a disappointing performance. They were in set red. We expected big things from them, but they weren't really able to deliver. NIY Esports just underneath. And I think what Team Cosmic have done with this run and this performance on Miramar, they've showcased everyone that, yes, one game is all you need. If you cross that threshold, you have that big performance, you're going to cross a barrier.
I want to see a better version of Reckoning Esports and Carpediem now. It's been a while.
Yeah.
These two teams are not really stepping up to the occasion. Carpediem is a known banner, and we have been seeing these guys perform for a long time. Then you move on towards Reckoning Esports too, but the performance is still not there. Now we're going to have the last game boot up on the screen, which will be Erangel, and let's move on right now.
Well, we have the names of the teams on our screens, and as we mentioned, I mean, Reckoning Esports, as you were talking about them, yes, a little bit of a letdown, but at least they are trying to maintain that balance between the finishes and the placement points. Carpediem, 5 games played, not a single placement point on the board, and it seems like as soon as you get to that 18 finishes secured marker, something happens, because just above Carpediem are the players of 4 Aggressive Man. Yeah, they are not playing anymore, but Carpediem and 4 Aggressive Man, I expected Carpediem to at least do a little bit better.
Hands down. And even our Esports, when this entire roster was formed, there was so much hype going on in the community.
True, very true.
And look at our Esports, just nowhere to be seen in the overall standings. They're not even seen inside of the games, too. They just poof into thin air, not even knowing if they were even playing in the game.
Yeah, they got eliminated. The first team to get eliminated inside the match was our Esports. That third party towards Impala did not really work out. Reckoning Esports also tried to chime in. They got 1 point from that fight, then they tried to rotate, and guess who eliminated Reckoning Esports? It was Team Cosmic. They showed up for revenge. I don't know how they found them, but they found them one way or the other.
Team Cosmic, they just had something else going on in their mind. That one single game just brought the gods out of them.
Oh, yeah.
You know there's this one game that you play, and that's the best game of your career. That's pretty much what happened with Team C. Now I just want to see them move on forward with that same form, but let's see.
Yeah. I have an important job for you now. It's the last game before the reshuffle. Can you motivate everyone?
You're asking for too much, man. At this point, I might just start charging for motivation.
You give out good speeches, man. Go ahead and do it once more.
I know. One last chance left. Listen, up 50% of the initial phase is pretty much done for this tournament. So what are you waiting for? Still there on the latter half of the board? Still stuck? All you need is one big game to propel yourself in the first half of the board. But that one big game will also bring in that glimmer of hope, not just for you as a player, even for the fans.
Exactly. You see goosebumps. That was amazing. But let's head towards the match now.
Last game boots up on the screen as the plane flight path starts all the way from Yasna Poliana towards the Snoka military base. Pretty much the same plane flight path that we witnessed in the first Erangel. And this plane flight path, once again, if you want to move in all the way towards Georgia Pool Hospital, even Quarry, or if you want to move in towards Primorx as well, it will be a tough stretch.
Well, it is definitely going to be quite a tough stretch, a lot of distance to cover. But I mean, what we are hoping for, considering it's the last match for almost all of these teams, and a match that brings us to an end of the first half of our journey in round one. I want to see a lot of early aggression, and of course, I mean, if we have the Southern Circle like we did on the Erangel yesterday, that is going to be quite phenomenal as well. But let's see, the players from the side of WindGod taking an early exit, looking to head towards that Lipovka area. And apart from that, not really seeing a lot of parachutes glide together, apart from Raw Official and NIY looking to head towards the northern half of the map.
Yeah, still trying to spot out a few drop collisions, I'm not going to lie.
Me too.
And I don't think so we're going to see that, considering these teams have faced off against each other on this map even yesterday, so they pretty much know where to drop to avoid all sort of drop collisions. But knowing the fact that this is also going to be the last game, they need to be a little bit more aggressive, especially for the teams that are struggling currently. Be it Team Lolzzz, you've got Seven Ocean, you've also got Esports, PSY Rulers, Carpediem, Team Cosmic. Yeah, this one single game was there, but is it enough to really propel them in the top 64? My answer is going to be no. They need another big banger just like that.
Yeah, I mean, Team Cosmic, they can try their level best to try and hunt down the players. They're landing quite close to their military bridge, but it seems like the players from Psy Official, they're going to cross over towards Ferripier. In their first challenge, it's going to be the players from the side of Team Empire. But there's a soft little drop clash happening. It seems like Carpediem, they've landed out in the open. They do spot out the players from Assam Titans, but the Titans keep on gliding towards the west. And Carpediem, we know they're going to rule over the city of Pichinki. But we have Circle towards the eastern side as well. So the game is set up to allow the players a little bit of a breathing room, at least at the starting stages of the game. And that means we might expect the action during the mid-game point, starting from stage 2 onwards.
We might. And I want to see Reckoning Esports this time just let loose of the fear and pounce on top of the opportunities. Be the apex predators. Be the prowlers they were known for. The hungry wolves are not so hungry after all, but they need once again bring that hunger back in the game if they do want a lot of those points and get a nuclear performance in their hands, because that's the only way they can bring themselves back in the first half of the board. They're all the way on the last.
And it's not where we wanted Reckoning Esports to be, or not where we would have even dreamt of them being. It's like a nightmare situation for Reckoning Esports. And as you mentioned, even I want to see them let loose. And this game is set up for them as well. Smack center of the circle right now belongs to the players of Reckoning Esports. They've landed towards the shelter area. There's not going to be a lot of trouble in the early game loot. And same goes for Raw Official as well. The complete city of Yasnaya Poliana under their control. But look at this. A little bit of an early fight. Collision between RE Esports and the players of KARUNADU Esports happening at school apartments.
Yeah. For RE, this fight means a lot. For KARUNADU Esports too, you can say, pretty much on the same page of things.
Yeah.
But for RE Esports, things have been way worse compared to KARUNADU. They haven't been able to convert any sort of these elimination points. RE Esports, they have been looking really dicey and bad in these type of situations too. So now it's time to buckle up. KARUNADU Esports, they do want to make the pounce as well. but they just do not exactly know where the foe is. Manus is right there around the fray. And somewhere downline, Manny knows the general direction of the opponent. But KARUNADU Esports are still waiting for the right moment to strike. And in the elimination feed, it's Team Empire going off against Assam Titans.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Assam Titans lose out on one of their players instantly into that fight. And Empire, they're going to look forward to strike. Crore Esports, what is going on here, Necro? Two players in the backlines, KARUNADU Esports. It seems like they've isolated the individuals from the side of our Esports. And Manus, he's going to look to fall back, but...
Uh-oh.
The hunt is still on. Regaltos, he's waiting for the players of KARUNADU Esports to overextend and make the mistake of jumping outside of those buildings, or maybe even reveal their presence close to the windows.
Here we go.
Here we go, the chase from Team Empire on the players of Assam Titans.
Yeah, and Empire's quite thirsty too for these points, because they know they're not doing too good in the overall standings. A team that is currently sitting on the last page. Team Empire, they need to start things off with a banger, and that's what they're doing. They want to get the initial elimination points in their hands to have a good start for the later phase of the game. But unfortunately, Empire crashes his vehicle and is maybe going to let loose of that track. But no, once again, they do gain it back in their hands. For Team Assam Titans, that's a big mishap that's happening in the front. The man stepped outside in the open, but Assam Titans failing to give the cover fire. The teammate's not exactly in the vicinity, and now they're just trying to evade the players of Team Empire. But Empire, they're not here to let go off the tracks. They're the Bloodhounds, and they're constantly chasing the blood trail.
Well, the chase is on. Although they haven't really found anything apart from that first frag, and Assam Titans, they're just luring them into a very off position. And of course, talking about Assam Titans themselves, they've just spread themselves all across the map, Necro.
Yeah.
So even if Team Empire find this one frag right in front of their eyes, they are not going to get anything else from the Titans themselves.
This is going to keep on going for a long time, Johnny.
Yeah, it's just time being wasted at this point.
Yeah. It's until if someone crashes big or someone just runs out of fuel.
Yeah.
That's the only time we'll see the execution come through. For Assam Titans, this guy really wants to make the great escape. And he's almost on the verge of pulling this off as well. Keep that thing in mind. They're still down to a three-man squad. A lot can be pulled back with just a three-man squad. Team Empire finally went for the shots. He realized he's wasting a lot of that time. It's better to just go back towards the main drop location, get your hands on better loot and weaponry, and then maybe try and be a part of the fights. While this fight escalates, our Esports up against the players of KARUNADU. And for our Esports, Regaltos was taken down way too low. For KARUNADU Esports, though, they've still got the men standing. All four players right next to each other, so you can't say the backup's much better.
Yeah, the backup is there, but KARUNADU Esports now, they find themselves pinned inside of those school apartments. Nowhere left to go, nowhere left to hide. And our Esports, they have them surrounded. But the problem with this position that our Esports have right now is the fact that they are also the ones exposed to the threat from the surroundings. If anyone else chooses to close in on the position of school apartments, our Esports, they will be the ones spotted out first and taken down first as well. Among other things, it seems like
oh my God,
the player from Assam Titans has in fact managed to evade the entirety of Team Empire somehow.
That temptation for Gyro. He knows there's a player right underneath him. He wants to peek outside the window and go for the shots, but then he knows there's probably someone on the opposite side waiting for him to do exactly that. It's one of those temptations that's really hard to resist, I'm not going to lie. But KARUNADU Esports, if they've got a utility, that thirst can be quenched. But this team now, what a hell of a bang there was in the previous game. For Team Cosmic, having such a good Miramar game now propels them in a decent spot in the overall standings, but not too decent. They need another big game just like that to bring them on the first half of the board.
And again, this time around, though, the one thing that has changed is no early aggression. Look at this. They do spot out the players from Seven Ocean and Zord. I mean, this is a brilliant opportunity for him to pick up a fight, but no. It seems like while they try to reposition 7 Ocean as well, do deny them. And finally, the bait is there. Probot knocked and finished.
7 Oceans, I'm not sure what sort of an execution this was for the fight, but Crimson 2 runs over another player. And now for 7 Oceans, the cavalry's arriving a little bit too late. And Demon just walks into that buggy that was right in the front. Man, 7 Oceans cracking under that pressure. They do not really have a lot of points in these entire 6 games. And now this one too, on the verge of crashing out. They're pretty much gassed out at this point for 7 Oceans. This one last man remember, and one thing is for sure, the opponents are definitely going to remember him because they do not want to let Lolzzz off the tracks. Remember, hands out, one death blow to the opponent. That's a great swing, but then he forgets there's a man right next to him. He does turn around, but it's a little bit too late, and that's where No Love shows him a lot of love.
But it doesn't change anything. I mean, Team Cosmic, they still do end up getting that squad wipe for themselves. Spash was knocked out, but it's going to be an easy recovery. Although, look at this, Team Empire. Now it is the turn for Assam Titans to strike. Team Empire Reaper, he's going to get picked off. A big mistake being made.
Can they pay that? That's the question. Even slowly and steadily for the players of Assam Titans as well. They're under heavy fire. This vehicle's on the verge of blowing up. And what is Record doing? Luckily enough, squeezes themselves back in cover. They do have a backup vehicle available, so that's good.
Well, it's always good to have a backup vehicle.
Yeah.
Have another escape option in case.
How many you got?
I won.
See, you do not have a backup vehicle.
You're my backup vehicle.
What? Okay, well.
I think we gotta figure out a way to get our hands on the Hero Extreme Necro.
Yeah, we do, man.
Both you and I.
Maybe in the grand finals, there's going to be one of those bikes just parked over there on the stage.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah, I am. And viewers, get rid of those naughty thoughts. Anyways, TR and Execution out in the open. For TE, outside of the game. For Team Empire, 6 games. Bad so far. But now they're going to have 6 more games after the grand reshuffle. And hopefully that time, Team Empire, they get put in a group which is much more going to favor them to get those points.
Oh, that's what they're praying for, right? that's what they're praying for right now. Like, please give us a group where we aren't drop clash, where we have no one surrounding us. And everyone just plays for survival, but it's not really going to work out that way. I mean, we have a lot of aggressive teams right now in this tournament, and it seems like everyone's gotten adjusted to the fact that you and I have been talking about it for a long time.
Yeah.
Go for those early fights. And I was having this conversation with Robinsai yesterday, and even he agreed, like, right now, the point structure, you survive, you play for survival the whole time. You finish in the top 2, just get 6 points.
Exactly my point, man. And if you remember, in the third-party tournament, that's what Mogo Esports was doing too. They were just playing for survival. Now, Robin is just countering his own playstyle.
No, he told me, like, all of that did result in a lot of tension between the team.
That's what I'm saying. Playing so passive, not getting any sort of points, it's automatically going to bring in that nervousness, and nervousness leads to conflicts. Conflicts leads to tensions. Tensions leads towards separations.
Are you talking from personal experience? It seems like you just went through a tough time, Necro.
Who doesn't? It's life, part and parcel. Just like Team Empire. They were parceled back to the lobby.
Got to wait for another day for the Empire to strike back.
Their Empire's lost. But, you know what's not lost? The features on this amazing device of iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 17,999.
Wow, it is amazing indeed. I mean,
yeah,
we were talking about 2000 hertz touch sampling rate that this device has, the 5500 mAh battery, the 80-watt flash charge as well. All amazing features, man.
Yeah, pocket-friendly too. The game runs pretty smooth.
That's the first thing you always mention. That's the first thing out of your mouth, pocket-friendly.
Being a middle class myself, that's the first thing we look at. Even though we spend a lot of money, but still,
that is true.
We spend a lot of money in small portions, and then we just blame ourselves. Why did we even do that in the first place?
We spend wisely.
No.
No.
Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? We don't spend wisely at all. When it's the month end, we're struggling for money.
Man, but I guess we are young. We are allowed to make that mistake, make those decisions.
I can say that, not you.
I'm also very young.
How old are you?
Mentally 20.
Okay. Well, let's move on with the conversation towards KARUNADU, though. They need to be mentally strong. Our Esports, I'm not even sure what they're doing at this point, but this stalemate, I'm not a big fan of. Our Esports, someone needs to go for some sort of an execution. It's just two-man squad from the side of our Esports towards that entire apartments area. And if KARUNADU wants, they can go for a pounce. But they've got no clue that's the case.
And I'm just surprised that both these two teams are still here.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what they're doing.
Yeah, how?
Someone needs to disengage. But look at Team Insane. Here we go, Evil with his evil plans. And I'm not even sure what the man from HRZ was doing out in the open.
I mean, Team Insane, they're not going to ask too many questions. Just be happy about that initial frag that they've secured for themselves. The first point on the board, but look at this. The Blue Zone closing in, and the third shift, stage 3, takes us between Yasnaya and Shelter.
Pretty much.
Legacy Esports, I think that is a phenomenal position to be in right now. You close in from that northern edge. That airdrop is there as well. You can recover that armor helmet refill. If you find a good weapon, it gives you more benefit. And of course, that open field, that's such a big line of sight to have. You're going to see the threat coming your way from a long distance.
Yeah. LG on the northern side, as they're looking to rotate down south. They might just have a clean pathway, but what if the zone shifts away from them? That's where the real problems will start knocking the doors. A few gunshots taken here and there, but we're not really seeing anything critical happen just yet. Hold on! What was that spray? A beautiful one indeed, precise as ever before. The knockout's going to be there. Confirmation will be tough to convert, but there's a man who's being sent over to that direction from raw officials, wanting to get the confirmation. But there's so many teams in the nearby vicinity. There's also Carpediem, raw officials themselves. You've also got HRZ, Team Insane, WindGod right next to each other. Even Reckoning Esports is there too. Man.
Well, let's see. Kind of an awkward game of Erangel right now. Massive cluster, as you mentioned, towards the western half of the zone. And I think even you, just like me, are hoping to see Carpediem actually dominate in these fights. But look at this NRY under a lot of pressure as the players from Lolzzz Gaming actually charge towards them. And Lolzzz going to be the first man to go down. But Sanchit finds a trade, and NRY, they get wiped out from the map. A quick exit handed to them.
Hot knife through butter. That's all I'm going to say.
Ooh,
didn't even break a sweat. TGL dropping down a one-man Lolzzz. And if you've noticed, Lolzzz is the only player who keeps on getting knocked out majority of the time in his team.
True.
Even yesterday, Lolzzz was being knocked out so many times in the fight. Because I guess the reason is he's the charge on first for his entire team. And as soon as he charges on, all the focus is upon himself, while the rest of his teammates, they try to do the work. But KARUNADU Esports, they finally do manage to disengage from that entire outcome that was there towards the apartments. And even our Esports, they do manage to disengage as well. KARUNADU Esports on the run towards the smack center. They directly want to push on towards that area, but this time they collide against Carpediem. And I'm not a big fan of this position. Within a blink of an eye, the entirety of KARUNADU Esports, they have been kicked out of the lobby.
And this is like a good luck charm for Carpediem, someone charging towards them, right? One of the players, Pukar IGL, was knocked out, but he does recover. It's going to be an easy revive for them. And while KARUNADU Esports moved out and moved on from that school apartment situation extremely quickly, apparently, Necro, just like you, our Esports, they took their sweet time.
Yeah. I don't know why you said just like me, but okay.
I thought you were going through a tough time, man. Struggling to move on.
Yeah, move on from you, man. Official mobility partner, Hero Extreme, 160R4V. Definitely do check this bike out. It's packed with a lot of those features and also great performance. And you can already see the looks on the screen as well. Looks beautiful.
Yeah, just like me.
You don't look like a bike. You're a human being.
I can, I mean, if I try.
Okay. Reckoning Esports, this is quite a valuable position that they're holding. But if the zone moves away from Reckoning Esports somewhere down south, they will be caught off guard. And that's where paving a good pathway is going to be all about it. But luckily enough for Reckoning Esports, this time the zone forms right on top of them. And they've also got a decent bit of map knowledge this time, knowing the fact that there's a lot of these teams surrounding them soon. Even from the back, it's going to be the players of LG moving in, and Reckoning Esports, they already do spot them.
And look at the cluster down south as well. You have Team Cosmic, HRZ, Raw, Official, Carpediem on that southeastern edge, and WindGod is going to look to close in as well. But Team Cosmic, after that big performance on the map of Miramar, how do they capitalize on the momentum on this game of Erangel? There are a lot of bodies lurking in the front lines, but for some reason Team Cosmic decide to back off and they're going to look for a safe haven. But Assam Titans, oh no, Team Insane, they were just doing a flyby from this watchtower, and Assam Titans decide to stop them in their tracks. They pay a heavy price, get wiped out from the map.
Yeah, look at the brighter side of things though. This time Jax is not going to have the pressure upon him.
Why are you like this, Necro?
Because he was the only one surviving every single time, and he was the only one trying to accumulate the final few blows. That's a lot of pressure as a player. Every single teammate just spectating you, trying to tell you do this, do that. There's a lot of things going on in your mind. You might just end up overthinking stuff. And
I think you need to talk to Fixtures quite openly about all of this. Not mention it on broadcast.
Okay. I will do that later on when the show's done. But Team Insane, as soon as they wipe out that team, they instantly do look forward to rotate inside of the zone. But all the way from the blue, now they're rotating from the left side, and they might just collide against our Esports.
And that is a collision that I think can benefit the players of our Esports as well if Team Insane do not anticipate threat waiting for them on the other side. Plus, Team Cosmic, look at this. They will have a straight line of fire. It's 100, 150 meters they're going to have to shoot. And for these players, that distance, it's going to be easy spray for days. But Team Insane, they turn their steering wheels towards the players of Team Cosmic. And it's going to be a head-on fight between these two sides.
Oh, Team Insane. They've got a decent positioning too, just playing from the edge now. This will be pushing them outside of the comfort zone, that's for sure. In a bit of a state of panic maybe for Team Insane, but they have a lot of experience too underneath them, so you never know. They can easily try and get themselves back in the race. For Team C, I'm not sure what he was doing. Crimson, the buggy's almost on the verge of blowing up. It does not even have any tires.
Plus
and he's still driving that.
Visible.
Yeah. And he's still driving that. Crimson needs to pick up. And Nolov, for a moment I thought he's exactly doing that, but then he just pranks his own teammate.
I thought so too. I thought he was going to go pick him up, help him out, but yeah, turns out it was a prank. Second time in a row? No, finally picks him up. Oh, but look at this. Legacy, they find themselves up against the players of Reckoning Esports in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
But Reckoning Esports going for the safer play, and the circle again quite close to them. But no, Reckoning. Necro, look. They're charging outside the zone looking for a fight.
Yeah, Reckoning's on the hunt. They want to clear the back lines first and then maybe charge on forward in the zone, which is quite a great strategy. But still cannot pay that well if they do lose out on the man number. They need to be flawless with the execution. This time, Team Cosmic, they pounce on top of the players of HRZ too, but look at the nade from Bitchlu. That can be a table turner, and HRZ is still trying their best to fight back, but now it's all down to Artel. Too much pressure on this one single man's shoulder, but luckily enough, the day will be saved.
And it's what?
His own teammate finished his own teammate.
The Molotov, they lobbed out the Molotov first, and I think Zord just walked into the fire with a sliver of HP. He wasn't able to survive. Poor positioning, surrounding awareness not really there. And Team Cosmic, they get wiped out, but same can be said for the players of Team Insane. They charge forward into the players of our Esports. One man knocked out. Regal Toss looking for the second. Doesn't really find it.
Yeah, we saw this coming. Insane, we're going to collide against our Esports. And that's what exactly happens.
Yeah.
And that's where Team Insane now is losing the grip as well in the game. You can't see the final man surviving from Team Insane just backing away with just Spy, OP, and Shadow. But then it's also going to be Carpediem wanting to be the opportunistic ones, and even they want to strike down Team Insane now, considering they know Team Insane do not really have the man number to withstand against them. Carpediem with a big advantage in that fight. Shadow has already made it inside of the zone for Carpediem. If they do manage to strike down Spy, this can be a big one. But Spy is now looking reunited with Shadow. And this unity might just pay dividends.
It can. It definitely can. I mean, Team Insane, they've lobbed out a lot of smokes and they can catch a few individuals from the side of Carpediem off guard. If any one of them just charges into this position without a preemptive nade. Look at this Fierce. All of his attention is towards that compound where the players from our Esports are. The spray connects, almost finding the opening knock, but the last second, the player from the side of our Esports just falls back in. Gamla Boy secures that finish point for himself. Evil picked up.
So many teams just trying out the same compound. Now this time, it's the players of Carpediem. Before he was Team Insane, but Carpediem, do they find the better of our Esports? And I guess the answer is going to be yes, as now our Esports is taken down to that one last glimmer of hope, and even that's now going to be extinguished.
Necro, Carpediem, I think they might just have their first placement point on the board in this match as well, but with 9 eliminations as well. Jump shot from Pucar with that S12K. Doesn't really connect. Sees the opposing players on the other side. Max not out. Pucar, the IGL, finds the trade, but instantly gets shut down by Shadow and Team Insane. Somehow, they barely managed to survive by the skin of their teeth. Another knock secured by Shadow, but the revive is the first priority.
The only reason why Team Insane is alive is because of Mudit. He was the one to strike down the last man standing. And now for TGL. They've got too much to try and deal with. Backs against the wall. They need to make it to the safety lines. This cross seems way too dangerous. And right in the smack center of this new zone shift, our Raw official, of course. This team, for some reason, has been way too consistent.
Yeah.
WindGod right next to them, though. Even that's going to be a big threat. And WindGod might just have the upper hand in the fight, knowing the fact that they've got the higher ground to play with. But for Reckoning Esports, still on the prowl, on the hunt against the players of LG, as one man gets put to sleep. And now Fury's there, shrouded in the smoke, but not for too long.
Man, MJ got taken for a ride over there by the players of Reckoning Esports, and this is what I wanted to say. For the first time, Necro, we have Reckoning Esports as one of the top contenders for the win for the chicken dinner in this game of Erangel. 4 elimination points already secured. They're going to look for a few more. There's still 13 bodies apart from the 4 players that are there in Reckoning Esports available for Reckoning staking. Raw official, the ones right next to them, lob a few nades inside of that dip. You never know what you're going to find. Oh, not like this.
Oh, Reckoning Esports. The Hungry Wolves back in their prime form, and this is exactly what we all were waiting for. While Raw officials, they don't stand a chance. These two moving vehicles, they just keep on running over the foes. And that's more than enough. The guys do not even need weapons.
But look at this. This was a mistake, though, because 2 players were knocked out, and this opens the door for the players surrounding them. WindGod, you talk about Team Lolzzz to actually put a lot of pain and hurt on the players of Reckoning Esports. Hunters, he's going to be one of the last few survivors. Viper heals up, barely had a sliver of HP, but the first aid kicks in at the right nick of time. But Kunal from Team Lolzzz.
Oh my god.
It's not even there.
He was so low. Luckily enough, because of that booster, he stays alive.
At the last second, it kicked in.
Exactly. That tick saved the day. TGL now. It's a lifeline gifted to them, and this nade is perfect. It's going to do so much damage, but Sunchit gets knocked down in return. Hunters is the one to find that knock, too. But Reckoning Esports, even Immortal gets strike down once again. Viper's barely alive on the sliver of HP. Top 5 teams alive, from which WindGod is one of those. And WindGod does not want to be part of this fight at all. They're so quiet. Even HRC's Phoenix is still striking in the game, by the way.
WindGod, with that height advantage, can actually take on the players of Team Lolzzz in the distance. And as you were talking about loose stragglers and survivors, Necro, Team Insane, they are still in this match. Spy OP, he's playing for survival now in the blue zone.
Oh my god, Team Insane. How many more points do you even want? You're already doing way too good in the overall standings. Maybe they just want to make the run complete in just these first 6 games and then later on pull off the weird shenanigans. It can be one of the strategies these teams do tend to apply. And TGL, speak of applying things, now they need to apply some force. And that's what they exactly do. The force to get themselves in that zone. But Phoenix is right next to them. And TGL, they've got no clue. Phoenix is standing right next to them. He's lying prone. And Phoenix, there we go. He kicks things off. The fire's ignited as he finds 2 knockouts instantly from TGL. And they get surprised big. WindGod now taken down to just simple, and things are not going to be simple for him anymore. And Spy OP from the back, even he gets another striker towards TGL. This game could have been theirs, but just because of these individual survivors, they played a big spoiler. And Hunters, what a quick reaction that was.
Yeah, that was a quick reaction, but Reckoning Esports, Necro, you have to admit, they just got extremely lucky. That pressure from the players of Team Lolzzz, it could have been the destruction, the death for the players of Reckoning Esports, but WindGod from the distance, and Phoenix as well, burning the players of Team Lolzzz alive. Reckoning Esports 1v3, they should be their win now. Phoenix, he's going to get run over, and the chicken dinner in the back. Reckoning Esports, an amazing win coming in. I believe 8 finishes secured in this game, and of course the winner chicken dinner, 18 points, not too bad.
Team Insane as well doing so nice. Spy in the end, just stealing the game away from the players of Team Lolzzz. Team Lolzzz should have had this in the bag, I'm not going to lie. The individual survivors, as we know, we call them the spoiled sport, and that's what they exactly did.
Reckoning Esports was down to their last player. They were down to their last man, and yet, instead of finishing them off, for some reason, Team Lolzzz decided it was a good idea to charge on the players of WindGod Esports.
Yeah. I mean, even for Carpediem, we had a lot of expectations, right? Carpediem got taken down in that compound, so it just blows. But they've still got 6 more games to go for the Grand Reshuffle.
Yeah, Carpediem has 6 more matches, but I don't think Carpediem is ever going to win a chicken dinner. With how aggressive they are in every single game, it is going to be very difficult for them to close out a match.
Maybe. Even Team Cosmic, the inconsistency hits them once again.
Oh, yeah.
It was a fluke of a game in the previous one. Maybe we can't say that because just one single game out of the 6 ones performing so exceptionally well, and then after that, the inconsistency hits you. You got to call it a fluke.
It can, yeah. I mean, we can call it a fluke unless they are consistent in the next 6 matches that they play. So we are going to call that a fluke for now. It's 1-6 what they have done. But it is going to be interesting to see where they end up in terms of the overall ranking. Because in this game, yeah, it wasn't a big game, but I think they have like a few eliminations on the board.
Yeah, just a few though, not exactly a lot. But moving on towards HRZ2, the fact that HRZ was able to survive all of that onslaught upon themselves, even that's quite impressive. We saw a lot of these individual survivors surviving from a fight where we thought they were done for.
So as you were saying about Team Insane, right? How many points do you want? I think the same can be said for Raw Official, but Raw Official weren't really there in the late game stages of this match. But HRZ, if you remember yesterday, Necro, HRZ yesterday, their survival instincts also looked quite good. They were there till I think the top 4, the top 5 of a lot of those matches. And I think today as well, HRZ, they've done a phenomenal job in terms of surviving till the late game stages. But then again, I mean, they need to bring in those finishes. And of course, beautiful play from Phoenix, takes one Molotov, lobs it outside of the shack, burns 2 players from the side of Team Lolzzz.
And even for Legacy Esports, I had a lot of expectations in this last game. Yes, they're in a decent spot in the overall standings, but still, it's one of those teams that's got a lot of legacy in the past, just like their name. So I just want to see them perform a bit more better in the upcoming 6 games because I do not want to see them being eliminated this early off in the tournament. Reckoning Esports too, yes, this last game was there, but still the amount of points that they got, it's really not a lot.
Yeah, it's not a lot, and of course they're going to need a few big games once they return in the second half of round 1. But again, it's Reckoning Esports, right? This is a team that plays very tactically. Yes, individually the players are very skilled, but they need to do a little bit of a groundwork before they choose to strike. And I think that groundwork will be done between the matches that they have in the first half of round 1 and between the matches that they will play in the second half of round 1 in a few days.
Hey, speak of the second half, I really do want to see a lot from these returning names. KARUNADU Esports, a big bomb as well. You've also got our Esports, one of the most hyped up rosters before this iQOO BMPS started, and now look at them. They were not able to perform at all. So both these teams' expectations were at the top, but the delivery hasn't quite been there. Even NIY Esports, a returning name that did so good in BGS 2024, and now look at them over here.
That is what I was about to come to, NIY Esports. This game, I don't really know what happened to NIY. I mean, completely faded away, but we do have the rankings from the match on our screens. And Reckoning Esports, yes, a phenomenal performance. 18 points secured. Team Lolzzz as well, 14 points in this match. Although this should have been a win for Team Lolzzz. We have HRZ finishing with 11 points. Carpediem. Necro, it is time to celebrate, man. First placement point on the board for Carpediem.
Aggression's been the name of the game for Carpediem, and now finally getting that placement point. Johnny's definitely happy. NIY as well on the screen. They've got +1 for them. Even Assam Titans, KARUNADU Esports, our Esports. And Seven Oceans, a big bomb this time. But Reckoning Esports, these 18 points, this is definitely going to be helping them quite a lot in the overall standings. But still, it's not going to bring them all the way in the first half of the board. They will still be there somewhere in the ladder.
Seven Ocean was completely lost in the team fight. I mean, the one we saw them in very early game stage. And I think it was very awkward for them to react to it. But then again, I think they haven't been doing extremely well as well. I think they're somewhere along on the last page of the overall leaderboard. So, again, hopeful for the second half of round 1 from the side of Seven Ocean and from a lot of these teams.
I mean, Team Limra was there from the past group, and now from this group, you saw a few known names like Carpediem not being able to perform up to the occasion. At least Carpediem were able to get those constant elimination points, so you can give them that leeway. But still, a lot of these known names that we expected a lot from were not able to perform. And you can't try and compare Team Limra to pretty much Reckoning Esports, if I'm not wrong, because both these teams are on the same stance. Team Limra, on the first day, they were not able to get a lot of points. The same thing happened with Reckoning Esports, too. You're trying to compare the second day as well. Team Limra, they had one decent game, and that's what happened with the Reckoning Esports as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. I mean, the comparison, drawing parallels between these two sides, things do look familiar, but I think Reckoning Esports doing slightly better, slightly better than Team Limra, so we can give them that leeway that maybe, yes, the players performing on their individual skills have kept themselves in a much safer position compared to Team Limra. But then again, it is about the second sprint now. Once you return for the next 6 matches, what do you do then? Yes, there are a lot of teams that have already passed that 50-point barrier, have already crossed the 70-point barrier as well, and they are going to be up in the safer bunch. But that middle pack, it is going to be filled with a lot of chaos, Mass.
Exactly. Chaos will definitely be there, but let's move on to the overall standings for a bit of that clearance. Let's see how teams are looking like and which team has placed themselves where. At the top, of course, it's going to be CG for the Danger Red. They have been there, crossing on over more than 80 points. You've also got Team Insane with 72, GT with 72. It's a big tie. You've got HH there too with 68 points, and OG in the top 5 on the 67th.
OG did very well, but OG also has some of the most talented players inside of the country. So I think this was their worst performance. They are in the top 5. TWOB, I think that was a surprising name to see inside of the top 8 over here. Raw Official, I was amazed with how Raw Official played out in their entire journey. I want to see them maintain this consistency once we move on into the future rounds, because I'm pretty sure Raw Official will be there in round 2.
You mentioned Raw Officials, even Error Esports. It's a newer face on the block and still performing so good. In general, these newer names are now really starting to shine through. Yes, some are not able to shine, but some are definitely making a dent. Latter half on the board, and you also do see Bliss, AK. Bliss is not exactly a newer name because the players playing into this banner, they're quite the OGs, but for AK AstroKids, it is definitely quite a big remark.
And then again, as we move further, we do see Carpediem over here and Team Cosmic right next to each other, 28 points for both of them. So now these are the teams that actually do need to put in the work once they return towards the second half of round 1. Because sitting at late 20s, early 30s, that is not going to cut it. You will have to make that push for the 50s, for the 60s. We were talking about Reckoning Esports, I think 40 plus points already on the board, right? So the work is cut out for a lot of these teams, but for some, it is a little bit more. For some, it is just like about getting 5 points in one game.
Yeah, but a big letdown was definitely there from teams like Team Empire.
Oh, yeah.
Because in the previous game, they got kicked off instantly as soon as the game started. Last page on the screen, you see our Esports right there.
Genesis
and I'm not sure
man.
what can be done. Even Genesis, yeah, they were there in the past couple of groups that we saw. NIY with just 16 points. Yeah, you do see a lot of disappointments and a few names that should not be here in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how these teams actually move forward. Again, there is an opportunity to go back, do your homework, and return in the second half. If you can recover in the second half, everything is going to be forgotten, right? 128 teams right now, only 64 survive and move forward to round 2, and no one is getting the trophy yet. So while Silly Gaming might be sitting on the first position with 85 plus points on the board, they still do not win anything. They still just move on to round 2, just like the 63 other teams alongside with them.
Yeah, but the iQOO top 5 contenders now, we're going to focus on the individual performers. Once again, for CG, it's going to be Goblin, Silly Esports is Hydro, uncontested, right there with 19 finishes. You've also got KlutchGod with 19. GT's KlutchGod has made the entry. I'm liking that.
I like this IGL, right? You talk about leading from the front lines, and he's the one of the few people who actually does that quite consistently. I know for a fact 8-Bits Aditya, he is going to try his level best to become the iQOO MVP of the tournament. You know why?
Needs a new bike.
Yes, he does.
Needs a new bike. But he needs to perform in the grand finals, though, to get his hands on the Hero Extreme 165R 4V.
When he's going to do both of those things. He's going to get the 4 lakh rupees for the iQOO MVP of the tournament.
Oh my god.
And he's going to try his level best for the Hero Extreme MVP of the tournament, as MVP of the finals as well, to get that 160R 4V. I mean, one way or the other, either he gets the bike directly or he gets the 4 lakhs and goes ahead and buys the bike.
And maybe if he realizes that, he's missing out on that slot, he cannot be the MVP anymore, try and be the survivor.
Yeah.
That's
a
200 IQ play, right? I mean, let your teammates die. You just stay in the back and survive.
That is a bad idea.
Right.
I think you are definitely getting a call from Juicy tonight.
Well, enough of the jokes, man. We are definitely seeing a lot of those letdowns, right? And I just really hope in the upcoming days these letdowns do tend to perform, because the grand reshuffle is going to happen randomly and anything can happen. And also at the start of the day, we went for the predictions quite randomly too. I went with Reckoning Esports thinking that they might just dominate, but that was not the case, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's just as you. I picked Reckoning Esports as well.
Yeah.
Both of us were let down. Fix just picked Team Limra, and I don't know what he was thinking.
GT1 pretty much.
It's
they were able to
but
dominate.
it's always Anki.
Yeah, I know, right? But he also went with quite a safer pick. We knew GT is going to dominate anyways.
You and I go for risky plays, man.
Yeah, exactly. Reckoning was struggling, so we went with a team that was already struggling. But these guys went for the safer plays. So it's not exactly an L, in my opinion. We were just testing the waters, just like these teams.
Yeah, exactly. We were also just trying to figure out what the competition looks like. And
early phase of a tournament.
Exactly. We're going to be back in the second half.
We will be, 100%. After this grand reshuffle, when things will be super random, when it will be super mysterious, we will be back with the entire moments. But you know what? For Team Limra Esports not being able to perform, then you move on towards Team Cosmic, just coming in out of nowhere. And even GlitchX Reborn, I did get reminded of them as well in the previous set that we witnessed. What a comeback that was.
Yeah, that day too was phenomenal, and I think that sets the standard of what needs to be done once you return, not just on the second day of your second half, but the entirety of the second half, because that is where the true chaos will be in terms of the matches, in terms of how quickly the rankings are going to shift as well.
And Johnny, if you remember, in BGS 2024, in the grind itself, you saw a few teams not perform at all in the first 6 games, and then as soon as the latter 6 games arrived, they performed out of their minds.
You remember X-Park got eliminated in the grind, right?
Exactly.
They went on to win
back
the tournament
from the in-game qualifiers. But hey, keep this thing in mind, there's no in-game qualifiers for this, right? So if you get eliminated right now, it's done for. And it's quite a big chunk as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely going to happen. But again, if you want to recover, if you want to win, there is nothing stopping you. You have a little bit of time before you get the homework done. Do your research, come back, figure out how to take on these challenges. And it seems like right now the one thing that everyone has been focused on is aggression. So you got to figure out how to take those firefights. Moreover, Esports, they do not care about placements as well. We saw the shenanigans they were trying to pull when their matches were on, right? Just running into those fights. But again, their strategy worked out. It kept them in a very wonderful position in the overall rankings.
Yeah, and let's be honest, S-Power's addition added on that aggression to this entire lineup too, because now they know they've got a man whose utility utilization is way too precise. Yes, nothing taken away from the rest of the players. Of course, they're great. But S-Power's addition has added on a bit of that oomph that Mogo Esports really needed in the firefights. And now let's just see how the driving force can look like. Even CG's looking pretty good with that transfer.
CG is definitely looking good, and I think this was the perfect transfer because Shogun fit the players of CG perfectly. It allowed a little bit more freedom to Neo and Goblin because they did not have to worry about this third man charging along with them. And on the other side, this is what Robinson was telling me yesterday as well. Like, he also does not know what happened, but as soon as S-Power joined the team, for some reason, Delta and Justin just felt a little bit more motivated. And they're like, I don't know, they were in a slump, and as soon as S-Power shows up, all of a sudden, these two individuals just start fighting to the best of their abilities, and that made him question his abilities as a coach. And he was like, guys, what was going on before this?
Listen, maybe they realized the fact that S-Power was the MVP of the iQOO BMPS in 2023, and now they're motivated to steal that banner away from their own teammate.
Could be that.
Yeah, it could be evil plans, but hey,
Delta
at the end
was
of
the
the day, it's a
MVP
team
for
game.
BGIS 23, if I'm not wrong.
He was. So in general, back in the day, this team was known as Gladiator Esports, now known as Mogo. That's a whole different story. But now the expectations really are going to be good even from the side of iQOO Seoul. Because iQOO Seoul, let's be honest, the first 6 games that they played, that wasn't really the peak performance.
Do they need to show their peak performance right now?
Maybe, why not? Just go aggressive, just like the way they used to do in BGS 2024, right? They would drop on different corners of the map and just dominate the entire lobby. But hey, the overall standings of both the sets combined on the screen, Silly Esports is still at the top, leading the pack.
Yeah, Silly Esports, 89 points. That was something that no one was able to match, but at least Carnival Gaming were able to take down 8-bit, because it seems like people are struggling with that as well. And we have 8-bit on the third. So anyone that has crossed the 60-point marker, at least for me, this is my opinion, 60-point marker, if you have crossed that, you are in a safer position. I want to know your thoughts of where you think the cutoff might end up at the second week.
Oh, man. That's a really tough question that you just asked me.
Are you bad at maths?
I am. I would say maybe somewhere around 28.
You're expecting it to be 28?
Yeah, I am.
Necro, it's 64 teams moving forward, not 32.
I know, but I would still say it's going to get way too tighter in the final few moments. Just look at these two groups combine itself, man. You've already got 32, and you've got 45 points stacked up over there, so it has to be around 28.
I think it's going to be a little bit higher than 28.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, how much do you think?
Let's see where the top 64 ends up, right?
Yeah.
So right now, Jux also had an amazing performance. E4E was a phenomenal team to witness. Captain Esports, Day 1 was phenomenal. I don't know what happened to Day 1. So it's dropped down to 37 points on the 48th position. We're going to be heading towards
I am pretty closer, I would say. 28 isn't
it is
too
there
bad. Yeah.
as of now, but second week, where is it going to be on the second week?
I also think so. It should be around 28 or 32, somewhere around that.
At the end of second week.
It's going to be super sweaty, Johnny. Trust me. We might see some of these comebacks
It's going to be 28 right now.
It is going to be 28 right now. Yes, it makes a lot of sense, but let's see, man. I don't know.
There's 6 more games. Are you forgetting 6 more matches?
Yeah, 6 more matches to go.
It's 30 right now, all right.
Okay, well, the cutoff is around 30. Okay, I really thought that these struggling teams will be over here, somewhere in this page. Just like getting maybe somewhere around 20 points, 25 points. If 30 is over here, then it has to be somewhere around 60 maybe?
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
50s to 60s, right?
Yes, 50s to 60s. Because there's so many struggling teams, I genuinely thought that we might just see a lot of those struggling names right over here on the 4th page itself.
But you know what's going to be fun? Right now we see the 30s over there. If the teams at the second half, starting from the 65th position all the way to the 128th position, if these teams start to click in the second half of this round 1, I think the cutoff can go a little bit higher. And that is going to be intense, man. That's going to make for a lot of intense matches.
All we want to see is entertainment. That's all that matters, right? But Team Limra right now is outside of that cutoff. You also do see Carpediem outside of that cutoff. Even Team Fatality, a team that was doing so good. Even Newman right there. Yeah, as you mentioned, known as Team Forever in the past. The pages flip, and you also do see Hail India, Big Brothers, Alpha 6. Hey, listen, I want to see Alpha 6 in.
Same here. I was just about to say this. Necro, you got to give a speech to Alpha 6 or do something about that.
Listen, the speech we'll give them later when actually the day starts. Before now, Alpha 6, they're in quite a dicey spot. You've also got Team Z, a known banner, all the way on 96th. In the span of 6 games, they only managed to accumulate 20 points.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to pick things up, especially 3 placement points. That is not what we would like to see from the side of Team Z. And again, as we move forward, the surprises keep on coming, because look at that. Hub Esports on the 98th position. You have Bottom Esports 105th with just 17 points secured. Asla Esports over here as well. Genesis, NIY, we just saw them in action, not really being able to perform for Aggressive Man over here as well on 101. Guso Esports on 104th with 17 points to their name. So there are a lot of ties right now. We do understand that, but then again, second week, it is going to be extremely intense. And there you have it, 128. It is Team M, Muffins.
Oh, man. Muffins with 0 points so far. It's got to blow if you're Team Muffins. Then you've also got Team Sniper. They got those 3 points at the last game, by the way.
Yeah.
They've got the momentum.
They have. What are you talking about? They have the momentum. If you are saying they have the momentum, then the momentum has been reset, right?
Yeah. Maybe. It's still going to be the grand reshuffle. What if Team Snipey and Team Muffins get put in a group where teams are already struggling at the start, and they can have a chance to bounce back?
That can actually happen. I mean, it's going to be interesting if that is how the grouping happens. But now I think the competition is just about to get immensely tough, because after everyone sees that leaderboard, they know exactly what they need to do. They know exactly how many points they need in every single game they play next week to qualify. And the strategies are going to be a little bit more fleshed out just to secure those points.
I mean, in the week one, we definitely saw a lot of those newer names as well rise up to the occasion. While, of course, some of the known names, they were dominating as usual. But some of the known names gave us a heart attack too. Reckoning Esports, Team Limra, Carpediem, and a lot more to go. And if the list keeps on going on, but still expectations will be there considering we know 6 more games to go for these guys. What about you, man?
I think it is going to be interesting to see how things turn out because as I mentioned, I mean, now the target is set and now it's all about who can hit the target, who is actually going to hit it and who is going to miss it and miss round 2 as well.
Hey, but do we really see the same silly Esports once again in the latter 6 games? One thing is definitely going to happen. We might just see a team that pulls off a major comeback all the way from the last page towards the first page or at least closer to that first page.
But isn't that what we want to see? Isn't that what we're here for? It is the iQOO BMPS 2024, man.
Exactly. With that being said, today's day also comes to an end. But before we end the show, we got to give a huge thanks to our sponsor, iQOO Z9S. Make sure to search it on Google, and you might just stand a chance to win rupees up to 50,000. And not just that, even Hero as our mobility partner. With that being said, now comes the Grand Reshuffle. And after that Grand Reshuffle, it will be a lot of the mysteries, which will be unfolded by us. But with that being said, today's day comes to an end. We'll be back after the Grand Reshuffle. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and Johnny.
make way for the mega task. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।